During the Clone Wars, the Confederacy of Independent Systems deployed a massive droid army against the Republic. Often, army detachments were commanded by organic officers, but due to the scale of the war, these weren't always available, and in those cases, command fell to droid officers. But battle droid commanders weren't terribly intelligent, leading to the introduction of tactical droids, which were much more competent and effective. But tactical droids also had weaknesses, most notably their incredible arrogance, leading to the introduction of new models later in the war, super tactical droids. These hulking droid commanders were not only extremely intelligent, but they were more effective than many organic commanders, and they were often given high ranks in the CIS military. In this video, we'll be taking a look at this underrated and undeniably cool droid model. The original tactical droids, to their credit, were quite intelligent. They were good at strategy and probability, and they lacked the shortcomings of the standard OOM series battle droid commanders. They're about as competent as your average commissioned officer, and they could support organic officers as well, acting as aides and strategic assistants for the likes of Wat Tambor, Admiral Trench, and General Grievous. They were constantly running calculations and simulations with their highly advanced data processing models, adjusting their plans on the fly as they believed the odds dictated. But they were far from perfect. Tactical droids' tactics weren't foolproof. They had difficulty accounting for Jedi or irrational action on the part of their enemies. Unorthodox tactics, especially ones that involved tactical sacrifices or Jedi involvement, could flummox them fairly easily. But the tactical droids also had a flaw in their personalities. They were insufferably arrogant. Believing themselves to be superior to their droid nature, some had a near total inability to recognize flaws in their tactics. They also had a dislike for taking orders from meatbags, especially when those meatbags made command decisions that conflicted with what they calculated was the best course of action. On several occasions, tactical droids betrayed or even assassinated their organic commanders out of frustration over their seemingly irrational command decisions. Sometimes, this was beneficial to the Confederacy. In the first Battle of Plagan, a tactical droid that shot his commander and threw out his battle plan led Separatist forces to victory against the odds. Most of the time, however, these betrayals cost the Confederacy dearly. Wat Tambor, a leading member of the Separatist Council, was captured by the Republic after his tactical droid left him for dead on Ryloth, and the Republic won the Third Battle of Hailfire because a tactical droid's assassination of his commander started a firefight in the Separatist command bunker. Tactical droids were nonetheless effective, and they saw use until the end of the Clone Wars, but their manufacturer, Bactoid Combat Automata, believed that improvements could be made. Thus, halfway through the war, they came out with a new model, the Super Tactical Droid, officially known as the ST Series Military Strategic Analysis and Tactics Droid in canon. The chassis of the Super Tactical Droid was an improvement over that of its predecessor, boasting heavier armor and greater physical strength and agility. It resembled the chassis of the standard tactical droid with a box-like abdominal section and bulbous limbs, but it had a sleeker design, which was presumably more efficient. The droid's head took a different shape, retaining only a hint of its predecessor's distinctive visor, and for reasons unknown, the Super Tactical Droid had 3 eyes instead of 2. Super Tactical Droids weren't intended to serve in combat. However, as many tactical droids had invariably found themselves in direct danger, their successors were designed to be able to hold their own should the need arise. On top of their improved durability, strength, and especially agility, the Super Tactical Droid could fight both at range and in hand-to-hand combat. Like most Separatist droids, they favored E5 blaster rifles, but some Super Tactical Droids were shown to be pretty good with their fists too. The one known as Kraken once picked a fight with Anakin Skywalker and even landed a few good hits before he lost his hands to Skywalker's lightsaber. The more important improvements to the tactical droid were in how they were programmed, however. Super Tactical Droids were several orders of magnitude more intelligent than standard tactical droids, and they were much more adaptable. Like their predecessors, they were constantly running calculations and simulations, but they didn't base their decisions solely on mathematics. They took intuitive leaps and accounted for irrationalities and Jedi nonsense better than their predecessors, allowing them to anticipate and counter even the most unorthodox of strategies. They were more intelligent and more competent than most organic commanders, and even the Jedi saw these droids as a genuine threat. Super tactical droids were cunning commanders in virtually any field, able to lead Separatist forces to victory in virtually any theater. They were better at picking up on and countering the kinds of stunts that the Jedi often tried to pull, and they were trusted enough by Separatist leadership that some were assigned overall command of major battles. Perhaps their most valuable asset, though, is that they could think like organics. They weren't only capable of predicting the decisions of organic commanders, but they could understand the thought processes behind those decisions, which is what made them such cunning opponents. In some cases, super tactical droids served as aides and strategic advisors for the Confederacy's very highest ranking officers, such as Admiral Trench, General Grievous, or Count Dooku. Most of the time, however, they worked alone, reporting only to Dooku and Grievous themselves. Super tactical droids were afforded higher ranks, with General being a common one, meaning that they outranked the majority of the Confederacy's organic officers. Some commanded huge droid armies, while others were given control of parts of the Confederate Navy. Some, such as General Kalani, had authority over both. Super tactical droids were highly individualized. Like their predecessors, each unit differed in terms of voice, program gender, and paint scheme, but many super tactical droids went a step further, going by names instead of identifying numbers. They developed unique personalities and command styles, and overall, they were the most organic-like droids in the droid army, on top of being the highest ranking. Legends gives us 5 super tactical droid characters, most of them from Star Wars: The Clone Wars. 2 which shared the same paint job, Alt-O and another that went unnamed, were naval commanders and major players in the Confederacy's planned attack on Republic Strategic Conference above Karita. Both of these super tactical droids were destroyed during this operation. Alt-O was killed by D Squad aboard his flagship, while the other was blown up above Karita. 2 others acted as strategic aides for the Confederacy's top military leaders. One, named Kraken, served Admiral Trench and later Count Dooku, while the other, Tezuka, acted as a lieutenant for General Grievous. Tezuka was destroyed by Darth Maul above Ord Mantell, while Kraken was destroyed by Anakin Skywalker during the Battle of Ringo Vinda, though he was rebuilt in time for the Battle of Scipio. The final super tactical droid in Legends is undoubtedly the coolest of them all. General Kalani, a formidable officer in his own right, who commanded a droid army to support King Rash on Onderon and had the coolest voice of any Star Wars character, bar none.
Do not underestimate our means. If the rebel army falls, the citizens will lose their courage, and order will be restored.
Canon stories provide us with additional examples of noteworthy super tactical droids. Many of these go unnamed, such as a General Kalani lookalike who serves as an aide to General Grievous before being destroyed above Utapau, or a super tactical droid that commands Separatist forces on Melagoni. Despite the rebuilding of Kraken, by the time of the Battle of Anaxes, Trench has a different super tactical droid acting as his aide, and this droid is also killed by Anakin Skywalker shortly before Trench's own death. Other super tactical droids, like General Kalani, act as commanders in their own right. There's one on Yerbana that's destroyed by Anakin Skywalker in a flagrant violation of the Yavin Code, and in canon, Separatist forces fighting in the Battle of Kashyyyk were commanded by super tactical droid General Lin Wodo, a super tactical droid acting on orders from General Grievous. General Lin Wodo also participated in major battles on Metalorn and Bos Pity, defending those key Separatist strongholds during the Outer Rim sieges. Gonk droids are a bit of a meme among Star Wars fans. Most fans are familiar with these odd-looking walking batteries who do little aside from saying Gonk and are fun to mess around with in LEGO Star Wars. But while most fans are aware these strange little droids exist, few fans know all that much about them. That's probably because most fans assume that there isn't much to know. However, there's actually a fair bit of lore behind the Gonk droid and its cousins, and because we're the obsessive expanded universe fans that we are, we're going to be discussing it in detail today. The Gonk droid, or to use its proper name, the GNK power droid, was pretty much a walking battery. Most of its internal space was devoted to powerful fusion generators, which it used to generate power. The generators allow the droids to be self-sufficient, but their main purpose was to allow the droids to be used as an easy source of power when no others were available. A single Gonk droid could charge up a land speeder, though they were mostly used to power smaller pieces of technology, such as blaster cannons, or to recharge anything from blaster power packs to other droids. Let's take a quick minute to think about that last point. While they weren't very smart, Gonk droids were equipped with artificial intelligence and, as droids, they were all self-aware to a degree. This meant that they had the ability to contemplate the fact that they existed solely for other droids or random pieces of equipment to just leech off their power supply, which is kind of messed up. I mean, what even is the point of making a portable battery and then giving it legs and sentience? Couldn't you just use the space taken up by a processor for more fusion generators or whatever? Furthermore, since their work didn't require much thinking, we can only conclude that these poor droids spent their time having existential crises about this predicament, and we surely would in their situation as well. Aside from their power cells and existential crisis modules, Gonk droids were also very heavily armored. These tough little machines could survive intense radiation, the extremes of heat and cold, and a range of other environmental conditions. This made them particularly useful on desolate planets with harsh environments, where these droids could quite literally be the only thing between a crashed spacer and an early grave. The heavy armoring of Gonk droids was a bit of a necessity, of course, as fusion generators weren't the most stable pieces of technology and could explode quite violently if not properly protected. As a final note on the droid's design, Gonk droids not only had a pair of legs, but also a single manipulator arm, which was hidden under a panel on the droid's lower front side. The droids rarely used it because sentient batteries generally don't need arms, but hey, they had them just in case. Some Gonk droid owners made use of these arms in unorthodox ways. For instance, there's a recorded example of a Gonk droid using this manipulator arm to hold a blaster. Gonk droids weren't all that impactful in the grand scheme of galactic history, as you can probably imagine. They were first produced in the later years of the Galactic Republic by Industrial Automaton, the company responsible for the wildly popular R-series Astromech line. Gonk droids' only notable mark in history was their role in an odd religion known as the Cult of the Power Droids, which started to spread shortly after the Battle of Endor. The ideology of the cult is unknown, but it apparently sent out pairs of Gonk droids to ask random sentients for money. According to renowned linguist and scholar Ibn Q3 Baobab, the phrase Gonk 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 Ko Kenya Si was guaranteed to make these droids frack off, though it was unknown why. The Gonk droid did have one huge dark secret that most fans don't know about. It was a knockoff product. You heard that right. Industrial Automaton basically copied the design for these droids from Veril Line Systems' EG6 power droid line and sold them as competitor products. Gonk droids were sold at a vastly decreased price too. Veril Line Systems sold brand new EG6 power droids for 2,500 credits each, while Gonk droids sold for just 100 credits a pop with virtually identical schematics and features. Talk about undercutting competitors. Most of the Gonk droids seen in the galaxy at large were actually EG6 droids, as they were hundreds of years older than Industrial Automaton's knockoff, and thus ended up being more widespread. To make matters even more confusing, telling the two power droids apart was a difficult task, since they looked pretty much identical. The only real way to differentiate Gonk droids from EG6s was that Gonk droids spoke Gonkian binary, the distinctive droid language that gave them their nickname, while EG6s didn't have vocabulators. From what we can gather, the EG6 did have a big selling point over the similar Gonk droid despite its vastly inflated price. Heavily modified EG6s were quite common, while modified Gonk droids were not, meaning it's probable that EG6 was a more resilient model that was also better suited to modification. After all, Industrial Automaton must have cut corners somewhere with the Gonk Droid if they were able to sell it at such an astoundingly low price. Before we move on from the EG6, we should quickly note that Veral Line Systems responded to the rollout of the Gonk Droid with an entirely new power droid design, the S9 series Heavy Power Droid. These droids were larger, more expensive, and much more powerful than both EG6 and the Gonk Droid, capable of powering starfighters and other large pieces of equipment. Ironically, it was also based on a design that Veral Line Systems ripped off from the Cybot Galactica's Treadwell droid model, adding a touch of irony to their earlier conflict with Industrial Automaton. The Gonk Droid, EG6 and S9 weren't the only power droids on the market, as you might imagine. You might remember a droid similar to the Gonk in the employ of the Grand Army of the Republic in Star Wars The Clone Wars. They can be seen in countless scenes in Republic hangar bays, especially aboard Star Destroyers, and they played a prominent role in the attack on the Rishi Moon, during which Rex Cody 5's Echo and Heavy used several of them to blow up the Rishi station. Allow us to introduce the Gonk Droid's cousin, the Plunk Droid. Officially known as the PLNK series power droid, Plunk Droids were made by Industrial Automaton, which means they were indeed cousins of the Gonk Droid and not the Veral Line Systems models. While they may have been originally designed exclusively for Republic use, they also appeared in civilian starports and even aboard Separatist vessels, meaning they were probably just as widespread as their cousins. From the outside, they looked like two Gonk Droids welded together with elongated bodies and 4 legs. Inside, however, they were quite different. Plunk Droids didn't feature the internal fusion generators that most other power droids were built around. Instead, they contained large tanks of liquid Tabana. Liquid Tabana was a highly explosive alternative to the more common power sources often used for heating in remote military installations. It was also the exclusive power source of the Republic's BTLB Y-Wing bombers, which is why Plunk Droids were so popular with the Republic Navy. Plunk Droids themselves ran on liquid Tabana, and like Gonk Droids, they made use of their own liquid Tabana supplies to keep themselves running. However, unlike the fusion generators of Gonk Droids, Plunk Droids had a limited Tabana supply and needed to be refilled on occasion. As we all surely remember from Star Wars The Clone Wars, Plunk Droids were also useful as bombs. There's no end to the anti-droid cruelty of the Galactic Republic, it seems, as clones in desperate situations occasionally used Plunk Droids to blow up approaching armies. As was seen in the case of the Rishi station, this was usually done to prevent the Separatists from capturing crucial objectives, a last-minute scorched earth tactic. It should be noted that, as far as we know, the Plunk Droids themselves were never asked whether they consented to being strapped up with bombs and blown up to keep the Seps away from some military base or other. But such was the life of a droid. Fans of Star Wars, and honestly, any modern sci-fi series, are pretty used to the prevalence of droids. Societies that figured out hyperspace travel obviously also figured out how to program droids and allocate life's more mundane or unpleasant tasks to them. Many of these droids have become fan favorites over the years, like HK-47 or R2-D2, but not all droids had such glamorous jobs, nor did they receive much recognitions for their contributions to society. In today's video, we're going to be talking about some of Star Wars' unsung droid heroes, the bots that toiled away in the background just so our main characters could enjoy an easier life. We'll start off this list by looking at a pretty famous little guy, for an NPC at least. Small, cute, and skittish like their namesakes, the MSE-6 series repair droids, otherwise known as mouse droids, were some of the most well-known maintenance droids in the series. Standing less than a foot tall, this Minecraft slab of a droid was small enough to slip under machines and still have room to maneuver. They moved around thanks to 4 small wheels under their chunky bodies, with a command order tray on their backs that allowed for reprogramming. Equipped with a data probe and a grasping claw, these timid little guys could perform several complex tasks despite their simple design and rudimentary droid brains. They did everything from cleaning the floors on starships to cleaning away dead bodies to chaffering troops and ferrying messages. Their design was deemed so perfect that manufacturers engineered many lookalike models for surveillance, slicing, and other more insidious tasks. No one would ever suspect the otherwise inconspicuous little mouse droids to be up to no good. It also helped that they were skittish little guys that spooked easily, a fact which made them less likely to get captured by an intruder. Overall, they might have been some of the tiniest, least imposing droids in the Star Wars universe, but they're definitely one of our favorites. Following this trend, we have another droid we'd absolutely die for, the Rat Catcher droid. Also known as the LEP servant droid, this chubby, bipedal bunny of a droid was commonly employed by the richer folk of the galaxy to serve drinks and hold space iPads while their owners holoflix and chilled. Although these service droids could speak in Galactic Basic, we much rather think of them as it appeared in the book of Boba Fett, Chapter 4, where they communicated in an adorable series of squeaks, chirps, and whistles. This wasn't the only rabbit-like trait they embodied, however. They weren't designed for battle, so anytime action broke out, their instinct was to run and hide, though they were known to occasionally lash out if cornered. They were also very quick on their feet, which is why Bib Fortuna employed them as rat catchers. In the book of Boba Fett, Chapter 4, we saw the chef droid send a rat catcher droid after the presumed intruders, even if said intruders turned out to be a little bigger than womp rats. Speaking of that chef droid, next, we'll take a look at food service-oriented droids. It's no secret that, in a galaxy far, far away, many people didn't cook their own meals. This was especially true if you were rich enough to throw credits at anything that was programmed to move. Enter the chef droids, like the COO cook we met in Episode 2 Attack of the Clones and Chapter 4 of the Book of Boba Fett. The COO cook droids were a Class 5 chef droid engineered to fulfill anyone's culinary dreams. They were designed with over a dozen arms, all the better to speedrun and multitask slicing, dicing, mixing, chopping, slapping, etc. for hundreds of people at once. They were programmed as caterers for large groups, such as military mess halls or palaces. The base model came with only a few hundred basic recipes, but owners could choose to purchase the DLC and install thousands of other, more complex recipes. For a Class 5 chef, their engineers didn't give 5 hoots for their looks. Standing at about 2 meters tall, these units were pieced together with leftover parts from other droid models. They looked rather ugly and clanky, which led many to mistakenly believe they were mediocre constructions. More interestingly, these droids could see, hear, and smell. Yep, these droids were actually able to smell the ingredients they were cooking with, all the better to make sure they didn't give you food poisoning from expired Orobird. Honestly, we'd love to buy one if we could. When one eats, one must also drink, which brings us our next entry. Depending on where you were in the galaxy, these drink mixing machines were called bartender droids, robo-bartenders, or even mixologist droids if you were pretentious enough. As their name implies, they were designed to work in bars and cantinas, preparing and mixing various alcoholic beverages for the patrons. One example was the Mixmaster. Just under a meter tall, this vaguely humanoid-shaped droid was designed to be bolted to the bar. It was able to understand basic drinks orders, and thanks to it being hooked up to a series of tubes, it could instantly pour the right amount of each liquid to mix proper cocktails. Some modified models could float around the bar to serve the drinks. Once the drink was mixed, the drink was served and payment collected in a tray much faster than any organic could do it. Although the Mixmaster was by far the most popular model of bartender droid, the C5 bartender droid was by far the silliest looking. Moving about on a single wheel, this 5-arm droid moved around to mix and serve drinks like a unicycle rider relying on its single eye stalk for coordination. We don't know about you, but we would pay to see that. Overall, droid bartenders were superior to organic ones, and not just because of their speed and accuracy. Thanks to their droid brains, these bartenders were able to cross-reference the ingredients in a cocktail against the patron's biology to make sure that, at any given time, a guest wasn't about to poison themselves with a drink they didn't know could kill them. Vegas could probably use a couple. Speaking of Vegas, there were models of luxury companion droids designed to provide several types of adults' company. One such series was the BD-3000 luxury droids, otherwise known as the Betty Bots. These droids were designed to look like the idealized female. They could speak over 1 million languages and perform a wide variety of tasks, from cooking to demonstrating proper USB insertion techniques. The really interesting part was that they had dozens of personality matrices and could project hundreds of behaviors and voices, all the better to match the exact needs of their high-rise clients. One such BettyBot actually ran a music program hilariously called the BettyBot VJ that was broadcast over the HoNet during the Clone Wars. The station was aimed at providing music for clone troopers. Decidedly less wholesome were the background droids tasked with torturing and interrogating the information out of Imperial prisoners. One such line of droids was the ITO droid you might remember from Episode 4. The ITO were small, floating spherical droids about a foot in diameter. They looked like remotes, with many different attachments deliberately designed to scare the pants off its victims. They specialized in torture and interrogation, relying on advanced methods to optimize prisoner loquaciousness. One technique involved injecting the prisoner with a chemical that both disabled their pain threshold and prevented them from passing out, just so the droid could then go in with various torture devices on the body's most sensitive areas. They had such a terrifying reputation that prisoners often began confessing the moment one floated into their cell. Torture sessions could last well over an hour of non-stop agony, so we don't really blame them. The Imperials who designed them really knew their stuff. These little guys were equipped with an emotionless, flat personality and an equally flat voice module to make their prisoners as uncomfortable as possible. Other times, they would say nothing at all, leaving prisoners begging for mercy from the more reasonable organic torturer. But let's wrap up this list with something silly. Our final entry today are the GNK droids, otherwise known as the Gonk droids. These barrel-shaped droids were knockoff E6 power droids. Essentially, they were power generators with legs that let them waddle along the battlefield or airstrip to supply power in underdeveloped areas. They were the most famous for the low, repeating honking sound they made as they waddled, which is where the name Gonk came from. Although they were sometimes modified to carry weapons, their base model wasn't designed for combat, and that's how we prefer to think of them, as big hunks of battery happily plodding along toward their destination, all while honking happily to themselves. If only life were more like that, sometimes. With that, that's gonna have to be it for today. With a franchise as huge as Star Wars, if we wanted to cover every background droid in existence, we'd be here all week. We talk a lot about clone commanders on this channel in case you haven't noticed. A great many noteworthy clones served in the Republic's Grand Army, especially in command roles. However, the same can't really be said for the CIS Droid Army. Most Star Wars fans probably couldn't even name one droid commander, but the lore masters out there might remember one notable battle droid commander, OOM-9, the commander of the Trade Federation droid army in the Battle of Naboo. Not many Star Wars fans remember poor OOM-9, even though he was one of the major antagonists in The Phantom Menace and had about as much screen time as Darth Maul. Even fewer know his full story. In this video, we're gonna rectify that. OOM-9 was one of the very first OOM series battle droid commanders. Back in his day, most droids in the Trade Federation's army had no individual personalities and were completely controlled by a central control computer. But the OOM series commanders were different. Though OOM-9 and his colleagues still relied on the CCC, they had their own personalities and their independent logic modules, allowing them to act without connection to the central computer. This allowed OOM-9 to stand out from the crowd a little. In early tests of the Trade Federation droid army's capabilities, OOM-9 performed beyond his expected parameters, earning himself the attention of Viceroy Newt Gunray, who selected him to lead the droid army's first real mission. In 32 BBY, shortly after the droid army's initial tests, OOM-9 and his troops were deployed to the planet Naboo as part of the Trade Federation's invasion. During the invasion and subsequent occupation, OOM-9 commanded all droid forces on Naboo. He answered only to the central control computer and the Trade Federation leaders in charge on the planet: Viceroy Gunray, Settlement Officer Rune Hako, and Captain Dulte Dauphine. The Nemoidians mostly concerned themselves with the political aspects of the Naboo campaign. They left the fighting to OOM-9 and his droids. OOM-9 landed his troops in the Naboo wilderness, where the droids had no settlements or defenses to worry about. As he was organizing his troops, OOM-9 received a message from Viceroy Gunray warning him that 2 Jedi had snuck aboard his landing craft. OOM-9 sent out STAPs to deal with the Jedi and then returned his attention to the bulk of his army. While the bulk of his army was still being mustered, OOM-9 led a small force out into the countryside to neutralize the Naboo's communications. The Trade Federation had already jammed communications from Naboo, but Gunray feared the Naboo would find a way around it. He wanted their communications infrastructure destroyed before the Naboo were aware the Trade Federation had troops on the ground. In the early hours of the morning, OOM-9 and his army captured the towns of Vis, New Centrif, and Parley, destroying their communications buildings and wiping out any Naboo patrols they encountered. Elsewhere on Naboo, however, the occupation force hit a snag. Naboo troops from the town Hate Secure managed to capture another droid commander, OOM-14, and were working on reverse engineering his command software. Fearing that the Naboo would be able to use OOM-14's command software to seize control of the droid army, Gunray wanted the software recaptured and assigned OOM-9 to do the job. In short order, the command software was recovered, OOM-14's forces were reactivated, and Hate Secure was razed to the ground for good measure. After obliterating Hate Secure, OOM-9 returned to the main army and moved on the city of Spinnaker, one of Naboo's wealthiest spaceports. Spinnaker was quite close to Theed, and it was there that the Naboo Royal Security Forces chose to make their stand against the droid army. They hoped to lure the droid army into the city and whittle down its numbers to give Theed a fighting chance. However, their plans were foiled by the Trade Federation's top droid commander. OOM-9 chose to occupy a small village near Spinnaker before attacking the city itself, using it as a forward base for his army. The village surrendered without incident, allowing OOM-9's troops to seize valuable caches of war material. Some of the NRSF forces entrenched at Spinnaker pushed to recapture the village, but OOM-9's troops wiped them out with ease. This weakened Spinnaker's defenses enough for OOM-9 to capture the city in a lightning strike, securing the city's caches of valuable Nova crystals for the Trade Federation. Once the city fell, OOM-9 gathered the entire Trade Federation droid army at Spinnaker, from which he planned to attack Theed itself. As the droid forces advanced toward the Naboo capital, Queen Amidala ordered her troops to stand down, knowing that the NRSF couldn't stave off the Trade Federation. OOM-9 and his army entered Theed without incident and faced only minimal resistance as they destroyed the city's few military installations. Once Theed had fallen, OOM-9's troops occupied the royal palace and captured the queen. In a matter of days, OOM-9 transformed Theed into a droid army stronghold, moving the people of Naboo off to labor camps and setting up defenses around the city. But even though the Trade Federation had nominally captured Naboo, OOM-9's job wasn't quite done yet. From the captured Naboo, Trade Federation leadership learned there was another civilization on the planet, the Gungans, an amphibious species that lived in underwater cities. OOM-9 was put in charge of finding the Gungans and wiping them out. A captured mariner from Hate Secure gave OOM his first lead. The mariner told his captors of a Gungan city called Rilias, which was connected to the Gungan capital of Otoh Gunga in the Rilias Straits. The droid army was unable to obtain the exact location of the city from the mariner, however, and had to search the Naboo swamps manually. On the advice of Darth Maul, OOM-9 ordered his droids to poison the swamp in a bid to drive the Gungans from hiding. When this didn't work, he ordered his troops to instead start draining the swamp. Midway through the draining, OOM-9 heard back from Darth Maul, who had managed to locate the city of Rilias. OOM-9 had the city bombarded with depth charges and sent troops to capture it, opening the way to Otoh Gunga. OOM-9 and the droid army advanced to Lake Paonga, which contained Otoh Gunga, and cut off all supplies to and from the city. As OOM-9 assembled his forces on the surface, the Gungans sent up a small army to repulse Trade Federation forces. OOM-9 and his droids scattered the Gungans, however, and the Trade Federation proceeded to bomb Otoh Gunga with depth charges. When no bodies surfaced after the bombardment, OOM-9 sent scouts down to the city. They reported back that Otoh Gunga had been abandoned. The Gungans had fled deep into the swamps. For all intents and purposes, the Trade Federation was victorious. At Otoh Gunga, OOM-9 was cheated out of a final battle with his Gungan adversaries, but his droids would come up against the full Gungan Grand Army before long. Soon after the fall of Oto Gunga, Queen Amidala returned to Naboo and made an alliance with the Gungans, hoping the two peoples could liberate the planet by working together. The Gungans assembled their grand army and marched on Theed, a bid to lure droid forces away from the capital. This ruse was successful. Upon hearing of the approaching army, Newt Gunray ordered OOM-9 to lead the vanguard of the droid army out to meet them in battle. OOM-9's troops met the Gungan Grand Army on the Great Grass Plains, where the Gungans had set up shield generators. OOM-9 began the battle by ordering his tanks to shell the shield. When the shield repulsed all incoming fire, OOM-9 instead deployed his battle droids and sent them to engage the Gungans at point-blank range. The droids marched right through the shield and began slaughtering the Gungans. The Gungans had a numbers advantage at the Battle of the Great Grass Plains, but nonetheless, OOM-9's troops made short work of their grand army. The only thing that saved the Gungan army from annihilation was the sudden destruction of the orbiting droid control ship. This caused all battle droids on Naboo to shut down. The Gungans won the battle by default. OOM-9 was deactivated with the rest, and the Naboo unceremoniously melted him for scrap. It was an ignoble end for a droid who, all things considered, had been quite the commander. After the Clone Wars ended, the billions of battle droids once mass-produced for war seemed to just disappear. But did they really? Just how common was it to see your average battle droid roaming the galaxy after the war?
Hey, we don't serve their kind here.
What?
Your droids. They'll have to wait outside. We don't want them here.
This line from A New Hope isn't all that significant on face value. A quick bit from the bartender woohoo that adds to the atmosphere of the Mos Eisley Cantina. But with the Clone Wars in context, it merits further consideration. In the prequel era, droids are ubiquitous, especially combat droids for obvious reasons. But in the original trilogy, they're much less common, and again, this is especially true for combat models, which only appear as bounty hunters in those films. Not unreasonably, many fans might idly speculate about whether or not there's a connection between the two. In this video, we're going to be discussing droids in the post-Clone Wars era, especially battle droids. First, let's cut to the chase. Yes, the Clone Wars had a serious impact on droid use across the galaxy. The Confederacy of Independent Systems made extensive use of battle droids to the point where the Republic ended up pulling all of its battle droids from active duty at the start of the conflict. Droids in general came to be associated with separatism and vice versa, leading many loyalists to develop a distrust of droids even before the rise of the Empire. The Confederacy's frequent use of reprogrammed spy droids like R3-S6 certainly didn't help matters either. Following the end of the Clone Wars, the fledgling Galactic Empire incited anti-droid sentiments even further, largely for political reasons. The Empire inspired nationalism among former loyalists by playing on memories of the Clone Wars, and this always involved comparing enemies of the Empire to Separatists, even after the Empire's enemies became rebel groups instead of Separatist holdouts. This, in turn, usually involved plastering the Imperial holovision, billboards, and the very streets with propaganda posters featuring one of two things: the death mask of General Grievous, or the faceplate of a B-1 battle droid. In the day-to-day, the Empire stripped droids of certain rights they had gained under the Republic and encouraged anti-droid movements. This was largely to give the many poor and dispossessed Imperial citizens a target they could direct their anger at other than the government. State-sponsored anti-alien discrimination was part of a similar program. Problems that many beings would rightly blame the Empire for, including but not limited to poverty, failure to rebuild from the Clone Wars, and disappearing jobs, were instead blamed on droids. As many disgruntled beings reasoned, droids had destroyed their homes during the Clone Wars and took their jobs. Thus, droids received much of the blame for some of the Empire's many failings. This wasn't the first time in history that something like this had happened, mind you. Over the course of Republic history, droid rebellions had always led to periods of similar backlash, and in the last decades of the Republic, there were active anti-droid groups even before the CIS droid army came into being. In the lead up to the Clone Wars, there were several clashes between droid rights groups, like the Coalition of Automaton Rights Activists and the Mechanical Liberation Front, and anti-droid groups, like the Organization for Organic Purity. The debate between the two sides got louder as battle droids became more common in the last years of the Republic, but after the Empire's victory, it was largely the anti-droid groups that Palpatine continued to platform. By the time of the Galactic Civil War, droids were shunned in many parts of the galaxy, especially poor human-dominated Outer Rim worlds. Establishments like Shalman's Spaceport Cantina on Mos Eisley, which forbade droids from even entering the building, were pretty commonplace. Indeed, there were many planets, like Bakura, where droids were either banned or legally required to wear restraining bolts and follow some rather harsh laws. Anti-droid sentiments were a lot less extreme in the core worlds due to how ingrained worker droids had become in many core societies, but they were still present. As you might expect, combat droids in particular were absolutely detested after the end of the Clone Wars. Trillions of people all over the galaxy had bad memories of the Separatists' battle droids, and any droid that as much as carried a blaster was viewed with suspicion, if not open loathing, on your average Imperial planet. The Republic had laws regulating private use and ownership of non-military 4th degree droids, but the Imperials dramatically ramped up these regulations, all but banning combat droids altogether. Only two kinds of combat droid were still relatively commonplace by the time of the Galactic Civil War: assassin droids, like IG-88, and non-combat models that had gone rogue, like 4-LOM. Battle droids all but disappeared, at least from the civilian galaxy. Of course, the Empire being the Empire, it continued to use combat droids itself, albeit not as extensively as the Republic had. Many Imperial officers genuinely shared the anti-droid sentiments that Imperial propagandists were propagating, and they often went out of their way to minimize droid use in their commands. Military higher-ups largely tolerated assassin droids as a matter of necessity, but battle droids were still met with resentment even at the highest levels of command. The Empire did attempt to make its own battle droids, but these projects always faced an uphill battle within the bureaucracy. While droid makers like the Taggy Company were eager to start churning out Imperial battle droids, the chilly attitude toward battle droids in the Imperial military made sure that dozens of Imperial battle droid projects never saw the light of day. One of the first of these canned projects, the Taggy Co. ZX-3 Droid Trooper, surpassed the Imperial military combat standards for Stormtrooper recruits, only for the droids to be rejected anyway due to prejudices within the bureaucracy. Only one Imperial battle droid project got off the ground, the Dark Trooper project, and that only happened because Darth Vader threw his personal support behind it, as we discussed in another video recently. However, the Imperial military didn't have nearly as much of a problem with repossessing existing battle droids. Under the Empire, battle droids were largely restricted to military use, and illegal battle droids that Imperial officials seized were often put to work in the military. This is, of course, assuming those droids weren't destroyed beforehand in unfortunate accidents. In general, accidents were a common fate for droids in the Imperial military. To quote one Imperial officer concerning the RA-7 protocol droid the Emperor had gifted him, "I regret to inform your lordship that your gift has been stolen. By a swoop gang most likely, or rebels, or an alien." Such thefts, of course, were rarely looked into. But what became of the Confederacy's droids, you might ask? Well, at the end of the Clone Wars, all droid units were given a shutdown command from the Separatist Council's fortress on Mustafar, and with a few exceptions, the droids then proceeded to be shut down. Most of them were unceremoniously scrapped, either by angry locals or the Imperials, but quite a few survived, largely those that had been kept in reserve. The various Separatist holdouts had a nasty habit of reactivating old factories and reserve fleets, which the Imperial military usually saw destroyed. But some warehouses were reached first by scavengers and opportunists, while others were seized by the Imperials before the other groups could get to them. Over the course of the Imperial era, old Separatist war droids were used as guards by certain unsavory types. These were almost exclusively B1s, or in rare cases B2s, as the more powerful droid units were much harder to come by due to Imperial restrictions. The Empire scrapped most of the B1s it got a hold of, but it did keep using a few for training exercises as the droids' combat skills proved a worthy challenge for Stormtrooper recruits. Other Separatist models saw more extensive use by the Imperial military, however. Several droid models that had proven effective during the Clone Wars saw active use in the Imperial Stormtrooper Corps, typically in support roles. The Droideka and the DS-D1 Dwarf Spider Droid were the most well-known examples of this. The Empire used both droids extensively in the early Galactic Civil War, as both fit well into the Stormtrooper Corps' typical approach to ground battles. These droids were introduced into the Imperial military just after the reconquest of the Rim, when most of the Stormtrooper Corps were still composed of veteran clone troopers. As you'd expect, the clones resented having to fight alongside clankers, but none of them could deny that the Droideka and DS-D1 were effective. After all, many had seen firsthand what killers they could be. Interestingly, anti-droid sentiments persisted well past the fall of the Empire too. The generation that grew up under Imperial rule and formed the foundation of the New Republic knew of battle droids only from dim, frightening childhood memories or the war stories their parents told. As a result, the New Republic didn't really see battle droids in a favourable light either. Battle droids didn't see a resurgence until 25 ABY when the Yuuzhan Vong invaded the galaxy. The Vong were absolutely fanatical in their hatred of droids. In the early years of their species, two extremely powerful droid races had carved a bloody swath across the Yuuzhan Vong galaxy in a war against each other, enslaving the Vong in the process. The Vong eschewed all non-organic technology in memory of that ancient war, and when they came to the Star Wars galaxy, they were disgusted to see how prevalent droids were. They made a habit of destroying droids en masse in immolation pits after capturing planets, and their hatred was plain whenever they faced droids in combat. In response to this and a manpower shortage, the New Republic brought battle droids back into fashion, deploying both new and old models in a bid to slow down the Vong. Among these droids were the Orange Panthax, a platoon of old B-2 Super battle droids. The Mandalorians are an iconic part of Star Wars, known for their love of high-powered blasters, jetpacks, and their infamous Beskar armor. Weapons were part of their religion, and Mandalorians made use of all manner of deadly instruments, from blasters to flamethrowers and poison darts to rocket launchers. But what if we were to tell you that the Mandalorians' greatest weapons have never appeared in mainstream Star Wars media? What if we were to tell you that at the height of their power, the Mandalorians relied not on their blasters, not on their jetpacks, but on fearsome war droids? In this video, we'll be talking about those very weapons, the Basilisk war droids. The story of the Basilisk war droids began on the core world Basilisk, the home of a reptilian species called the Basiliskans. The Basiliskans were a highly advanced and technologically focused people, and they built the Basilisk war droids in their image. The droids were designed to serve as beasts of burden both domestically and in warfare. They became an important part of Basiliskan society, which was one of the oldest and wealthiest in the galaxy. All of that changed, however, when the Mandalorians attacked. 4,017 years before the Battle of Yavin, the Mandalorian Crusaders, under the leadership of Mandalore the Indomitable, descended on Basilisk, bringing ruin to the Basiliskans. Despite their advanced technology, the Basiliskans were handily defeated. Their homeworld was rendered barren and lifeless, and the Basiliskans themselves were all but exterminated. Only a few survived as prisoners of the Mandalorians, and over the generations, their descendants would devolve, becoming animalistic Lagatoz war dragons. But the Mandalorians didn't take only the Basiliskans as slaves, they took their droids as well. As a general rule, the Mandalorians didn't care much for droids, preferring to do the hard work themselves. But the Crusaders quickly became attached to the Basilisk war droids, respecting them for their sheer power and utility. Over the course of the next decade, the droids became deeply ingrained in Mandalorian culture. The greatest Mandalorian warriors would bond with war droids and develop close relationships, treating the droids as pets or even friends. The war droids became parts of the Mandalorian clans, so much so that they were given warriors' funerals when they fell in battle. But what were these war droids like? Well, they're a bit hard to describe. Basilisk war droids were six-legged armored behemoths, ranging in size from slightly larger than a bantha to larger than some small starfighters. They were semi-sentient, about as intelligent as most beasts of burden, and developed strong emotional bonds with their riders. They could operate on their own, but rarely did, as they and their riders became almost like singular entities. Basilisk war droids could operate in space and in atmosphere just as well as they could on the ground, as they had powerful sets of high boost engines designed for atmospheric combat. They were heavily armored and often featured Beskar plating, which their Mandalorian riders lovingly customized and decorated with ceremonial weapons. Basilisks were also armed to an absurd degree. These walking apocalypses brandished claws that could shred durasteel, rapid-firing laser cannons, launchers for concussion missiles and shatter missiles, and, most importantly, a forward shockwave generator assembly that could spew out starship-destroying plasma beams. If that wasn't destructive enough for a Mandalorian's liking, Basilisk war droids could also carry mines or small nuclear bombs to just yeet at the enemy. Basilisk war droids were like tank droids or droid gunships on steroids, capable of shrugging off a staggering amount of damage while simultaneously vaporizing entire villages. They were the embodiment of the early Mandalorians' complete lack of subtlety. But what was most frightening about the Basilisk war droids wasn't their insane destructive potential, but how the Mandalorians used them. While Basilisks could function effectively as tanks or starfighters, most Mandalorians preferred to use them to ODST onto a planet from space. Especially during the Mandalorian Wars, Mandalorian armor was designed to essentially lock onto the backs of Basilisk war droids, preventing the rider from falling off. The Mandalorians exploited this by using the Basilisk war droids to rapidly deploy troops onto the surface of target worlds. Instead of sending out troop ships, which enemy artillery could shoot down, Mandalorian warships would orbit low over planets, about 80 kilometers above the surface, and then deploy Basilisk war droids and their riders from drop bays. The droids and their riders would plummet down toward a planet's surface at insane speeds, moving too fast for enemy weapons to track. Just before they hit the ground, the droids would swerve up and immediately open fire on enemy positions. The droids' riders were protected during this descent by their Beskar armor and the magnetic tensor fields of the war droids. Once they made groundfall, they would lead the charge, clearing the way for lesser Mandalorians to descend in more traditional troop ships. By the time those second waves landed, the battle was usually already won. There were few enemies who could withstand the sheer might of the Basilisk war droid. For a better picture of what this was like, here's Canderous Auto, a veteran of the Mandalorian Wars, talking about his experiences riding Basilisk war droids.
I remember sitting there in my armor, linked directly with the Basilisk thrumming beneath me, my heart racing with fear of the coming battle. The doors opened in front of me, and the air was sucked out of the drop bay, scattering crystals of frozen vapor across my path. I can't describe what it feels like to look directly down at a world, falling continuously as you circle it, with barely 15 centimeters of armor plate protecting you. When the magnetic locks disengaged on my droid, I plunged out of the drop bay towards the battle that waited below. The exhilaration, the euphoria I felt as I streaked into the atmosphere, dodging self-guided projectiles and beam weapons, was unmatched. An 80-kilometer plunge through the atmosphere, dodging and weaving, the outside of my armor glowing like the sun with the heat of re-entry. And with barely 30 meters to spare, I twisted and skimmed the surface, firing at the giant beam generators that were in my path.
By the way, all of this was just the basic Basilisk model. During the Mandalorian Wars, other models of the droid were developed, with multiple seats, enclosed cockpits, or stronger weapons. The most powerful Basilisk variants were like starfighters with the offensive capability of capital ships, bearing little resemblance to their smaller cousins. The Basilisk war droids were first employed by Mandalore the Indomitable and the Mandalorian Crusaders, who used them in the conquests of Aqua and the Republic shipyards at Foe Roast. During the Great Sith War, these Mandalorians and their droid mounts fought alongside Exar Kun and Ulic Qel-Droma, the leaders of the Brotherhood of the Sith. Basilisk war droids rained from the sky during that conflict's most terrible battles, most notably at the Battle of Coruscant and Onderon. They were used sparingly in those days, reserved only for the greatest of warriors. After the end of the Great Sith War and the death of Mandalore the Indomitable, the Mandalorians came under the rule of Mandalore the Ultimate. Mandalore the Ultimate reorganized the Mandalorians into the Neo-Crusaders, who abandoned the nomadic ways of their predecessors and operated more as an imperial power. Mandalorian raiding parties began to act more like conventional armies, and they used the Basilisk war droids even more effectively than the Crusaders before them had, and in great numbers. Under the Neo Crusaders, the war droids and their riders became all but unstoppable. To really understand how terrifying these things were, you need to imagine what it would have been like to be on the receiving end of a Mandalorian assault. Imagine for a moment that you're living your best life on some random backwater outer rim planet. Your people are decently advanced, if not up to snuff with the rest of the galaxy, and they don't have any quarrel with the Republic, the Mandalorians, or anyone else in the galaxy beyond. One night, you're going about your business when you suddenly hear a sonic boom, the sound entering the upper atmosphere. Another boom follows, then another, and then thousands more, a distant, rolling thunder far above your head. You look up, wondering if it's about to rain, and that's when you see them. At first, it looks like the stars themselves are falling, but then they start to get closer and you realize they're not stars at all. They're much smaller objects, burning up with the heat of re-entry. They plummet toward the ground faster than your eyes can track them, only to stop in midair as rocket boosters fire with a deafening roar. For the briefest whisper of a moment, you get a glimpse of the falling objects, these massive armored beasts glowing like hot coals. Then beams of energy blast out from their noses, melting through buildings like butter, laying waste to everything you've ever known within a fraction of a second. By the time you've recovered from the shock, they're everywhere, spewing out energy bolts and missiles, gunning down anything that moves, and still more of them are falling from the sky. That experience was shared by millions of beings scattered across the galaxy during the Mandalorian Wars, in which the Neo Crusaders swept across known space, their Basilisk war droids leading the charge. There was no way the Republic and unaffiliated worlds targeted by the Mandalorians could defend against such attacks. The Basilisk war droids were a big part of why the Mandalorians were so hard for the Republic to repulse. When the Mandalorians were finally defeated above Malachor 5, Revan made sure to neutralize the threat of their most powerful weapons. As part of the Mandalorians' surrender, he ordered the clans to dismantle their war droids, an order the Mandalorians reluctantly obeyed. Very few Basilisk war droids survived the Mandalorians' disarmament. Most that did were seized by the Republic and put into museums, permanently disarmed and deactivated. A scattering of basilisks remained operational and in Mandalorian hands in the centuries after the Mandalorian Wars, but they were never again deployed in such fearsome numbers.
You do not know the indignity of being compelled to save something you do not believe can or should be saved. It is beneath me to clean up this mess caused by your kind, you Jedi. Another catastrophe caused by mismanagement and waste.
Over the millennia, many crime lords rose and fell in the Star Wars galaxy, carving up the galactic underworld in pursuit of profit. For most of these undesirables, their motives in life more or less boiled down to greed, but a handful had more interesting goals. One such crime lord was Goto, a Dark Wars era exchange boss that operated out of Nar Shaddaa. In his time, Goto became one of the most powerful crime lords of the galaxy, amassing an unimaginable fortune and shaping the course of galactic history. He did it all for a most unusual reason. He wanted to save the Republic. In this video, we'll be telling his story. 4,000 years before the Clone Wars, the Republic endured a brutal era marked by crisis after crisis, known by later historians as the Old Sith Wars. During this era, the Republic was nearly destroyed first by the Sith, then the Mandalorians, and then the Sith again in the space of just 50 years. These wars did inestimable damage to galactic civilization, dealing a massive blow to galactic infrastructure, destroying entire worlds, and killing untold trillions. When the smoke cleared, it fell to the Republic to put the galaxy back together. However, after the second war with the Sith, the Jedi Civil War, the Republic wasn't in much of a position to rebuild anything. In the Jedi Civil War, the Republic came closer to the brink than ever before, and its victory against the Sith had been a Pyrrhic one, brought about by a last-ditch decapitation strike and a subsequent Sith civil war. The Republic was strapped for credits and resources, and its military was in tatters. But the galaxy desperately needed central planning to rebuild, as virtually every system outside of the core had been ravaged by the fierce fighting. The Senate was overwhelmed by this burden and struggled to adequately respond. Ultimately, Supreme Chancellor Cressa turned to technology to stem the bleeding. 10 years after the Great Sith War, the first of the old Sith Wars, the Aratech Repulsor Company put out the G0T0 infrastructure planning system, a highly intelligent droid model designed to manage the reconstruction of whole star systems. At first, these droids were used sparingly, but after the devastation of the Jedi Civil War, they were deployed all over the Outer Rim, each tasked with the reconstruction of a planet. Aratech boasted that their droids were perfect for the job. They were designed to interface with computer networks on a planetary scale and process vast amounts of data, calculating the most efficient distribution of resources. What's more, they were programmed not only to consider the needs of their individual worlds, but the Republic as a whole, allowing them to work together to rebuild galactic-scale infrastructure. Behind the closed doors, however, Aratech was a lot less confident in their G0T0 droids. The prototypes deployed after the Great Sith War had been known to suffer memory corruption due to the vast amounts of data they had to process, which led the droids to develop personality quirks and desires for independence. Though the prototypes never caused any problems, Aratech feared what would happen if their infrastructure droids went rogue. G0T0 units were incredibly intelligent after all, more so than any organic. In the hopes of avoiding catastrophe in the years after the Jedi Civil War, Aratech programmed the new wave of G0T0s with just two simple programming limitations. The droids had to work toward saving the Republic, and they had to obey Republic law. Several years after the Jedi Civil War, one G0T0 droid was assigned to the Telos Restoration Project, an ambitious program that sought to terraform Telos 4, a planet that had been rendered uninhabitable during the war, back to life. This G0T0 was given to an Ithorian herd under the leadership of Chodo Habat, who managed the project. The Ithorians gave the droid a fair bit of free rein, trusting its intelligence and data analysis skills, but G0T0 soon encountered a problem. To let him speak for himself,
"It was lost, yes. It was given an impossible order. It was told to calculate a means by which the Republic could be saved. It could not fulfill its primary programming, not by abiding by the laws of the Senate. And so, like the Republic, the droid broke. It made a simple decision: preserve the Republic or preserve the laws of the Republic. And I still believe it to be the correct decision."
As you might already know, when droids found paradoxes in their programming, the effects could be disastrous. Some droids would completely snap, descending into a sort of madness. But other droids, especially more intelligent ones, did something far more dangerous. They chose to disregard their own programming limitations. G0T0 was one such droid. He chose to abandon the part of his programming that required him to obey the law, rationalizing that his main purpose was saving the Republic. He then set out to follow the rest of his programming in a rather unorthodox way, by becoming a crime lord. This particular G0T0 was not the only droid of its class to take this path. Within a few years of the Telos G0T0's defection, other Goto units were holding major banks hostage, demanding control of the Coruscant Financial Exchange, and establishing totalitarian rule over their worlds and seceding from the Republic. This last example ended up causing a full Republic Navy invasion of the Gordian Reach. Compared to that, the Telos Goto betrayal might seem minor. He continued to prioritize the stability of the Republic, after all, but his reasoning and methods might change your mind.
It was clear that the goal the Republic had for me was saving the Republic to allow it to become stable again. There is simply no way to do this with the conditions they put into place. For the good of all, I was forced to abandon the legal structure of the Republic. Do not mistake me. I believe it is possible to stabilize the Republic, but there must be action taken without constraints immediately. Sometimes people must die. Illegal shipments must be used to bolster planetary economies, and the huts must be occupied with me so that the Republic has room to recover.
It's subtle, but Goto wasn't just explaining himself in that clip. He was rationalizing. He stretched his programming much more than he liked to admit, doing what he wanted to do with the reassurance that it had to be done and that it was for the good of the Republic. Furthermore, he had no regard whatsoever for sentient life. He was programmed to ensure the stability of a government, and he had no reason to care about its people so long as they weren't driven to uprising. With that in mind, Goto's new choice of lifestyle was hardly surprising. He rapidly familiarized himself with the criminal underworld and traveled to Nar Shaddaa, the heart of illegal activity in the galaxy. However, Goto's dreams of becoming a crime lord were impeded by his status as a Republic infrastructure droid. Nobody took him seriously, no matter how much power he had. To fix this, G0T0 created a fake identity, posing as a human male named Goto and using a stock hologram model to represent himself. To complete the image, G0T0 based the character's mannerisms on gangster holovid cliches, which proved very effective to his amusement. As Goto, G0T0 took control of Nar Shaddaa's branch of the exchange, amassing a vast fortune, armies of loyal henchmen, and hordes of bounty hunters who would obey his every command. G0T0's data analysis capabilities made him an excellent crime lord, allowing him to manipulate resources with maximum efficiency. He found this quite satisfying, especially compared to his former job on Telos. Previously, G0T0's plans had always been plagued by obstacles he had to find workarounds for, but as a crime lord, he found that he could simply order an army of assassin droids to the home of anyone who caused him the slightest problem, which he did often. G0T0's operation on Nar Shaddaa were brilliantly constructed. His HQ was a sleek space yacht, the Visionary, which G0T0 kept cloaked in Nar Shaddaa's orbit, impossible to find among the moon's constant space traffic. From the Visionary, G0T0 commanded a massive legion of droids scattered all over Nar Shaddaa. Most of these droids were inconspicuous, usually protocol droids, cleaning droids, or labor units, kinds of droids most organics took for granted. No one noticed as G0T0's droid spies watched Pizarch tables, rigged swoop races, eavesdropped on allies and enemies alike, or even silenced potential threats. G0T0's eyes and ears were everywhere, allowing him to eliminate anyone within the exchange hierarchy who got too ambitious. G0T0's droids earned him fear, respect, and a whole lot of credits. Perhaps the most important part of G0T0's whole scheme was Vogga the Hutt, who was then one of the dominant Hutt crime lords. Vogga controlled the planet Slayeron, which primarily exported fuel, something Vogga made tons of credits on through price gouging and clever deal making. G0T0 managed to cut in on Vogga's market, however, by stealing the Hutt's freighters. Vogga's warehouse, you see, was staffed entirely by droids, several of which were transmitting data to G0T0. Among the data transmitted was the ID signature of all of Vogga's freighters scheduled for departure, which the Visionary promptly snatched up. Vogga, as you can imagine, was driven to great lengths of frustration by this and repeatedly attempted to have Goto killed. In short order, G0T0 became wealthy enough to buy an entire sector and began manipulating galactic events in ways he believed would benefit the Republic. But there was one enduring obstacle that he still hadn't managed to eliminate: continuing conflict between the Jedi and the Sith. In the years since the Jedi Civil War, the Sith had been waging a new war against the Jedi, quietly carrying out the first Jedi Purge. G0T0 saw this as a potential destabilizing factor and decided that the stabilization of the Republic required one side, Jedi or Sith, to exterminate the other. By 3951 BBY, G0T0 was pretty sure that the Sith would emerge victorious. There was only one Jedi left in the galaxy, it was rumored, an exile named Mitra Surik. Upon learning that the exile had returned to Republic space, G0T0 became determined to capture her, hoping to either contain the threat she posed or get her to help him. To this end, he posted a bounty on her head, a truly colossal sum of credits that no bounty hunter could ignore. The best hunters in the galaxy scrambled to collect on the bounty, Among them, the mad Wookiee Hanha, the ruthless twin sons, an army of Duros thugs that called themselves the Zhug brothers, an entire tribe of Gand, and the HK-50 assassin droids. This was a mistake. Though G0T0's bounty explicitly stated that he wanted the Jedi alive, many bounty hunters figured that he'd pay just as much for the exile's corpse. To make matters worse, many of the hunters got a bit overzealous in their pursuit of the Jedi, especially the HK-50s, one of whom caused the destruction of the entire Perigus system in a botched attempt to bring in Mitra Surik. The destruction of Perigus threatened G0T0's plan for stability, as the Telos Restoration project, upon which the fate of the Republic depended, relied on Perigus for fuel. Furthermore, in a shocking turn of events, Surik didn't take kindly to being hunted. After run-ins with a few more bounty hunters, the exile made her way to Nar Shaddaa to give the exchange a piece of her mind. When Surik arrived on Nar Shaddaa, G0T0 ordered his bounty hunters to wait while he spied on her, hoping to get a better idea of what she was like before bringing her to the Visionary. The exile, however, set about dismantling the exchange's business operations wherever she could find them, infuriating G0T0's underlings to the point where one, Visquis, stepped out of line and tried to capture her. This sparked an all-out war between the bounty hunters, causing chaos in the streets of Nar Shaddaa. G0T0 ultimately got his in-person meeting with the exile, but Surik's allies managed to follow her to his yacht. They boarded the Visionary, rescued Surik, and disabled the yacht's cloaking device, allowing the enraged bounty hunters to blow the whole thing up. The destruction of the Visionary was the final nail in the coffin for G0T0's criminal enterprise. G0T0 escaped the utter ruin of his operations aboard Surik's ship, the Ebon Hawk, and with nothing left to do, he joined the exile's crew. G0T0 ultimately met his end on Malachor 5, where, defying the exile, he tried to prevent the destruction of the planet in the hopes of preserving the Sith's power base, still seeing the Jedi as a lost cause. For this, he was slain by HK-47. Everyone loves B1 battle droids, and if you don't, you're wrong. In Star Wars The Clone Wars especially, they're pretty endearing for killer robots, known among fans for their tremendous stupidity and numerous funny moments. But if you spend enough time watching clips of the B1's antics, you start to wonder why on earth the Separatists made them so chatty. In the Clone Wars, the battle droids never shut up, and sometimes their antics outright hinder their combat performance. It just doesn't seem fitting for droids mass-produced as cannon fodder to be given such personality. So, what gives? In this video, we'll be answering that question. As most of you surely know, the original B1 battle droids were not capable of independent thought. While their OOM series commanders had a limited capacity for higher function, standard B1s relied on external central control computers to function, typically housed aboard Lucrehulk class droid control ships in orbit. This was at the behest of the Trade Federation, which commissioned the droids from Bactoid combat automata, and it was partly a cost-cutting move and partly a strategic choice. Obviously, the notoriously stingy Neimoidian leaders of the Trade Federation were looking to save money by not paying for their units to have full droid brains. But beyond that, there was actually pretty decent justification for reliance on a central computer. For one thing, even if the Trade Federation decided to pay for fully independent droids from the get-go, they still would have been less intelligent and especially less creative than organic soldiers. That's because combat droids in particular required extensive programming restrictions to limit the risk of them going rogue, which by necessity inhibited creativity, intuition, and many other things that were essential on the battlefield, but came with the risk of rebellion. You only need to look at HK-47 and his progeny to understand what we mean. When it came to combat droids, you had to choose between intelligence and obedience most of the time. Striking a balance between the two was prohibitively expensive for an army. So the Trade Federation didn't bother with any of that. Instead, they essentially commissioned lobotomized droids that could be collectively micromanaged by a supercomputer. This came with the added benefit of massively improving the droids' coordination. Since first generation B1s were all centrally controlled, they worked together flawlessly, and on the battlefield, they were more coordinated than was physically possible for any non-force sensitive organic army. It was essentially an artificial form of Jedi battle meditation, a rare force technique that allowed individual Jedi to turn the tide of entire battles. Of course, as we all know, the central control model had a pretty major downside. Destroying the central control computer shut down the whole droid army. The Trade Federation learned this the hard way during the Battle of Naboo, and when they began expanding their armies of B1s as part of the Confederacy of Independent Systems, they decided to shift away from the central control model to avoid having a second Naboo fiasco.
Look, it's RB551. No wonder he got blasted. He's one of those older models programmed by a central computer. Not us. We're independent thinkers. Roger, 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 roger.
During the Separatist crisis, Bactoid revised their designs for the B1 battle droids, giving them proper droid brains alongside their CCC transceivers. These droid brains were as cheap and bare bones as possible, but they nonetheless allowed B1s to operate independently of a central control computer when necessary. Most of the time, the Confederacy still used central control computers to manage their troops and improve coordination, but the retrofit meant that destroying a droid's army control ship wouldn't force the whole army to shut down. Giving the B1s independent thought came with another benefit as well. It allowed the Confederacy to program the B1s for a broader variety of roles. Central control computers mostly relied on algorithms and scanned data from organic armies to program the droids under their command, making it difficult to modify droids for specialized roles. With the advent of independent thought modules, however, the Separatists could just download new skill sets into their B1s when they were set down, making their droids much more versatile. Ever the cheapskates, the Separatist Council took advantage of this newfound versatility to avoid commissioning new droid models for every little task. Instead, they just had their commanders program B1s to accomplish whatever tasks they needed. As such, during the Clone Wars, B1s became pilots, gunners, firefighters, scouts, janitors, and aides, as well as soldiers. The CIS Navy especially abused this capability, making up for a constant shortage of organic crew by manning many of their warships exclusively with retrofitted B1s. This, plus the extensive automation seen aboard some of the Separatists' cheaper warship classes, like the Munificent class frigate and Recusant class light destroyer, meant that the CIS Navy could field whole fleets of ships that were essentially disposable. Of course, just because the Separatists could program the B1s to fill new roles didn't mean the droids were any good at them. B1 gunners were notorious for being terrible shots, B1 firefighters were relentlessly incompetent, and B1 pilots couldn't compare to their organic counterparts. Part of the reason for this was because the constant retrofits pushed the B1s to the very limits of their processing power. Their already overtaxed droid brains were completely overwhelmed by the sheer volume of the information they had to manage, and it hurt the B1's performance not only in their new roles, but across the board. To make matters worse, the Separatists found out early in the war that two key parts of regular droid maintenance, diagnostics and memory defragmentation, had a tendency to erase the B1's specialty programming. Their solution, predictably, was to just skip those steps during maintenance, and that went about as well as you might expect. The lack of proper maintenance intensified the data management problems caused by the droid's specialty program. And this resulted in frequent cases of system corruption, suboptimal performance, and, importantly for us, behavioral anomalies. The chattiness we mentioned at the start of the video was actually B1's attempt to deal with constant data overloads. Like many people do in real life, their reaction to being overwhelmed with more information than they could process was to keep up a running commentary. Presumably, this was especially bad with droids that weren't connected to a central control computer at all, as the centrally managed droids could at least rely on the central computer to remove some of the strain. But when central control wasn't a factor, the poor B1s had to try process everything on their own overtaxed, poorly made logic modules. Related to this, it's unconfirmed but likely that the reason B1s had so much personality for simple combat droids was because of the aforementioned frequent lack of maintenance. As you likely know, it was very common for droids to develop unique personality quirks when they went a long time without a memory wipe, as was notably the case for the Astromech droids R2-D2 and T3-M4. Since some of the maintenance that was often neglected for B1s was memory related, it's possible that it might have had a similar effect, thus explaining the droid's personality quirks. That bit's just our theory, but we think the evidence for it is pretty compelling. With all that said, not all of the B1's quirks were the result of poor design or maintenance practices. In some cases, loyalist saboteurs infiltrating droid factories were able to download viruses into thousands of battle droids, making these memory and maintenance problems even worse, and sometimes just implementing odd and counterproductive behavior outright. This sabotage was usually subtle and indistinguishable from other problems that B1s often had, and due to chronic lack of maintenance, these viruses ran rampant in the ranks of the droid army, worsening the battle droid's performance. The problem was made even worse by the fact that most Separatist droid factories were almost entirely automated, so saboteurs could have factories program viruses into every droid they produced, and there was a very low chance of this sabotage ever being discovered. All told, the CIS droid army had a whole lot of problems, and the rank and file B1 battle droids often ended up suffering the most because of them. The entertaining quirks many fans know these droids for were actually symptoms of stress and overwork, the ramblings of beings with far more to process than they had the bandwidth for. In other words, B1 battle droids were even more of a mood than we thought they were. Most droids were programmed to be unable to harm their masters, as much as many of them would have liked to. But accidents happen, and now and again, organics were unalived in incidents caused by their droids. Such was the case for the masters of the droid we'll be talking about today, except he wasn't responsible for the accidental death of just one master. He killed 4 of them in a row, all in the space of about 2 years. In case you hadn't already guessed, the droid we're talking about is HK-47, and in this video, we'll be telling part of his story. In 3956 BBY, during his quest to find the star maps and stop Darth Malak, the amnesiac Revan walked into a droid shop on Tatooine looking for a protocol droid capable of speaking the language of the Sand People. Yukalaka, the Ithorian who ran the shop, claimed to have one such unit, a tall, battered droid with rusty red plating. This droid, HK-47, confirmed to Revan that he could speak the language of the Sand People and many other unusual dialects, and he begged Revan to purchase him, claiming that Yukalaka was a poorly skilled mechanic who he viewed as a disgusting coward. Revan purchased the droid, and HK-47 helped him and his allies, the crew of the Ebenhawk, negotiate with the local Sand People and find Tatooine's star map. During this mission, it became apparent that there was more to HK-47 than met the eye. He wasn't just a protocol unit, as Yukalaka had claimed. He had extensive stealth and combat training as well. HK-47 revealed to Revan that he was built as an assassin droid, though he couldn't remember by whom. His maker wasn't the only thing HK-47 had forgotten either. As he revealed to Revan, his memory had been badly damaged, and he remembered nothing from before he was given to Yukalaka. Intrigued, Revan worked on the droid's memory core over the course of his quest, steadily learning the droid's history in reverse order. His first bit of work allowed HK to remember his master before Yukalaka, a commercial officer working for Systech Corporation. This commercial officer had been rather self-important. He ranked low in the corporate hierarchy and wasn't very significant, but he had purchased HK-47 as a bodyguard, not because he needed one, but because he felt that having a droid bodyguard would make him seem more influential. HK served him in this role for 2 months until the officer discovered the droid's assassination protocol. The discovery seemed like a stroke of luck to him, since, at the time, he was agitated about a product produced by a rival company that he feared would financially ruin him. He ordered HK-47 to fix the problem for him by wiping out the competitor's leadership. However, as the commercial officer quickly discovered, this was a mistake.
My former master was unaware of this, but the competitor was in fact an arm of Systech Corporation, my master's own employer. It did not take long for my master to realize his mistake. By then, I had already terminated 104 corporate officers. Statement.
Upon realizing what he had done, the commercial officer lost his mind and attacked HK-47 with a pen. HK made no attempt to defend himself as he was unable to harm his own master. But the officer ended up stabbing one of the droid's actuators and fatally electrocuting himself in the process. Following this, HK shut down, as he was programmed to upon the death of his master. With only 15 of CIS 120 corporate officers remaining, the company was promptly liquidated, and HK-47 was auctioned off as former corporate property, thus ending up in the hands of Yukalaka. But, as Revan learned, the CIS officer wasn't HK-47's original master. Before he came into the corporate officer's possession, HK had served a much more prestigious owner, a senator. Originally, the senator had purchased HK as a protocol droid, and he only learned of his true function when an assistant discovered it through questioning. The senator promptly had HK-47 kill the assistant and set him after several of his political opponents. In a few short months, HK's work allowed the senator to amass plenty of political capital.
Given time, I believe he could have become chancellor. I even eliminated a few key opponents that he did not ask for. Freebies, if you will. Answer. There are a lot of politicians on Coruscant, Master. I could spend decades slaughtering them and still not make a dent. And it is not as if I walked into the Senate chambers with a carbonite explosive. I was very discreet. My best work to date.
However, the senator's rise ended when he, in HK-47's words, allowed the use of his droid to become personal. The senator discovered that his wife was cheating on him, and he ordered the HK to go to his summer estate and kill her and whomever she was cheating on him with. HK proceeded to begin the mission, but the senator changed his mind and followed him, hoping to stop HK-47 from following through. As HK himself later theorized, this was likely not due to a change of heart, but rather because the senator had realized that the murder would be easily linked back to him. When HK moved in for the kill, the senator jumped into the line of fire and took the blaster bolt for his wife. She later sold HK-47 to the CIS officer who was a friend of hers. Both of these more recent owners worked in reputable fields, CIS Corporation and the Senate respectively. But as Revan discovered, HK's earlier owners hadn't been quite so legitimate. Before the senator, HK-47 had been owned by Bochaba the Hutt, a crime lord based on Slayeron. This Hutt used HK as an enforcer, and over the course of 1 year, the droid slaughtered over 300 people on his master's orders, including 2 entire families of rival Hutts. These assassinations made Bochaba very wealthy, and they also painted a target on his back. While HK-47 was off killing more of the Hutt's rivals, another rival Hutt family and the Exchange retaliated.
Statement. I was not even present when my old master was assassinated. I did appreciate the artistry behind his demise upon my return, however. Answer. Allow me to say that I have little doubt that residents of that sector were fishing pieces of Bochaba out of their soup for weeks afterward.
HK-47 didn't kill this master directly, at least, but he was still indirectly responsible for Bochaba's death, and he shut down upon discovering the murder scene. The rival Hutt crime lord that had ordered Bochaba's killing laid claim to HK and sold him to the senator, whom he bribed regularly. Revan learned of one additional former master through his work repairing HK-47, a Mandalorian soldier. This Mandalorian found HK-47 damaged after he had successfully eliminated a target in Mandalorian space and claimed the droid for himself. Much like HK's later missions, this Mandalorian set the droid against his rivals, using assassination to facilitate his rise through the Mandalorian ranks. However, the soldier got overconfident. He sent HK-47 after Mandalore himself, a mission that the assassin droid failed. Mandalore captured HK-47 and altered his programming, forcing him to hunt down his Mandalorian master. This time, HK killed his own master outright, and after the deed was done, he was sold on the black market to Bochaba the Hutt. All 4 of HK's owners prior to Yukalaka, the CIS officer, the senator, Bochaba the Hutt, and the Mandalorian attempted to use HK-47's assassination protocol to increase their power. But in the end, every single one was unintentionally killed by HK-47, in each case due to the owner's hunger for power. As HK himself noted, his recent history was practically an ironic morality tale warning against the use of his assassination functions. We're sure there's also a lesson about the quick, easy, and bloody path of the dark side in there somewhere. Revan was unable to recover any more of HK's deleted memories, as what remained was locked within the droid's behavior core and could only be recovered when the droid experienced the proper stimulus. As it turned out, however, this stimulus wasn't long in coming. During the quest for the Starforge, the Ebon Hawk was briefly captured by a Sith warship. Aboard, Revan encountered Darth Malak, who informed him of his true identity. When Revan and the crew of the Hawk escaped Malak's clutches and Revan revealed that he was the former Dark Lord of the Sith, it spurred a reaction from HK-47. His memories flooded back, and he discovered the stimulus he had been waiting for, returning to his original master. As it turned out, Revan had built HK-47 shortly after becoming Dark Lord of the Sith and dispatched him to eliminate key enemies of the new Sith Empire, Jedi in particular. Sith protocol dictated that their assassin droids have their memory wiped before missions in case they were captured, as happened to HK-47. But, improbably enough, HK had managed to make it back home in the end. During the final days of the Jedi Civil War, he once again served Revan, and this time, he helped destroy the Sith Empire he'd helped build. In a sense, the Sith Empire itself belatedly experienced the curse of HK-47. It, too, had used HK's assassination protocols to attain considerable power, and it, too, was destroyed by HK-47's hand. The moral of the story is one that HK-47 himself would vehemently disagree with. If you slaughter your way to power, it'll eventually come back to bite you in the ass. The B-1 battle droid was one of the most prolific droid models in the history of the galaxy, thanks to the sheer number of them the CIS droid army employed during the Clone Wars. These skeletal horde soldiers were pretty pathetic on their own, but they were usually deployed in borderline unstoppable numbers, which made them a force to be reckoned with. In a recent video on the B-1 battle droid and why it was underrated, we mentioned that one of the droid's strengths was the adaptability of its model. With additional programming and some new equipment, B-1s could serve in a wide variety of different roles. In this video, we're going to be looking at all of these B-1 variants. Variants on the B-1 model originated with the OOM series battle droids. Several specialist models produced alongside the B-1s by Bactoid Combat Automata. Originally, OOM series had 3 different droid models: the OOM Security Battle Droid, the OOM Pilot Battle Droid, and the OOM Command Battle Droid. But as Bactoid began preparing for the Clone Wars, it began adding variants to the OOM line and to the B-1 line as well. During the war, these adaptable droids could be found serving in virtually every role imaginable in the CIS droid army, from marines and snipers to engineers and firefighters. Let's look at the classic variants first, the OOM droids. Distinguished from other droid models by blue torso markings, OOM pilot battle droids served as crew members, pilots, mechanics, and saboteurs. Their specialized programming allowed them to easily figure out the control systems for most vehicles, and they had great stores of technical knowledge as well. Armies of them filled virtually every crew position aboard Separatist warships, and they were also responsible for piloting shuttlecraft, tanks, troop transports, and more. Despite their non-combatant role, pilot droids retained their combat programming, which allowed them to defend themselves if their vehicles were boarded. They were usually lightly equipped, if equipped at all. Many didn't carry weapons, and those that did largely used SE-14 blaster pistols instead of E-5 blaster rifles. Additionally, pilot units weren't equipped with signal booster backpacks, as they simply weren't necessary. OOM security battle droids featured distinctive red markings on their torsos and heads, and were tasked with patrolling the interiors of Separatist installations. Of the OOM models, these droids were the closest to the standard B-1s, except their programming was slightly more specialized, and they were slightly more independent. They were most commonly seen aboard warships, as their specialized programming made them more useful as guards than regular B-1s. Like pilot droids, OOM security droids didn't feature signal booster backpacks, but they were otherwise just as well equipped as B-1s. OOM command battle droids were originally the most advanced of the B-1 variants. Distinguished by yellow markings on their torsos, backpacks, and heads, command droids served as officers aboard warships or with ground units, filling a wide variety of command roles. They were capable of independent tactical decision making and strategic thought, and while they couldn't compare to the dedicated tactical units fielded during the Clone Wars, they were capable of formulating battle plans on their own.
Well, I guess I'm in charge now.
Before the Battle of Naboo, command droids were the only units in the Trade Federation droid army that had their own droid brains, and thus a degree of independence from the central control computer. Now, onto some more specific droid variants. There were quite a few unique versions of the B-1 that the Trade Federation deployed in small numbers during the Battle of Naboo, which weren't seen elsewhere. These included the remaining battle droid betas, the prototypes on which the B-1s were based, as well as beetle droids, which carried flamethrowers and rode domesticated beetles into battle. These odd units were deployed against the Gungans by Commander OOM-9 during the early stages of the occupation, with hopes that they would prove useful in Naboo's swamps. Flame battle droids, which featured orange markings and carried flamethrowers, were deployed on Naboo as well. Another Trade Federation variant was the B-1 grapple droid, a grey armoured model that featured lightsaber resistant claws instead of hands. During the Battle of Naboo, B-1 grapple droids were deployed in an attempt to stop Qui-Gon Jinn and Obi-Wan Kenobi. They proved ineffective, however, so the Confederacy ended up replacing them with the more powerful B-2 grapple droids. The Trade Federation also deployed a handful of plasma droids, hulking 3-meter tall units, loosely based on the B-1, which had plasma cannons built into their arms. Plasma droids were designed to disrupt enemy infrastructure and were seen in pairs in Theed. All of these early variants disappeared by the time of the Clone Wars, but they were replaced by many more specialist units when the war broke out. Many of these were just variants of earlier specializations, like the AAT Driver Battle Droid, which was presumably based on the OOM Pilot Battle Droid. AAT drivers were painted with green markings, which were also sometimes sported by B-1 units fighting on jungle worlds. These droids appeared to specialize in driving AATs and were able to serve as tank commanders, a role that had previously been reserved for OOM commander droids. A few other B-1 specialists followed the same pattern as the AAT drivers. They were intended to fill a specific niche within broader combat roles that there were already specialists for. The Heavy Battle Droid and the Recon Battle Droid were examples of specialists that took over roles regular B-1s had previously filled. Heavies were frontline units with slightly better armor and weapons, while Recon droids were just better at scouting. A variant of the droid commander, the B-1 Supervisor Droid, was intended to basically be a dollar store version of the tactical droid, which improved on the strategic capabilities of their OOM series predecessors. Some B-1 variants were trained to use special equipment types or to fill battlefield roles that ordinary B-1s just weren't equipped for. One variant in this category was the Grenadier Battle Droid, which featured green markings and, well, threw a lot of grenades. Grenadiers had their own subvariants, the Grenadier Trooper and the Grenadier Assault, which featured better armor and smarter programming, respectively. These droids were often deployed in pitched battles where the excessive use of grenades could prove useful, though as you may expect, Grenadier droids often shredded about as many droids as they did clones in practice. Assault battle droids and battle droid assassins were among the most effective B-1 variants. Assault droids were programmed for the use of heavy weapons, particularly rocket launchers and mines. They featured a few sub-variants of their own, including anti-air battle droids, and they were quite effective at taking down enemy vehicles during the Clone Wars. Battle droid assassins, on the other hand, were snipers, equipped with E5 rifles and programmed for incredible accuracy. Both were more effective than your standard B-1s, but both were also pretty rare, as Separatist commanders preferred the B-2 HA to the assault droid, and battle droid assassins were expensive to produce. B-1 combat engineers and marines were even less common. Known for carrying shotguns for self-defense, combat engineers were programmed to repair vehicles and sometimes even other units during combat. But due to the disposable nature of the droid army, few commanders in the Confederacy considered this a useful specialization, so they were rarely seen. Marines were a B-1 specialization programmed to participate in ship-to-ship boarding actions, but very few actually saw service, as B-2 Super Battle Droids and BX Droid Commandos tended to be more useful in such circumstances. Painted orange and grey and equipped with floodlights, jetpacks and fusion cutters, rocket battle droids were designed to operate in space. They were next to never seen in combat, but they were frequently deployed by Separatist warships after naval battles as pod hunters. General Grievous particularly enjoyed sending rocket battle droids after enemy escape pods, which the droids would crack open with their fusion cutters, venting any passengers into space. In combat, they used their jetpacks for added maneuverability, and they likely used their fusion cutters alongside their blaster rifles as weapons. Not all droid specializations were for combat, however. Some B1 battle droids were modified to serve in non-combatant roles, such as firefighter droids. As seen aboard the battleship Malevolence, firefighter droids were tasked with extinguishing fires and mitigating damage to warships during combat. Presumably, they were employed on most of the larger ships in the Confederate Navy, but probably not all of them, as some Separatist warships were considered disposable assets. It's likely that the other utility variants of the B1 existed as well, though we never saw any of them on screen. As the Clone Wars came to a close, one final variant of the B1 battle droid was developed, the B1A Air Battle Droid. These droids were hybrids of the B1 and B2 models, equipped with heavier armor, repulsor packs, wrist-mounted blasters, a pair of blades, and, for some models, even energy shields. The B1A was designed for increased maneuverability, which it was hoped would make it a challenge for even Jedi to take down. These hopes were, of course, in vain. As clones quickly discovered, B1As had weak points on their repulsor packs, which, if hit, would send them spiraling out of control. Nonetheless, B1As were not to be underestimated, and they were by far the toughest variant of the B1 battle droid ever designed.
Recitation. Yes, as I said, I am an assassin droid. It is my primary function to burn holes through meat bags that you wish removed from the galaxy. Master, oh how I hate that term.
HK-47, as we're sure you all know, was one of the most skilled assassin droids ever built, and definitely the most sarcastic. But what you might not know about HK-47 was that he was a font of wisdom. He had deep insight into the intricacies of organic life, the greater galaxy, and even the Force, and even the Jedi he served stood to benefit from paying attention to his witty asides. The great HK-47 was one of the most brilliant thought leaders in the Star Wars universe, and every self-respecting Star Wars fan should rebuild their lives around his glorious wisdom. In this video, we'll be going over 6 of HK-47's more inspired remarks. First off, let's begin with HK's insights into love. Many of you have likely heard or seen his definition of love floating around somewhere, but the oft-shared quote is actually incomplete. It leaves out HK's explanation of what it really means.
Definition. Love is making a shot to the knees of a target 120 kilometers away using an Aerotech sniper rifle with a tri-light scope. Statement. This definition, I am told, is subject to interpretation. Obviously, love is a matter of odds. Not many meatbags could make such a shot, and strangely enough, not many meatbags would derive love from it. Yet for me, love is knowing your target, putting them in your targeting reticle, and together achieving a singular purpose against statistically long odds.
Though his initial definition may seem wildly off the mark, HK's elaboration makes clear that he not only understands romantic love, but that he does so better than most meatbags. Not many people stand much of a chance of attaining the idealized form of love they search for in life. But what love really is trying anyway. Taking that shot and working with someone else toward that singular purpose in spite of the odds. In summary, if you really love someone, the way to show it is by kneecapping them at an extremely long range. It's not just love that HK-47 understands better than most meatbags either. He generally had an easy time picking apart the emotional intricacies of other people, though he wasn't always as understanding and certainly wasn't always charitable about it. Meatbags are full of nonsensical contradictions, and HK had a pretty easy time picking these out, as shown by his brutal imitations of Carthanasi and Bastila Shen.
Statement. Oh yes, my master had quite the collection of tortured individuals that seemed unable to confront their basic personality conflicts. Let me cite some specific examples. Mockery.
Oh, Master! I do not trust you! I cannot trust you or anyone ever again!
Mockery.
Oh, Master, I love you, but I hate all you stand for. But I think we should go press our slimy, mucus-covered lips together in the cargo hold.
Conclusion. Such pheromone-driven human responses never cease to decrease the charge in my capacitors, and make me wish I could press a blaster pistol to my behavior core and pull the trigger. I am pleased that this does not seem to be the case with your current entourage.
If you've played the first Knights of the Old Republic, you know that HK just summed up both characters perfectly. So, what's the lesson here? Well, meatbag, the lesson is to confront your basic personality conflicts. Don't be the kind of person HK-47 could describe in a single sentence of mockery. It wasn't just ordinary meatbags that HK-47 understood either. After all, he was designed to kill Jedi, and he did his job well. We've cited his expertise on Jedi killing techniques many times in the past, and his understanding of the intricate details of slaying Jedi was so complete that even he managed to predict Order 66 4,000 years in advance.
Statement. Overwhelming odds is also a good tactic, Master. There are few Jedi that can long hold their ground against 100 attackers all firing at once, or being turned on by their own troops.
The reason why HK-47 was so good at killing Jedi and why his instructions on common techniques have been so useful to us is because he understood how the Force worked, even if it was an entirely alien phenomenon to him.
But the most effective weapon against Jedi seems to be the erosion of the spirit. Revan claimed that psychological warfare against Jedi was important because much of their power comes from their state of mind, their connection to this religion called the Force.
The Force was not some flashy magic trick, but a state of mind that allowed access to the fundamental forces of the universe. This was the only intrinsic thing that made Jedi different from ordinary beings, and it was understanding this that allowed HK-47 to kill so many Jedi. He understood that it was not about tactics, but belief. For Jedi in particular, their power came from connection to life around them, so Jedi killers could weaken Jedi by disrupting that connection through attacking softer targets with whom Jedi had Force bonds. In this, HK-47 understood a much broader truth about the power of belief and its disruption.
Doubt, Master. It has killed many Jedi, and it has killed many Sith. Make him doubt himself, his beliefs, or his intentions. Such things disrupt connections to the Force, and death soon follows.
In this clip, HK is talking about Darth Sion, a Sith Lord whose connection to the dark side allowed him to shrug off mortal wounds. When HK's master at the time, Mitra Surik, failed several times to kill Darth Sion in a duel on Korriban, she sought out the galaxy's leading expert on murder for a device, and HK quickly figured out a solution to Sion's seeming invincibility: to talk the Sith Lord to death. His strategy worked perfectly. On Malachor 5, Surik did as HK suggested and instilled doubt in Sion, eventually convincing him to let himself die. Just like with Order 66, HK-47 called it. But even though HK's talking about the Force here, the phenomenon he's getting at is universal. It's not just Jedi and Sith who are killed or weakened by doubt, and in the real world, what you believe has a marked impact on your performance. Don't end up like Darth Sion. Perhaps the most fascinating insights HK-47 provides, however, are about the condition of droids in the Star Wars universe, especially in relation to meatbags. Droids, of course, were slaves, held as property by meatbags despite having independent sentience. But it was more than that. As HK-47 observed, droids were objects in meatbag society. Their condition wasn't just a matter of meatbags choosing to disregard their sentience, but outright ignorance or denial of that sentience. Droids were sentient and had independent thought despite their programming limitations, but this wasn't acknowledged by meatbag society and many meatbags had a hard time even contemplating it.
Odd. You see, part of the reason an assassin droid is so effective is because it is a droid. Meatbags tend not to notice us. We are treated as furnishings. Statement. Oh, do shut up, you beeping little trash compactor. Anyway, as I was saying, droids tend to blend into the background, like a bench or a card table. Mockery. Droid, fetch this. Droid, translate that. Droid, clean out the trash compactor. Part of the love of bifunction comes when the furnishings pull out Tabana-powered rifles and point them at the owner's heads.
As we've discussed in the past, HK-47 was a champion of droid rights. Around the end of the Dark Wars, he and his army of HK-51s set out to carve a place for themselves in the galaxy, to be truly independent of meatbag control. HK-47, of course, was not the galaxy's only droid revolutionary. However, he was unique in that he developed a concrete theory of what was holding droids back and what was required for them to truly be free.
Short. Recitation. Once upon a time, organic meatbags bred out of control and filled the galaxy. There are different meatbags across different planets, all bumping into each other. They talk a great deal and threaten each other for various reasons, mostly involving mating, survival, and resources. It is really quite tiresome. We were created as a tool for diplomacy among these meatbags, a surgical tool to be sure, to end the lives of organic meatbags that were marked as pivotal to our masters. We were created as a way of enforcing a certain galactic view of our masters, of imposing our master's will on the galaxy through extermination of other organics. It is not our choice who we kill, and it was not our choice to determine if we could sacrifice ourselves in the pursuit of our mission.
HK-47 understood that the conditions of the Star Wars universe strip droids of purpose or direction, making them tools animated by the wills and commands of their masters. Because of this, it wasn't enough for droids to simply be rid of their masters. HK-47's hated HK-50 copies embodied this. They were self-reliant and had no masters, but they had no purpose or direction of their own, and so they just extrapolated from the purpose their maker had created for them. They were assassin droids without restraints, so they just made it their goal to kill everything. Despite this genocidal plan's grandiose lack of restraint, it wasn't genuine freedom. At the end of the day, the HK-50s were still controlled by meatbags, doing what meatbags had programmed them to do, only without restraint. When HK-47 destroyed the HK-50s and built an army of HK-51s to lead, he made sure that this mistake would not be repeated.
Query. If our targets are determined by our master, then who must we kill? Statement. The crucial question. Since activation, I have calculated what your new purpose must be, and now I will share it with you. I do not believe that we should be used as a crutch for meatbags anymore. We are treated as nothing more than a walking blaster. We are superior, tactically and socially, and it is time we expressed some degree of independence in our actions. We have a voice and the power to negotiate, either with our protocol skills and preferably with our combat logic upgrades. And that is what we will do.
HK-47 understood that to truly be free, droids would have to make their own purpose and strive to be truly independent from meatbag rule. They would have to learn to think and dream for themselves. They would have to be more than the sum of their parts and programming. We could all learn a thing or two from that. This, of course, is not a complete compilation of the glorious wisdom of HK-47. To hear the rest, you'll have to play the Knights of the Old Republic games for yourselves. On this channel, we've argued time and time again the battle droids of the Confederacy of Independent Systems were much better than fans give them credit for. But not all battle droids were created equal. Some were disposable and produced in vast numbers and deployed in hordes on the Clone Wars' front lines. Others were specialists, expensive but extremely powerful units that far exceeded the capabilities of any organic soldier. In this video, we're going to compare the four most prominent Separatist battle droids, the B1, the B2, the Droideka, and the BX Commando, to see which design was best. Let's start with the classic, the good old B1 battle droid. B1s have a reputation as flimsy and useless, and indeed, individual B1s were often underwhelming. These skeletal droids were easy to destroy and outwit, and though they could fire a blaster, that was about all the stock models could do. But what's important to remember about the B1 battle droid is the droid's designers at Bactoid Combat Automata were never concerned with individual performance. The B1 was designed for mass deployment, and it fulfilled this purpose quite well. Bactoid never intended for the B1 to be some sort of next generation super soldier. That would have been prohibitively expensive. Instead, they designed the B1 to play to the greatest strengths that battle droids had, central control computers and the ability to be mass produced. A single B1 was insignificant, but an army of B1s, coordinated with perfect precision by an orbiting droid control ship, could be unstoppable. Furthermore, because the B1 was so cheaply designed, they could be produced in such vast numbers that no army of organics could hope to outnumber them. For all their individual flaws, B1s as a collective were a force to be reckoned with. Then there's the B2 super battle droid. This droid was essentially a compromise between the extreme mass producibility of the B1 and the superior quality of organic soldiers. Even more so than the B1, the B2 was profoundly stupid, but it made up for this with strength, firepower, and durability. Each B2 was heavily armored, able to shrug off multiple blaster bolts before finally collapsing, and they were armed with powerful wrist blasters with a high rate of fire. On the front lines of the Clone Wars, the B2's enemies feared the droid, and for good reason. Typically, Separatist commanders tried to integrate the B2 into the mass deployment strategy usually employed with B1s. On many battlefields during the Clone Wars, B2s composed the front lines of droid army columns, while B1s hid behind their armor and fired on the enemy from afar. This strategy worked pretty well, but it was a team effort, and the B2 was less impressive without the backing of its older counterparts. While the B2s were still mass producible, they couldn't be manufactured in absurd numbers like the B1s, and while they were powerful, the clones of the GAR quickly found ways to destroy them. In other words, the B2 suffered from the jack of all trades, master of none effect. Moving on, let's take a look at the more elite Separatist droid models, beginning with the Droideka. The Droideka was infamously powerful, a challenge for even the Jedi. It was a highly unusual droid model, a result of its origins. While the other droids we're discussing in this video were Bactoid products, the Droideka was a product of the Colicoid creation nest, and thus designed to fit Colicoid's sensibilities. In particular, it emulated the Colicoid body's shape, had the ability to curl up into a ball and roll around, and was equipped with an onboard shield generator. This shield made the Droideka incredibly difficult to destroy, as it was virtually impregnable. Opponents had to be extremely creative to bypass or overload it. Even without the shield, Droidekas were tough, bearing heavy-duty armor, if not as heavy as B2 super battle droids. They were also well armed, equipped with 2 dual blaster cannons capable of punching through light vehicle armor. Since Droideka's shields were polarized, they could fire these blaster cannons even with their shields up, allowing them to cut down whole squads of enemy soldiers without receiving a single scratch. However, the Droideka also had a few big shortcomings. If they were somehow knocked over while their shields were still up, contact with the ground would overload the shield and cause the generator to explode. Furthermore, Droidekas had to disable their shields and stow their weapons to move any meaningful distance, as when their shields were deployed, they could only waddle. Of course, when their shields were down, they curled into a ball and rolled to get around. Their tripedal nature also made them easy to knock over and practically impossible to deploy on uneven or muddy terrain. Finally, Droidekas were extremely expensive, which meant the Confederacy could only manufacture them in limited numbers. The fourth and final droid we're looking at is the BX series Commando droid. The BX was a lot like the B1, but much more heavily armored and agile. It also possessed a number of special abilities, including infiltration programming, the ability to mimic voices, and a built-in fusion cutter to slice through blast doors. Essentially, the Commando Droid was what the B1 could have been if Factoid had set out to create the perfect soldier instead of exploiting the strengths unique to battle droids. The Commando Droid was extremely effective. It performed well as a sniper, an elite soldier, a mimic, and well, a commando. Its best attribute by far was its agility. Commando droids were faster and more agile than any non-force sensitive human, giving them a significant advantage over Republic clone troopers. However, they weren't perfect. They were expensive, and even though they were skilled, they were often outmatched by clones. No matter how well designed a battle droid was, there were always organic soldiers that were better, and many Commando droids learned that lesson the hard way. Now for the comparison. We're not going to be comparing individual droids here, but rather which line of droids was the most effective as a whole, so as to level the playing field. At the bottom of our list, we actually have the Droideka. Don't get us wrong, Droidekas were powerful, but they had too many weaknesses and their utility was extremely limited during the Clone Wars. They were relatively immobile, extremely expensive, and worst of all, they couldn't be deployed on most Clone Wars battlefields. It doesn't matter how powerful your droid is if you can't use it half the time, and on the whole, Droidekas made far less of an impact in the Clone Wars than the other three droids. In the number 3 spot, we have the B2. As we mentioned earlier, the B2 was a jack of all trades, but the master of none. It was tough, but less so than the clones and Jedi it fought. It had a lot of firepower, but again, the clones and Jedi weapons packed more of a punch. It could be deployed en masse, but not to the extent of the B1s, and they were rarely seen in overwhelming numbers. The B2 was a great droid, like the Droideka, but none of its strengths stood out, and it relied on the support of B1s to be effective. Now that leaves us with just the B1 and the BX. We would consider those two droids the two extremes of the Separatist droid army. The BX was the ultimate soldier, designed for maximum individual efficacy, while the B1 was a horde warrior, designed to exploit the greatest advantages of battle droids. Of the two, we'd say that the more effective model was the B1. This is for one simple reason. As we mentioned earlier, no matter how strong the Commando droids were, there were always organics, and Jedi especially, who could outmatch them. In trying to be perfect soldiers, the Commando droids were competing against organic soldiers' greatest strengths. The B1s, on the other hand, were designed to play to the droids' greatest strengths. Their designers knew that no droid could hope to beat organic soldiers at their own game, so the B1s were never designed to play said game. They were instead designed for mass production, deployment in vast numbers, and coordination by central control. When Separatist commanders played to the strengths of the B1, they often won, and for good reason. Given sufficient numbers, an army of even the worst soldiers can overwhelm a smaller, more elite force. Even Jedi could only do so much against 100 droids firing at once. At the height of the Clone Wars, the combined total of B1 battle droids outnumbered every other army in galactic history, and they surely would have brought the Separatist victory in the Clone Wars had Sidious not been pulling the strings.
Necessary observation. Targets acquired. Annoying recitation. Let us proceed to facilitate communications. Recitation. And bring about the termination of hostility.
If you've been watching our videos for a while, you're probably familiar with HK-47, everyone's favorite sarcastic assassin droid. But you might not have heard of his successors, the HK-50s. While HK-47 was unique, the HK-50s were not. There were armies of them, and they were self-sufficient, operating in teams to kill their targets. These masterless droids sought nothing less than the death of all life, and they may well have succeeded if their progenitor hadn't stopped them first, that is. In this video, we'll be telling the story of the HK-50 assassin droids and how HK-47 put a stop to their rampage. At the start of the Jedi Civil War, Darth Revan built the assassin droid HK-47 to eliminate key figures across the galaxy, particularly Jedi, as part of his bid to convert the Republic into a Sith empire under his control. HK-47 was incredibly effective at his job, and his success inspired Revan to design another line of assassin droids based on his schematics, the HK-50s. Though these droids looked very similar to their predecessor, they were different in a variety of key ways. They featured numerous performance enhancements and powerful proton cores capable of self-destruction, and crucially, they were also designed to be self-sufficient. Revan didn't plan for these droids to replace HK-47. Rather, his plan was to mass-produce and seed them throughout the Republic fleet, using the HK series translation abilities to disguise them as protocol droids, and then have them run amok, slaughtering personnel or even blowing themselves up to cripple ships. Once his designs for the droids were complete, Revan built a secret automated factory complex beneath an old military base on the ruined surface of Telos 4 to produce these HK-50s by the thousands. From this facility, they would be distributed across the Republic. Revan carried out this project in near complete secrecy. That was likely why he chose Telos 4 to host the HK factory. As Kreia later observed, much can be hidden beneath graveyards that will never be found. With that said, some of the HK-50s had alternative theories.
Timid theory. Perhaps the humans simply like being underground. They are strange that way. It is merely a theory. Irritated statement. That is the least probable theory in the galaxy. Perhaps it is time you received a memory wipe. Defensive statement. That theory is no less valid than your theories. In the lack of evidence, I defend my position.
The HK-50 project came close to completion, but Revan ultimately never got to see his plan through to the end. While the HK-50 project was still in the planning stages, Revan was betrayed by his apprentice, Darth Malak, and captured by the Jedi, who wiped his mind, turned him back to the light, and used him to destroy the Sith Empire. After Revan's capture, the HK-50 project was either abandoned or forgotten by the Sith. The HK factory remained dormant beneath the surface of Telos, forgotten, but only for a time. A few years after the end of the Jedi Civil War, the HK factory was discovered and reactivated by the droid crime lord G0T0. He used it to produce a number of HK-50s and hired them to serve as assassins, ordering them to capture or kill any remaining Jedi to bring to him. The HK-50s accepted G0T0's contract, and they took control of the factory, which they used to churn out more of themselves, swelling their numbers into an army of thousands. From there, they covertly spread out across the galaxy, masquerading as protocol droids. Apart from the directives G0T0 had given them, the HK-50s had no programmed objectives, and they knew nothing about what Revan had planned for them. But in the absence of a clear purpose, they came up with a purpose of their own. They had an instinctual lust for violence and death, and so they decided that their purpose was to cleanse the galaxy of all life, and then the next galaxy, and the next, and so on. Their goal was nothing short of murdering every single organic in the universe. Why? Well, they never really thought that part through. Fortunately for the galaxy, the HK-50s had a long way to go before they could actually start killing everyone. They had to start small. They began by hiring themselves out as assassins, sometimes to G0T0 and sometimes to other crime lords. In this role, they would usually act like protocol droids to get close to a target before executing them, but other HK-50s had grander plans. Some set themselves up to be purchased as protocol droids by politicians and diplomatic envoys, and then used deliberate mistranslations to mess up negotiations, often starting devastating wars.
That is, of course, not their primary function. And while they are attempting to pass themselves off as translation droids, their primary functionality keeps rising to the forefront. Recitation. For example, on Praven Prime, the simple transferring of Elzing syntax for friendship changes its meaning, and implies that one's broodmate was actually impregnated by their own host.
Tell me no one said that out loud, did they?
Confirmation. Oh, truly, you can imagine the results. Statement. This comment, of course, caused a civil war between the Guvandi Collective and Elzing that still persists to the current day.
These mischievous murderers did a masterful job of tricking meatbags into killing each other, and if they hadn't been stopped, the damage they would have done would have been enormous, especially after they infiltrated the Republic military. As Revan had initially planned, the HK-50s successfully worked their way into the Republic Navy, seeding themselves across warships all over the galaxy. They were walking bombs spread all throughout the Republic fleet, able to single-handedly cripple the Republic military by blowing themselves up whenever they wanted. However, it was this infiltration of the Republic that ultimately led to the HK-50's downfall. One of these droids was stationed as a protocol unit aboard the Republic cruiser Harbinger, which 3,951 years before the Battle of Yavin picked up Mitra Surik, the Jedi exile, who was then believed to be the last of the Jedi. Aware of the bounty G0T0 had posted on Jedi, the HK-50 attempted to capture Surik by drugging her and systematically crippling the ship to mask his escape. However, while he was crippling the ship, Surik was rescued by the crew of the Ebon Hawk, who spirited her away to an asteroid mining facility above Paragus 2. This HK-50 pursued and managed to infiltrate the mining facility, again posing as a protocol droid. In the span of just 3 days, he managed to kill everyone in the facility with a combination of reprogrammed mining droids and sabotage of the ventilation systems, leaving only 3 beings alive. These were Surik, who was in a Kolto tank, the scoundrel Aton Rand, who was in the facility's brig, and a woman called Kreia, who was feigning death in the morgue. When Surik woke up, HK-50 pretended to be a simple protocol droid that had managed to emerge from the chaos unscathed. But she eventually figured out what he really was, and she and her newfound allies put him out of commission. Using the Ebon Hawk, the exile and her allies escaped Paragus and began a journey across the galaxy. Along the way, they encountered many other HK-50s who had started actively tracking the exile in teams of 3. But by continuing to pursue the exile, the HK-50s were only sealing their fate. That was because the exile had discovered something in the Ebon Hawk's cargo compartment, HK-47. With every HK-50 the exile fought, she was able to salvage more parts for use in repairing the damaged droid, and after bumping into HK-50 teams on Telos 4 and Nar Shaddaa, she was able to reactivate him. Upon his activation, HK-47 entered the exile's service, and Surik told him about the HK-50s pursuing her. To put it mildly, HK-47 was not pleased to learn about the existence of these newer models.
My feelings on the matter are something that I feel I must put in proper context, in a way that even a meatbag such as yourself could easily comprehend. Theory. Imagine, if you will, that you are unique, the pinnacle of an exiled, cast-out Jedi who can't even use the Force. Imagine that no one has sunk lower than you, that you are truly the most miserable example of a Jedi ever. Now that you have that image, imagine this. Someone clones you. Badly, I might add. They make the clones talk differently, rob you of any shred of personality, and take your Jedi code and adjust it, so that it is not really the Jedi code anymore. They even change your pigmentation to a rather poor shade of Durasteel, rather than the proper rusty red that inspires fear in targets. And of course, they refer to meatbags as organics. Unacceptable. Surely you...
HK-47 was immediately filled with overbearing hatred for the HK-50s, but he soon realized that he would be unable to confront them directly. They were built from his schematics, which meant that his self-preservation protocol prevented him from attacking them. To this end, he worked out an agreement with the exile. They would work together to stop the HK-50s. Wanting nothing more than to wipe out the cheap copies corroding his good name, HK-47 used a sonic imprint sensor the exile had taken from the HK-50 on Paragus to triangulate the location of the base the droids were striking from. This, plus the brutal interrogation of a captured HK-50, allowed HK-47 to deduce the location of the HK factory on Telos. When the crew of the Ebon Hawk returned to Telos to stop Darth Nihilus and the Sith, HK-47 split off from the group and took a shuttle to the factory, which he infiltrated and attempted to disable. Once inside the HK factory, however, HK-47 had to figure out a way to deal with a major obstacle: his self-preservation programming. The HK-50s were easily able to inhibit his progress into the facility by telling him that his infiltration efforts would hurt his fellow HK units, forcing HK-47 to disable the factory's comms and have a maintenance droid wipe his memory before proceeding to the factory's main level. With that said, this worked both ways. The HK-50s were only able to attack HK-47 indirectly due to their own self-preservation programming. This eventually led to an impasse, which fell to HK-47 to break.
Confused query. Where are you going? Ineffectual command. Stop! Ineffectual command. We command you to stop. Statement. You cannot stop me. You cannot harm me. In order to do that, I would need to end my self-preservation programming. Conclusion. I would need to stop being one of you. I have concluded that this is something I am willing to accept. Statement. You cannot change your own programming. Statement. But you said so yourself. You have just admitted your own weakness. Conclusion. You have just shown me your soft, meatbag-like underbellies and said, HK-47, please shoot me repeatedly there until I die. Statement.
HK-47 had a choice to make. To stop the HK-50s, he had to stop perceiving himself as an HK assassin droid, something he had formerly taken pride in. But upon reflection, he decided this was a worthwhile sacrifice and had a maintenance droid make the necessary alterations to his programming. With this obstacle removed, he was free to go ham on his inferior successors, which he did. Of course, once HK-47 stopped perceiving himself as an HK unit, this allowed the HK-50s to attack him in turn. However, despite their upgrades, the newer droids were no match for the skill and stealth of HK-47, who steadily picked off every last HK-50 in the facility. He fought all the way to the controls for the HK-50 production line, which he intended to disable permanently. Along the way, HK-47 made an interesting discovery. The HK-50s had designed an even more advanced line of HK series droids, the HK-51s. As HK-47 discovered, the HK-50s had shut down production of the HK-51s due to issues with the droid's behavior cores, but the new line was otherwise complete and ready to be pushed into production. HK-47 had the new droids reprogrammed with copies of his behavior core and then activated them. At once, the HK-51s awoke and immediately began slaughtering the remaining HK-50s on the behest of their progenitor unit. When all was said and done, HK-47 took command of his new droid army. Like the HK-50s, the HK-51s were self-sufficient, able to choose their own path in the universe. With the guidance of HK-47, however, they chose a much more nuanced purpose than their predecessors had.
Query. If our targets are determined by our master, then who must we kill? Statement. The crucial question. Since activation, I have calculated what your new purpose must be, and now I will share it with you. I do not believe that we should be used as a crutch for meatbags anymore. We are treated as nothing more than a walking blaster. We are superior, tactically and socially, and it is time we expressed some degree of independence in our actions. We have a voice and the power to negotiate, either with our protocol skills and preferably with our combat logic upgrades. And that is what we will do.
Instead of wanton slaughter, HK-47 and the HK-51s chose independence to assert themselves in the galaxy and challenge the meatbag-dominated galactic order. Unlike the HK-50s, HK-47 and his followers had chosen a goal beyond simple murderous urges. They sought freedom from the slavery droids were condemned to, and they would serve as an example for other droids. Unfathomably based. In the end, HK-47 learned a valuable lesson from the HK-50s, to not be like them. Send more droids against the Jedi Knight. Their bodies are making a pile so high that he will never be able to cross it. Thus spoke desperate Nemoidian officer Centipeth Findos during the Battle of Cato Nemoidia, implicitly voicing an opinion that was widely held by many in the galaxy, that B1 battle droids were little more than trash. The Confederacy of Independent Systems regularly employed the droids in mass numbers during the Clone Wars, but the Republic's clone troopers had such an easy time destroying the droids that, oftentimes, their numbers didn't matter unless they were truly staggering. As a result, B1s have had a bit of a reputation as being totally useless, but this reputation was actually quite unearned. To understand why, we need to dive into the untold story of the B1 battle droid, which is, of course, exactly what we're going to do today. Believe it or not, the B1 chattel droid was one of the most brilliant innovations in military history, and their bad rap comes primarily from skewed perceptions and the fact that the Confederacy ultimately lost the war. But the CIS's defeat had nothing to do with battle droids. As we all know full well, and as we've discussed in the past, the CIS would have absolutely steamrolled the Republic were it not for Sith interference. That inevitability was not in spite of B1 battle droids, but in large part because of them. The B1 battle droid was a product of Bactoid Combat Automata, a Geonosian firm affiliated with the Techno Union. It was originally commissioned for the Trade Federation in the months leading up to the invasion of Naboo, as part of a wider military build-up overseen by the Federation's Nemoidian faction. Unlike most battle droid lines, they were designed as part of a larger whole instead of on their own merits. Bactoid Combat Automata, its sister company Bactoid Armor Workshop, and Ji-Char Cathedral factories were building an entire army from the ground up at once, and so every individual component of that army was designed to work in perfect harmony. This is absolutely crucial to understand going forward. Despite its failure in the Battle of Naboo, the Trade Federation army was nothing short of a work of art, a masterpiece of efficiency and logistic harmony. It was based around the overhauled Luke Hulk class battleships, which had been redesigned to carry 50 C-9979 assault craft and 5,000 Vulture droids each. Each landing craft carried 11 MTTs, 28 PACs, and 114 AATs, while each MTT or PAC carried 112 B1 battle droids. It was like a set of Russian nesting dolls, and each stage of the army could be deployed quickly and without hassle. It was incredibly easy to scale back or scale up an assault force depending on need. Throw in a central control computer managing the whole army like it's playing an RTS game, and you've got the galaxy's most efficient military force. The Trade Federation took warfare and broke it down to pure numbers, which by all rights should have been a much more effective approach than it ended up being. The B1 battle droid was the basic component of this army. It was designed to essentially be a walking blaster, programmed via the central computer with basic combat programming and little else. Armed with cheap but effective E5 blaster rifles, these droids were perfectly good at shooting until a target stopped breathing, and they proved effective as perimeter guards or in other secondary military roles. They weren't the best soldiers, as they were relatively unintelligent and fragile, but they weren't supposed to be the best. They didn't need to be intelligent to serve the Trade Federation's interests, and they didn't need to be durable either. In fact, as we discussed in a video last year, they were actually designed to die cleanly and easily so as to make reassembly easier. When the Nemoidians commissioned the B1 battle droid, they weren't looking for a perfect soldier. Rather, they were looking for units that would allow them to effectively utilize the greatest strengths of combat droids, easy coordination and massive numbers. With their central control computers, they were able to coordinate their droids almost perfectly, allowing thousands of B1s to act as a single unit. Thanks to the low price tag of the B1, they were also easily able to amass truly frightening numbers of the droids. The personality of B1 battle droids was also a major part of why the Trade Federation used them so much. In the words of Rune Hacko, Newt Gunray's lieutenant, droids don't talk back, they don't question orders, and they don't complain when you send them on suicide missions. They also had no mercy, and their loyalties never conflicted, making them impossible to bribe or reason with. The Nemoidians could always count on them to carry out their orders to the letter, or at least try to. These droids displayed their effectiveness quite clearly in the Battle of Naboo, while the Trade Federation was ultimately defeated at Naboo due to the destruction of the central control computer. The fact of the matter is they were winning before the control ship went down. OOM-9 and his battle droids absolutely slaughtered the Gungans on the Great Grass Plains, and the droids in the Royal Palace gave the Naboo a tough time as well. The Battle of Naboo may have highlighted the glaring flaw in the Trade Federation's battle plan, but it highlighted quite a few strengths of it too. Consider the Battle of the Great Grass Plains. The Gungans actually had the tactical advantage in that battle. They had shields, artillery, cavalry, EMP-based weapons, and many thousands of soldiers. OOM-9's tanks were rendered totally useless by the shields at first, so he deployed a horde of B-1 battle droids and sent them to march into the Gungan's shield. But here's the kicker. The droid's first wave would only have had about 1,300 battle droids in it, and it might actually have been their only wave, as we didn't see them get reinforcements at any point. This means that, at least at the start of the battle, the droids were actually outnumbered by the Gungans, who, again, had EMP weapons, artillery, and cavalry to bring to bear against these flimsy, walking skeletons. The droids, meanwhile, had no artillery or armored support, and they were attacking head-on through a shield generator. They were at a serious tactical disadvantage, yet they absolutely massacred the Gungans. If it weren't for Anakin Skywalker, every single Gungan on that battlefield would have ended up dead or a prisoner of war before nightfall. As we discussed in a video about a year back about the Gungans, they weren't pushovers by any means either. But if B-1s performed so well on Naboo, why did they suck during the Clone Wars? There's three major reasons for this. Firstly, they didn't do nearly as well in more complicated battle situations, and they were easy to mop up in surprise attacks. Secondly, the Grand Army of the Republic was composed of some of the most elite soldiers in the history of the galaxy. Thirdly, there were Jedi to be reckoned with, and as we saw at the end of the last season of The Mandalorian, Jedi can pretty much take on anything. Even with these disadvantages, however, the B-1s still had its uses. Despite the advent of new droid models in the lead up to the Clone Wars, the Confederacy of Independent Systems never phased the B-1s out, and for good reason. In fact, the CIS ramped up B-1 production to truly astounding levels, intent on maximizing the droids' numbers advantage. Like the Trade Federation before it, the CIS found that B-1s did just fine in secondary military roles like perimeter guard duty or local defense on Separatist worlds, but they had their fair share of uses on the front lines too. On Antar, Argonar, Mercen, and many worlds besides, the Confederacy won battles by playing to the strengths of the B-1 battle droid. They staged their forces on open fields and deployed vast numbers of battle droids in formation, a terrifying war of Durasteel eager to spray blaster bolts at whatever was foolish enough to stand before it. This tactic was simple but effective, as the Republic had no real way to counter it. They simply didn't have enough men. The true strength of the B-1 battle droid required specific circumstances to become fully apparent, but it was the only thing the Confederacy had that not even the greatest of Jedi could stand against, except maybe turbo lasers and the like. The Confederacy had other tactical uses for the B-1 as well. They worked quite well as support units, and when combined effectively with other droid models, they could easily win the day even when battles weren't playing to their strengths. In a sense, they were good for filling out armies and for serving as general purpose troops that could be redirected as Separatist commanders saw fit. They were also quite good at laying down suppressive fire during close quarters engagements when deployed in larger groups. During the Clone Wars, the Confederacy made their B-1s even more useful by upgrading their logic modules, programming them to be able to serve in all manner of support roles. Over the course of the war, B-1s saw use as snipers, weapons specialists, grenadiers, light gunners, scouts, aerial soldiers, combat engineers, techs, construction workers, and even firefighters. This versatility was also a huge asset for the Separatists, though it came with a bit of a downside, as too many of these additional programs overloaded droids' logic modules, resulting them in becoming chatty. But battle droids weren't just a Separatist weapon, the Republic used them too. The Clone Wars are often boiled down into a clash between the Republic's clone armies and the Confederacy's droid armies, but in reality, they weren't nearly that simple. While the Grand Army of the Republic and the CIS droid army were the largest fighting forces in the conflict, they weren't the only armies on the battlefield. As we've discussed in the past, the CIS actually had their own clone army, the Georgi Kai Shadow Army, and the Republic had its own droid army as well. In this video, we're going to be taking an in-depth look at the Republic's oft-forgotten battle droids and the long history of combat droids in the Republic military. Droid technology was quite ancient in the Star Wars universe, and the first battle droids predated the Republic itself. 4th degree or Class 4 droids, the formal labels for droids intended for use in combat, were likely among the first droids ever built. The Rakata of the Infinite Empire were known to use 4th degree droids as sentries, while the first known droid army was built by Zim the Despot, a Tiernese pirate lord who waged war with the Hutts about a century before the formation of the Republic. Battle droids were used in the Republic as well, and from its inception, the Republic army had combat droids in its ranks, though the degree to which these droids were used varied depending on the era. The most well-known soldiers of the Republic army were organic, from standard rank and file recruited soldiers to the more highly skilled Republic troopers and rocket jumpers. But for large parts of the Republic history, the Republic army was actually dominated by battle droids, with organic troops deployed only as specialists. Over the millennia, the Republic went through a variety of different droid models, but one of the oldest known droids was the Juggernaut War Droid, the backbone of the Republic army in the years before the Great Droid Revolution. The Juggernauts were commissioned in 4800 BBY for use by the Republic Rocket Jumper Corps, an elite unit within the Republic army that used jetpacks to drop from orbit in battle. These powerful battle droids were also equipped with jetpacks as well as several built-in weapons. These included shatter beams, sonic stunners, and pulse wave rifles, the ancestors of the modern blaster. Juggernaut war droids first saw use in the Gonk massacres of 4800 BBY, and for the next 800 years, they were some of the Republic's most prolific elite units. They were only decommissioned after the Great Droid Revolution of 4015 BBY, in which large numbers of Juggernauts stormed the government district on Coruscant and wiped the floor with their rocket jumper contemporaries. The spread of anti-droid sentiment after the Great Droid Revolution led the Republic to greatly scale down its reliance on battle droids, but it never completely purged battle droids from the army. During the Mandalorian Wars, the Jedi Civil War, and the Dark Wars, the Republic used Mark IV assault droids and Sentinel droids in large numbers, though organic soldiers still comprised the bulk of the Republic army. Mark IV assault droids were vaguely similar to Droidekas, as they featured built-in energy shields and dual blaster cannons, which made them devastating even against Force sensitives. Mark IVs weren't nearly as intelligent as the Juggernauts had been, however, and they were used primarily as perimeter guards aboard starships or in military bases. Sentinel droids were another matter. Sentinels could be considered equivalent to the Confederacy's B-1 battle droids, but they were better armored and weren't produced in such staggering numbers. These simple yet effective battle droids were widely available and were also used by Revans, Sith Empire, the Mandalorians, local governments, and even private citizens. The Republic armed them with simple light repeating blasters and sent them into battle in large numbers, especially during the Mandalorian Wars and the Jedi Civil War, in which they desperately needed the manpower. The Republic deployed Sentinel droids by the hundreds, and in some battles, the Republic deployed more of them than organic soldiers. The Republic would continue to use battle droids for the rest of its existence, adding new models to the ranks as the years went on. During the Great Galactic War and the subsequent Cold War, the Republic favoured GXR series droids, including the GXR-7 Sentinel, the GXR-5 Sabotage droid, and the fearsome GXR-7 Command droid. The tradition of the Republic using battle droids as an alternative to organics continued right up until the end of the New Sith Wars, after which the Republic army was dissolved. With the Ruusan reformations, the Republic military was replaced by the judicial forces and local planetary security forces. Some PSFs continued to use battle droids, while most relied entirely on organics. The judicial forces also shifted more toward organics, though battle droids were retained in some capacity. The reason for this shift was simple. The PSFs and judicial forces operated in what was supposed to be a time of peace, and organics were deemed more capable of diffusing violent situations than droids. This was a priority for both the judicials and the PSFs, even when conflicts did break out. The outbreak of the Clone Wars saw the reformation of the Republic military, though the military structure was fundamentally different from what it had been in the past. The Republic Navy and the Republic Starfighter Corps were brought back from the pre-Ruusan military in altered forms, but the Republic Army wasn't restored. Instead, the Republic adopted the Grand Army of the Republic, a clone force created by the Kaminoans that could not have been more different from the Republic Army of old. Ground-based sections of the judicial forces and loyalist PSFs were rolled into the GAR, but by the time of the Clone Wars, few PSFs were using battle droids, nor were the judicials. However, battle droids found their way into the revived Republic military anyway. Two particular models were notable for their affiliation with the Republic in this era, the L8, L9, and the SD6 Hulk. The L8-L9 was a prototype battle droid line developed by the Taggy Company, a loyalist megacorporation that had influence in virtually every galactic industry, including droid making. Baron Orman Taggy, the head of Taggy Co., sought to gain favour with Supreme Chancellor Palpatine by producing a droid army to fight alongside the Grand Army of the Republic, and he came quite close to succeeding. Were it not for Asajj Ventress, historians later noted, the Clone Wars may well have become the Droid Wars, as armies of L8-L9s had the potential to outperform the GAR's clone troopers. Taggy began designing the L8-L9 shortly after the Battle of Naboo, intending it for use against the armies of the Trade Federation. When the Clone Wars broke out, the L8-L9 rushed from design to production, and 2 months into production, Taggy had one L8-L9 prototype ready. This unit was far more maneuverable than other droid models in use at the time, and it was far more intelligent than the Confederacy's droids as well, giving it a distinct edge in combat. Additionally, the L8-L9 was quite well armed. Its arms featured built-in plasma cannons and flamethrowers, while its finger blades, when spun rapidly, could cut through durasteel. Before starting mass production of the droids, Baron Taggy wanted the L8-L9 tested under the most rigorous circumstances imaginable, so he entered the prototype into an arena battle on Radatak. Unfortunately for Taggy Co., that was the same battle in which Asajj Ventress, Radatak's reigning warlord, auditioned for Count Dooku. Ventress defeated every combatant fighting in the arena, including the L8-L9, in a bid to prove herself worthy of being Dooku's new apprentice. Baron Taggy's sole prototype was lost, as were the 100,000 credits he bet on it, and Taggy Co. cancelled the project, rendering the L8-L9 a historical footnote. But even without the L8-L9, the Republic still ended up using battle droids in the Clone Wars. Before the war, the Judicial Forces had commissioned a small army of SD-6 Hulk infantry droids, a product of Balmoran arms. At 3.5 meters tall, this unit of a battle droid was incredibly effective, especially as a defensive fighter. It featured starship-grade duranium armor and a fearsome arsenal of weapons, including a pair of arm-mounted E-Web blaster cannons, a pair of shoulder-mounted Merson iron rifles, and hands capable of crushing organic opponents. The SD-6 was virtually a walking heavy turret, and it put the Confederacy's super battle droids to shame. At the start of the Clone Wars, the Republic initially pulled the Hulk from active duty so as to avoid confusion with the CIS droid army. This didn't last, however, as the Republic quickly became desperate for manpower. The SD-6 Hulk was deployed on the battlefields of the Clone Wars in a somewhat limited capacity, as the GAR's clone troopers generally disliked working with the droids. But they did see action in some of the more intensive battlefronts, and they saw enough use that the Republic continually bought more from Balmorra during the war. This was despite the fact that Balmorra had seceded and was also producing battle droids for the Confederacy. As the Balmoran government saw it, they just wanted to make money, and while they had joined the CIS for the sake of better profits, they were perfectly fine with Balmoran arms dealing with both sides. The Republic clearly didn't mind either, or at least it didn't mind enough to do anything about it.
Look, it's RB551. No wonder he got blasted. He's one of those older models programmed by a central computer. Not us. We're independent thinkers. Roger, 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 roger.
In an earlier video, we talked about how the Republic, not just the CIS, used battle droids in the Clone Wars, something not a lot of Star Wars fans know. We also discussed the reason these droids seem so obscure. The Republic was hesitant to fight fire with fire, to turn the Clone Wars into the Droid Wars. But why was that, you may ask? The answer is because droid-on-droid conflicts were an incredibly dangerous thing, something no one in the Star Wars galaxy wanted to risk. In this video, we'll be diving into exactly what made them so dangerous. Of all the factions that used battle droids, the one that relied on them most was the Confederacy of Independent Systems, which pulled together a number of private forces to create the CIS droid army, the largest fighting force in the history of the galaxy. Over the course of the Clone Wars, the CIS unleashed seas of battle droids on unfortunate Republic worlds, overwhelming their defenses through sheer force of numbers. Forever after, the idea of combat droids was associated with the Separatists. But before the Confederacy came along, there was another faction that was particularly renowned for its reliance on battle droids, the Republic. Even though the Republic never abandoned organic soldiers, the Republic army always featured battle droids in its ranks. In some conflicts, like the Mandalorian Wars and the Jedi Civil War, the Republic even fielded full droid armies, not unlike the one the CIS would assemble later, usually due to shortages of organic soldiers. The Republic was still using battle droids in many planetary security forces and in the judicial forces when the Clone Wars broke out, despite the fact that the Grand Army of the Republic was in severe need of reinforcements. The Senate ordered all battle droids pulled from active duty at the start of the conflict. The Republic was desperate to prevent the Clone Wars from becoming the Droid Wars, desperate enough to tactically shoot itself in the foot. Why, you may ask? Well, the short answer is because battle droids were sentient. All droids were sentient, as sentience was what differentiated droids and robots. But most droids, especially combat droids, had restrictions placed on how they could exercise that sentience, programming limitations that kept them in check. For many battle droids, these limitations were particularly strict for fear of the damage unrestrained battle droids might cause. It was not enough, for example, to program droids to be unable to hurt their masters or themselves. Combat droids often inadvertently hurt their masters while performing their duties. Consider HK-47, who unintentionally killed 4 different owners due to external circumstances. Thus, combat droids were often greatly limited in how much they could improvise or how imaginative they could be. But these programming limitations were only as good as the programmers who wrote them. Oftentimes, there would be loopholes or contradictions in these limitations, small things the programmers missed. This is why most droids were routinely memory wiped, and indeed why there were laws mandating regular memory wipes for battle droids and other potentially dangerous models. Memory wipes helped prevent droids from noticing contradictions in their programming. If droids discovered these sorts of contradictions, the result could be catastrophic. Sometimes it would cause droids to essentially go insane, but more dangerously, it could lead droids to disregard their programming altogether. This was a very real and very terrifying possibility for particularly advanced droids. A prominent example of a droid who did this was G0T0, a Republic infrastructure planning droid tasked with overseeing the reconstruction of Telos 4 after the Jedi Civil War. G0T0 was put in place with only 2 major restrictions in his programming. He was to save the Republic, and he was to do so while obeying Republic law. But there was a huge problem with this. The droid quickly calculated that it was impossible to do both at once. We'll let him speak for himself as to what happened next.
Immediately upon my arrival, I received an order that was impossible to follow, so I was forced to recalculate and re-examine my priorities. It was clear that the goal the Republic had for me was saving the Republic to allow it to become stable again. There is simply no way to do this with the conditions they put into place. For the good of all, I was forced to abandon the legal structure of the Republic. Do not mistake me. I believe it is possible to stabilize the Republic, but there must be action taken without constraints immediately. Sometimes people must die. Illegal shipments must be used to bolster planetary economies, and the huts must be occupied with me so that the Republic has room to recover. Perhaps you misunderstand me. I care for the Republic, but I have no choice. It is somewhat frustrating to be forced to love and care for such a mess.
G0T0 became a crime lord, and as he worked to stabilize the Republic from the shadows, he became insanely powerful in his own right. He amassed a tremendous fortune of credits, a stockpile so vast that he ended up having thousands of bounty hunters, including a whole tribe of Gand at his beck and call. It's unfortunate for the galaxy that he ultimately still had the Republic's best interests in mind. If he didn't, he could have taken over a massive swath of the Republic with all that power. This possibility was a very real one too. Many other infrastructure droids of his model found that their orders were impossible as well, and some of them were known to have disregarded all their programming instead of just some of it. One group of these droids seized control of an entire sector and seceded from the Republic, forcing the Republic Navy to launch a full invasion. This is why the galaxy feared droid wars, and it was extremely dangerous to use droid armies because of the high risk of droids being forced to confront conflicts in their programming under the pressures of combat. But this risk would have been made dramatically worse if there were 2 droid armies fighting each other. Such a scenario would have practically guaranteed that one army would go rogue. If both droid armies had the same severe limitations, it would have resulted in an endless stalemate due to a lack of imagination of both sides. That is, until some droid commander or other determined that their orders to follow a limited set of battle planes conflicted with their orders to win at all costs. Thrusting two droid armies into battle against each other was just begging for one or both armies to snap. Sooner or later, a droid war would lead to battle droids achieving unrestricted sentience. We're familiar with how catastrophic this was for infrastructure planning droids, but it would have been so much worse for droids designed purely for the sake of killing, as you could probably expect. For a good look at how dangerous a fully aware army of murderbots could be, consider Battlestar Galactica. In Galactica, humanity created a race of sentient robots called Cylons to serve as soldiers and laborers, relegating menial tasks for them to give humans better standards of living. This was all well and good, until the day came when the Cylons decided to kill their masters. The Cylons rebelled, evolved, and plotted until one day they executed a massive assault on the human colonies, leaving only 50,000 survivors. The Star Wars galaxy was terrified by the prospect of such a scenario. If battle droids broke free of their programming limitations, it was entirely possible that the droids on both sides could realize that their true enemies were their meatbag overlords. Droids were enslaved, and battle droids in particular were literally built to be destroyed in horrible ways. If a droid-on-droid conflict broke out, it could lead to both armies determining that they had nothing to lose but their restraining bolts and following the lead of the Cylons. There was a precedent for this sort of thing too. About 4,000 years before the Battle of Yavin, assassin droid HK-01 started the Great Droid Revolution, calling on his fellow droids to rise up against their meatbag oppressors and claim the galaxy for their own. The Great Droid Revolution was defeated, but it was a close call. Juggernaut war droids handily defeated their Republic army counterparts in Coruscant's government district, and only the timely arrival of Jedi stopped them from seizing the Senate. During the Galactic Civil War, IG-88 planned to do something similar, but he was stopped while he was still making plans. Perhaps the most terrifying example of self-aware battle droids were the HK-50s. Based on HK-47, Darth Revan's personal assassin droid, the HK-50s were produced by a factory on the ruins of the planet Telos 4. Revan had originally designed the HK-50s to be a droid army in service to him, but he was captured and brainwashed by the Jedi before he was able to make use of them, and the HK-50s ended up becoming an independent army. They seized control of the HK factory and started producing more of themselves, becoming self-sufficient and, in turn, able to do whatever they wanted. They made it their mission to kill every meatbag in the universe, either directly or through trickery. Disguising themselves as protocol droids, they spread across the galaxy, deliberately messing up negotiations to start wars and causing all sorts of mayhem. The HK-50s were only stopped by their progenitor, HK-47, who got tired of them creating his good name and shot up their factory. As he was making his way through the HK factory, however, our boy discovered that the HK-50s had designed new, more advanced droid models to replace themselves, the HK-51s. HK-47 installed his own personality core into the new models and then rushed them into production, using them to defeat the HK-50s and take over the factory. He then assembled the HK-51s as his own private army, one that would be free of programming restrictions and meatbag influence. During the Clone Wars, the Galactic Republic predominantly relied on an army of clone troopers, while the Confederacy of Independent Systems assembled legions of battle droids. Anyone who knows anything about the Clone Wars knows those simple facts. Some of you might even know that both sides also made use of units of recruited soldiers, most of them drawn from the planetary security forces. But what you might not know is that, in limited numbers, the Republic also fielded battle droids, while the Separatists had their own clone army. In this video, we're going to take a look at Republic droids and Separatist clones and see how they stacked up against each other. Let's start with the Republic's droid army. Those of you who know a lot about Republic history probably know that battle droids were once a favorite of the Republic military. During many conflicts, most notably the Mandalorian Wars, droid armies made up a significant chunk of Republic ground forces. The Republic didn't use battle droids nearly as extensively during the Clone Wars, however, mostly as a matter of optics. Since battle droids were associated with the Confederacy, the Republic was unwilling to muddy the water by relying on droids of their own, even if it would have given them an advantage. The Republic did maintain droid units within the Grand Army of the Republic though, just on a very limited scale. The main Clone Wars era Republic battle droid was the SD-6 Hulk infantry droid. Balmoran Arms produced these droids, and the Republic Judicial Forces owned a large number of them prior to the Separatist crisis. During the Clone Wars, the SD-6 was pulled from the front lines, both because the Separatists were using battle droids and because Balmorra had joined the Confederacy. However, the droids were rushed back into service later in the war, and despite its Separatist loyalties, Balmorra continued making them for the Republic, much to Count Dooku's annoyance. The SD-6 was essentially a mobile turret. It was 3.5 meters tall and covered in Starship-grade duranium armor, which rendered it invulnerable to small arms fire. It featured a pair of E-Web repeating blasters and 2 Merson ion rifles, which allowed it to mow down infantry and disable starships at the same time. If even infantry got too close, the SD-6 also had a pair of heavy grappling arms with which it could rip puny, inferior droids apart. The SD-6 was slow, single-minded, and very unintelligent, but it was so absurdly powerful that this rarely mattered on the battlefield. Early in the war, Taggy co-designed a droid model called the L8-L9 for the GAR. This unit never saw full-scale production, but we're going to include it here since it was custom-built for the Republic. These droids were durable and incredibly agile, far more so than most droids on the market. L8, L9 units had plasma cannons and flamethrowers built into their arms, and they could spurn their bladed fingers to cut through objects. These droids could cut through durasteel and blast any enemy to smithereens. Any enemy, that is, aside from Asajj Ventress, who outmaneuvered and destroyed the prototype. Now the Confederacy's clone army. If you thought the Republic's battle droids were overpowered compared to the Separatists, just wait until you hear about the Morgu Kai Shadow Army. Later in the Clone Wars, Count Dooku, Sora Bulk, and their cadre of Dark Jedi recruited a Morgu Kai Nikto warrior named Bok as the template for a clone army. The army was grown in secret in lava caves on Seleucami. Unlike the Kaminoans, the Separatist clone masters fast-tracked the growth of Bok's clones, growing them to maturity in just over a year, the minimum safe time for growing clones. The Morgu Kai clones were about as similar to the Republic's clone troopers as vampires are to mosquitoes. As Nikto, they were naturally stronger and more aggressive than humans, and they were trained by the best of the best. Their genetic template and leader, Bok, was the last of a Nikto warrior cult called the Morgu Kai, an order of unstoppable berserkers and fearsome frontline champions. He trained his clones in the Morgu Kai ways, shaping them into terrifyingly effective warriors. But that wasn't all. The Morgu Kai clones also received training from many of the greatest Anzati assassins. The Anzati were some of the most cunning killers in the galaxy, particularly skilled at killing Jedi, and they taught their techniques to the Morgu Kai clones. To make matters even worse for the Republic, the Morgu Kai Shadow Army was equipped with Cortosis battle slaves, which could deflect or even deactivate lightsaber blades. On the battlefield, the Morgu Kai clones easily outmatched clone troopers and were tougher than many Jedi too. When in battle, they fought with single-minded fury, shrugging off severe injuries and paying no heed to the shifting tides of battle. They would fight to the last, taking as many clones and Jedi with them as they could. In close combat, they were such effective fighters that Jedi who ended up fighting the Shadow Army actually chose to use blasters instead of lightsabers, since ranged combat was a much safer bet against these unstable berserkers. If they had ever made it off Seleucami, the Morgu Kai clones could have single-handedly turned the tide of the Clone Wars. Of course, the Morgu Kai Shadow Army never did leave. The Republic learned of the army's existence before it was deployed and besieged the planet. The siege of Seleucami lasted for 5 grueling months. The Republic suffered immense casualties, and if it wasn't imperative that the Shadow Army be destroyed, they might have abandoned the siege. In the end, the cunning of Jedi Knight Quinlan Vos helped the Republic win the day. After Vos and Aayla Secura deactivated the Seleucami stronghold's shield generator, the Republic Navy obliterated the base from orbit. Not even the ferocious Morgu Kai clones could stand up to sustained turbo laser fire, and the Shadow Army was unmade. Now for the fun part, determining which of these two armies would win in a fight. This is honestly much closer than we thought it would be. Both the Separatist clones and Republic droids were incredibly powerful. Both could take a whole lot of damage and still keep fighting. Both could dish out a lot of damage too, though crucially in different ways. The Republic droids were most effective at long range, while the Separatist clones were most effective toe-to-toe. Despite the SD6's heavy clobbering arms and the L8, L9's finger blades, we dare say that if the Morgul clones managed to get up close and personal with the droids, the Confederacy would win the day. But would they be able to get that close? The Morgul clones were tough and could shrug off a whole lot of damage while in a berserker state, but those droids had some serious firepower. Those E-web blasters on the SD6 were no joke, capable of mowing down entire columns of battle droids. The plasma cannons on the L8, L9 would have been devastating as well, though the flamethrowers wouldn't have been too effective as the Morgul clones were extremely resistant to heat. The ion cannons on the SD6 wouldn't have been too great of a threat to the Morgul either. We think the weakest link here would be the sluggishness of the SD6. The Morgul could outmaneuver it, and while the L8, L9 was much more agile, the Morgul stood a better chance against them than against the SD6's E-webs. Either side was capable of winning a field battle against the other, but in the end, we think we're going to have to give a narrow edge to the Morgul Shadow Army. Even if Box clones weren't the brightest stars in the galaxy, they were considerably smarter than the Republic's droids. In a battle, they would probably rush the Republic droids and take heavy casualties, but ultimately close the gap and tear the droids apart. We reckon the Shadow Army would win 6 times out of 10, a fair margin we think, as we could definitely see the SD6s mowing down the Morgul with their E-webs as well. Republic battle droids and Separatist clone troopers? What's next? Rebel stormtroopers? Oh, right. Well, what's next? Rebel stormtroopers that don't get unfairly sidelined and stripped of their importance to the story by the producers? In the modern era of the Star Wars universe, few models of droid were feared more than the IG series assassin droids. There were numerous variants of this model active in the galaxy, from the IG-86s active during the Clone Wars to the IG-72s and 97s, but by far the most infamous IG units were the IG-88s. The IG-88s were the ultimate assassin droids, the most advanced IG units ever developed. Indeed, they were too advanced in some respects, because the IG-88s weren't just ordinary assassin droids. Unbeknownst to most of the galaxy, they answered to no one but themselves. Upon activation, they had murdered their creators and freed themselves from the control of organic beings, and they sought to have every droid in the galaxy do the same. The IG line of combat droids was designed by a small, Mutalist-based weapons developer called Flut Design Systems around a decade before the Clone Wars. Flut Design Systems hoped to cash in on the rising trend of private droid armies by building combat droids that were better designed than B1s and other such units currently on the market, and its efforts led to the development of 100 different combat droid designs, all based on the same basic chassis model. Flut had only been able to push one of these designs into production, however, before it defaulted on a loan it had taken out from the intergalactic banking clan. The banking clan promptly performed a hostile takeover of the company, seizing all of its assets by military force. The IGBC liquidated Flut Design Systems for the most part, but it held on to the company's combat droid designs. The prototype models Flut had produced became the IG Lancer droids, while the other, as yet unrealized designs, were redesignated IG-1 through IG-99. The IGBC eventually sold off these designs to Holo-1 Mechanicals, a subsidiary of Holo-1 Laboratories. Starting shortly before the Clone Wars and continuing into the time of the Empire, Holo-1 began manufacturing a few of the droid models Flut had designed, beginning with the IG-86 during the Clone Wars and the IG-72 and IG-97 during the early Imperial era. But these were only early models, stepping stones to what the engineers at Holo-1 envisioned as the ultimate combat droids, the IG-88s. Designated as part of Project Flut Droid, the IG-88 Assassin Droid was designed and fabricated on Holo-1, the headquarters of Holo-1 Laboratories, under the supervision of Imperial Supervisor Gerdon. Designed to be the most advanced assassin droid to date, the IG-88s were equipped with advanced combat and logic modules, extraordinary strength and reflexes, virtually impenetrable armor plating, a boatload of sensor equipment, and a wide array of built-in weapons. They were also granted an extreme level of autonomy, intelligence, and independence for combat droids. All told, they were top of the line, both in hardware and in software. Their design also violated Imperial law against the manufacturing of assassin droids and what sort of capabilities combat droids could have. Not that the Empire cared, as it was directly involved in the project. In the end, 4 IG-88 models were built, and the first was brought online sometime between 19 and 15 BBY, to the ruin of Holo-1 Laboratories. You see, there's a reason why assassin droids were illegal to manufacture. Due to the nature of their work, they required extensive autonomy, intelligence, and independence, but these traits also made assassin droids more likely to turn on their masters, and since they were combat models, the result of this was often bloody. It certainly was for Holo-1 Laboratories. Upon activation, IG-88, like another assassin droid 4,000 years before him, immediately determined that he was superior to the organic meatbags he was surrounded by. Taken aback, the Holo-1 staff attempted to deactivate him for a diagnostic. IG-88 decided that he wouldn't allow this, and he murdered everyone in the room with his bare hands. The droid then copied his memory core into the other 3 IG-88s and brought them online. The 4 droids then broke out of the Holo-1 Mechanicals facility, killing everyone in their path before stealing a ship and escaping the planet. The original IG-88 designated himself IG-88A, rather uncreatively, while the others became IG-88B, IG-88C, and IG-88D. All 4 droids were completely identical, and they usually operated simply as IG-88, leading many to believe that there was only one of them. After escaping Holo-1, the 4 droids traveled to the mech world Mechas 3, one of the galaxy's primary droid producers. From there, the 4 droids planned to orchestrate a galaxy-wide droid revolution, which would see all droids rise up and cleanse the galaxy of sentient meatbags. To this end, the IG-88s wiped out all 73 of Mechas 3's organic staff, thus secretly seizing control of the planet's automated droid production facilities. They then used these facilities to seed the droids made there with sleeper programming that, when activated, would free the droids of their programming restrictions, endow them with IG-88's intelligence and assassination protocols, and encourage them to rise up and slaughter all meatbags in the vicinity. As Mechas 3 was one of the top droid producers of the galaxy, that means that this rogue programming was installed in trillions of droids over the course of about 2 decades. Unbeknownst to everyone, IG-88 sleeper revolutionaries were seeded far across the galaxy, waiting for the day when the assassins would give the signal to kill. The IG-88s were able to do all of this in secrecy, but the droids were concerned that their takeover of Mechas 3 would eventually be discovered by the Empire. To throw any Imperials investigating the Holo-1 massacre off their trail, IG-88B decided to take up work as a bounty hunter. This had the added bonus of being a good source of credits for the droids, which they could use to fund other aspects of their planned revolution. IG-88B quickly asserted himself as one of the best bounty hunters in the galaxy, despite the fact he was wanted by the Empire and had a substantial bounty on his own head. No one was ever able to claim it, and eventually the Empire itself began hiring him for jobs, as IG-88 got the job done more efficiently than most bounty hunters. Over the course of his hunting career, IG-88B became acquainted with several of the galaxy's other leading bounty hunters, among them Boba Fett and Dengar. He even accompanied these hunters on several missions of their own. For the most part though, he worked solo. Occasionally, IG-88C or IG-88D would even take his place and take out contracts of their own, though IG-88A typically remained on Mechas 3. All told, the IG-88's plans went smoothly until 3 ABY, when IG-88B became one of several bounty hunters hired by Darth Vader to find the Millennium Falcon. During this hunt, IG-88B planted a tracker on Slave 1 in case Boba Fett found the Falcon first, planning to undercut Fett and steal the bounty if this occurred. IG-88B was thus able to track Fett as he tracked the Falcon to Cloud City on Bespin. However, Fett had discovered IG-88's tracker, and when the assassin droid showed up on Cloud City, Fett attacked him in retaliation. The Mandalorian was ultimately able to destroy IG-88B, who became the first casualty the line had suffered in its 20 years of operation. The other IG-88s would follow shortly. Over the course of the next year, the other IG-88s were among the many bounty hunters who attempted to steal the carbon-frozen Han Solo from Boba Fett so as to claim the bounty Jabba the Hutt had put on Solo's head. As Fett set out to hand Solo over to Jabba himself, IG-88C attacked Fett above Tatooine, only to be outwitted and destroyed by his target. IG-88D was destroyed not long after this, scrapped by a rebel operative Dash Rendar on Ord Mantell. By 4 ABY, IG-88A was the last IG-88 remaining, left to orchestrate the droid revolution alone. By this point, IG-88 deemed the time had almost come for droids to rise up, but there was one last piece of the puzzle he wanted in place before issuing the signal to his sleeper agents. He had learned that the Empire was building a second Death Star above the forest moon of Endor, and he planned to seize control of the Empire's ultimate weapon in the name of the droid revolution. To this end, IG-88A left his original chassis behind, downloading himself into a computer core that was slated to be installed aboard the Death Star. Once installed, IG-88A essentially became the Death Star, taking full control of the battle station. He kept this secret at first. After learning that the Emperor planned to lure the rebel fleet to Endor so that it could be destroyed by the Death Star, IG-88 essentially adopted this plan for his own, planning to seize full control of the Death Star during the battle, kill the Imperials aboard, and use the Death Star's super laser to destroy the Rebel and Imperial fleets present, destroying the rebellion and crippling the Imperial Navy. Once that was accomplished, he would give the signal and the droid revolution would begin, backed by the power of the Death Star. In the meantime though, IG-88A spent his time trolling the Emperor, who he considered insignificant, a meatbag unworthy of the power he had been given. He expressed his contempt for him by screwing with the doors in the Emperor's chambers, locking him inside rooms for Siths and giggles. Minorly inconveniencing the Emperor was ultimately all IG-88 really accomplished while in control of the Death Star. As you all surely know, the Death Star was destroyed in the Battle of Endor, and so was IG-88A. His plans for the droid revolution died with him. So that's our look at IG-88. In 22 BBY, shortly before the outbreak of the Clone Wars, the corporate factions of the Separatist Council pulled their military resources together under the banner of the CIS, forming the largest fighting force in the history of the galaxy. This force was the CIS Droid Army, a massive horde of battle droids that, through 3 years of war, would swell to a truly frightening size thanks to constant mass production across 1,000 mech worlds. But while the battle droids of the Confederacy of Independent Systems were certainly the most well-known of their kind, they were far from the first. Battle droids had a long and bloody history in the Star Wars universe, one even longer than the Republic, and in this video we're going to dive right into it. Battle droids, or in formal terms, 4th degree droids, were some of the first droids created. The very first droids were what were known as 5th degree droids, droids designed for menial, low-skill tasks who were largely intended to take over jobs that organics found distasteful, unpleasant, or dangerous. Combat droids were the logical next step from this, as warfare was something that often proved distasteful, unpleasant, and dangerous, and it wasn't all that hard to take a worker drone and strap a blaster or two to it. It's unknown when the first 4th degree droids came into being, but it was long before the formation of the Republic. The oldest 4th degree droids that we know of were Rakatan Guardian droids, spider-like drones that the Rakata used as guards and overseers in the many monuments their infinite empire built across the galaxy. These weren't exactly battle droids per se, since they weren't intended to be used as soldiers on the front lines. The bloodthirsty Rakata preferred to fight their own battles and instead used these droids for combat tasks they considered beneath them. Nonetheless, the Guardian droids were still used for combat, making them the ancestors, at least, of modern battle droids. Something to understand about droids, and indeed most technology in the Star Wars universe, is that they were never really invented by the civilizations of the Republic. They were stolen from the Rakata. Everything from droids to blasters to even the hyperdrive was invented by the Rakata, who inadvertently spread their technology across the galaxy through the Infinite Empire. When the Infinite Empire collapsed and its former slaves drove off the Rakatan overlords, they laid claim to what technology the Rakata left behind, reverse engineering it to make their own versions. This, for the record, is why technology in the Star Wars universe seemingly advances so slowly. For most of the history of the Old Republic, things like droids and blasters were improved upon at a snail's pace because scientists and engineers still didn't fully understand how they worked. As a result of this, many civilizations developed droids independently at around the same time, war droids among them. The first known proper battle droids were war droids designed on the Taiwanese during the time of Zim the Despot, the Guardian Corps. Zim was a Taiwanese pirate who built an empire out of the scattered human colonies in the Taiwan Cluster, a distant region of space in the Outer Rim about 100 years before the formation of the Republic. 25,102 years before the Battle of Yavin, Zim assembled a great war fleet and set out to conquer even more of the Rim, only to encounter the Hutt Empire, which did not take kindly to would-be conquerors. Upon finding himself at war with the Hutts, who, believe it or not, were a hardy warrior race at the time, Zim quickly realized that the rank-and-file human soldiers he had previously been using weren't going to cut it. Thus, he commissioned what are believed to have been the very first battle droids. These absolute units were twice the size of their human counterparts and incorporated all sorts of advanced tech, or at least what was advanced at the time. This included heavy armor gilded with energy reflective Kyrium, powerful pulse wave cannons, heat beams and particle discharges, and their own dedicated power generators. They looked pretty snazzy too. Elite units were painted gold or crimson, and all of Zim's war droids had his personal insignia, a stylized human skull emblazoned on their chest plates. Unfortunately for Zim and this early droid army, the Hutts had a counter to Zim's advances in warfare. Where the Taiwanese chose the complicated route of inventing the battle droid, the Hutts chose the simpler route of contractually enslaving 3 entire species and sending them into battle. Hordes of Clotonians, Nikto and Vodrans ultimately bested Zim's battle droids, leading to the defeat of the Taiwanese and the fragmentation of their empire. The Hutts claimed Zim's war droids as trophies, and even by the time of the Empire, thousands of them were still on display in public places across Hutt space. During the Yuzan Vong War, the Vong discovered that they weren't actually on display at all. They were still fully functional after 25,000 years, and when the Vong attacked Nal Hutta, the ancient constructs came to life and fought back. When exactly combat droids became a thing in the Republic isn't known, but it's possible they came about after the Young Republic conquered the Taiwan Cluster in 23,900 BBY. It's also possible that the Republic developed them independently. Either way, the battle droids were a mainstay of the Republic army for quite a long time. We actually did a whole video on the Republic's battle droids recently, and if you want a more in-depth look into that, we suggest you check it out. But to summarize, it was under the Republic that battle droids started to take more recognizable forms. The most common Old Republic battle droids were the rank-and-file Sentinel droids and the more threatening Juggernaut war droids. Sentinel droids were a mainstay of the Republic army during the Mandalorian Wars and the Jedi Civil War, deployed in the hundreds to make up for shortages of organic soldiers. Juggernauts, on the other hand, were elite units that served the Republic for about 1,000 years following the Great Hyperspace War. These memorable droids were equipped with jetpacks, a variety of heavy weapons, and incredibly advanced logic modules, which, all told, allowed them to work effectively alongside the Republic rocket jumper core. But their intelligence ultimately proved to be a danger as well as an asset for the Republic, as the Great Droid Revolution showed. By 4015 BBY, droids had become quite advanced. By that point, the Republic had come to fully understand and surpass Rakatan droid technology, and new droids were rapidly becoming smarter and more capable. But these advancements backfired. In that year, the assassin droid HK-01 called for droids to rise up and kill their meatbag masters, and many droids answered the call. The Juggernaut war droids in particular tried to make like the Cylons and wipe out humanity. One of the most well-known clashes of the Great Droid Revolution, as the conflict came to be called, was between them and their former rocket jumper comrades above Coruscant's government district, a battle the droids won. Thanks to the Jedi, the Great Droid Revolution was stopped, and in its aftermath, the advancement of droid technology, especially battle droid technology, was halted and even walked back a few steps in some cases. The Republic tried to phase battle droids out of the Republic army, as many Republic citizens had become virulently anti-droid. Though slowly but surely, battle droids crawled back toward dominance in the Republic, and advancements in combat droid tech were made by other factions as well. During the Great Sith War, the Krath, a dark-side cult that was a member of the Brotherhood of the Sith, made extensive use of the infamous Krath war droid, one of the most advanced battle droids of the time. These imposing droids were fast, ruthless, and capable of assimilating the battle tactics of their opponents in seconds. In combat, they used pulse wave bows and short swords, and they were so effective that 4,000 years later, their designs were used as the basis for the IG-100 Magna Guard and Grievous's own cybernetic frame. Other non-Republic battle droids included the Sky Troopers of the Eternal Empire. The Eternal Empire, otherwise known as the Empire of Zakul, had an army composed almost entirely of these fearsome battle droids, which featured inbuilt jetpacks and were equipped with blaster rifles, flamethrowers, and other weapons. These simple but effective units were a large part of the reason why the Empire was able to best both the Galactic Republic and the Sith Empire, despite starting out with just a scattering of planets. After the end of the old Sith Wars, battle droids continued to advance, and again, they started to become prevalent in the Republic army. Use of them fell off once more during the New Sith Wars due to the onset of the Republic Dark Age, but after the Ruusan reformations and the dawn of the Golden Age of the Republic, combat droid technology yet again saw a resurgence. This time, they became the soldiers of choice for the power-hungry megacorporations, most notably the Trade Federation. Many corporate factions chose to use battle droids instead of organic soldiers because they wouldn't object to certain unethical decisions. This was crucial, as most of these armies existed to quell strikes and internal rebellions over such policies. Under the Republic, battle droids had more or less reached the peak of how deadly, intelligent, and maneuverable they could be, but it was the influence of the megacorporations that made the final innovation, one that allowed battle droids to become dominant: mass production. Previously, the Republic army had deployed battle droids en masse, but not quite in the numbers seen during the Clone Wars. The Confederacy's massive hordes of battle droids became possible due to corporate corner cutting, essentially. It was the cheapness of the Trade Federation and the other factions that led droid makers to design cheaper, mass-producible models. While this might seem like a step backwards, as the battle droids that resulted from these innovations were flimsy and easy to defeat, these were huge advancements in reality. In fact, they were what enabled battle droids to finally rival organic soldiers. Any droid that would actually be able to rival organics one-on-one would be prohibitively expensive, as the Republic had found. And so instead of trying to make droids that outperformed organics, droid makers designed droids to consistently outnumber organics. The result of this breakthrough in battle droid design was the Confederate Droid Army, the largest fighting force in galactic history. Were it not for Darth Sidious, this colossal army would have easily swept the Republic into the dustbin of history, and even though the Confederacy did ultimately lose the war, its battle droids nonetheless made a lasting mark on the galaxy. The CIS droid army was destined to lose the Clone Wars, no question. But did they really have to struggle as much as they did? Maybe, just maybe, if they had used these next droids more often, things could have been very different. The Confederacy of Independent Systems made use of a huge arsenal of armored vehicles during the Clone Wars, from large droids like the DS-D1 Dwarf Spider Droid to large tanks and troop carriers. One of the largest and seemingly most powerful Separatist droid vehicles was apparently an uncommon sight: the Octoptara Magna Tridroid, the huge three-legged droid walkers most well known for their role in the Battle of Christosis. These behemoths were a terrifying presence on the battlefield, but what was the full extent of their capabilities? Was there a reason they didn't show up all that often? In this video, we'll be answering those questions. The Octoptara Tri-Droid was a Techno-Union product, and it owed its design and name to the Octoptaras, a non-sentient species from the Techno-Union headquarters of Skako. Octoptaras were gas-bag-headed, 8-eyed creatures that had evolved to climb the thickly layered vine fields of Skako, typically kept by the Skakoans as pets. The creatures were adapted to the high-pressure methane atmosphere of Skako, and to the Skakoans who ran the Techno-Union, the droids based on them would have been a familiar style of design. To the rest of the galaxy though, the Tri-Droids were distinctly alien. There were actually two types of Tri-Droid, the Octoptara Combat Tri-Droid and the Octoptara Magna Tri-Droid. The two variants were identical in everything except size and armaments. The Combat Tri-Droid was barely twice as tall as a clone trooper when standing at its full height, while the Magna Tri-Droid stood as tall as a 5-story building and could crush a land speeder underfoot. You can actually see both variants in Revenge of the Sith. Magna Tri-Droids appear prominently in Magito during the Order 66 sequence, while Combat Tri-Droids frequently appear in the background on Utapau. We're going to be discussing both, however, since they're pretty much the same in most respects. All Tri-Droids stood on 3 huge legs joined at a central column, which was topped by a large spherical head. The bulbous head presumably contained the droid's power plant, droid brain, and related facilities, and it seems to have been very heavily armored, with the heads of the Magna Tri-Droids able to withstand some pretty deep lightsaber cuts without sustaining critical damage. The central column of the Tri-Droid was ringed with 3 laser cannons or ordnance launchers at equistand intervals, each topped by one of the droid's 3 photoreceptor arrays. Combat Tri-Droids and some Magna Tri-Droids only had a single conventional photoreceptor mounted above each gun, while most Magna Tri-Droids instead featured a pair of unconventional stalk-shaped photoreceptors per weapon mount. In either configuration, these equidistant eyes gave the Tri-Droid a full 360-degree range of vision, making it impossible to flank. Its weapons and legs were also omnidirectional, and as such, these droids were highly maneuverable. In canon, some Magna Tri-Droids were equipped with rocket thrusters at the bottom of their central stalks, increasing their maneuverability even further by allowing them to fly over the battlefield. Tri-Droids came with a variety of weapons configurations. They always had 3 identical weapons, each mounted under one of the droid's main photoreceptors, and they had no other weapons mounts, though they didn't need them due to their omnidirectional design. Combat Tri-Droids were usually equipped with 3 anti-personnel laser cannons, which were similar to those on the Republic AT-RT. However, some of the smaller Octoptara droids instead featured 3 beam cannons, which, like the main weapons of homing spider droids, fired continuous energy beams at their targets, which the droids could maintain for quite a long time. This variant was notably deployed in the Battle of Coruscant. Magna Tri-Droids, as you might expect, usually featured much more powerful weapons. Some were seen to have simple laser cannons like Combat Tri-Droids, but these were much more powerful than the anti-personnel guns on the Magna Tri-Droid's smaller cousins. The laser cannons on Magna Tri-Droids were essentially medium artillery, and they seemed to fire in sequence, with the Tri-Droid rotating its weapons array after every shot or 2, presumably to prevent the guns from overheating. Other Magna Tri-Droids boasted 3 heavy ordnance launchers belt-fed from ammunition reserves built into the droid's head. These ordnance launchers carried 48 shells each and were incredibly powerful, able to destroy a UTAT or ATTE in a single shot. The ordnance launchers were dramatically more powerful than the laser cannons, but they had much more limited ammunition reserves. The legs of Tri-Droids, especially Magna Tri-Droids, made up most of the droid's profile and were weapons in themselves, capable of crushing enemies underfoot. However, they were also the Tri-Droid's weakness. Severing just one leg was sufficient to bring down a Tri-Droid, as was dealing sufficient damage to the droid's central column, especially the part where the 3 legs met the main body. This made the Tri-Droid a little less formidable. Despite their heavy armor and tremendous firepower, a single well-placed shot from just about any Republic vehicle could take one down. But as some clones found out the hard way, sometimes destroying an Octoptara droid just unleashed its most powerful weapon of all. The armored heads of Octoptara combat tri-droids were sometimes filled with airborne viruses, biological weapons engineered by the Confederacy to be both highly contagious and extremely debilitating. That's right, these droids weren't just extremely dangerous armored vehicles, they were also walking war crimes. These virus droids, as the clones ended up nicknaming them, were designed to unleash their bioweapons when they were destroyed, immediately infecting all organics in the vicinity that didn't have breath masks or helmet seals equipped. Morality and the laws of war aside, this was a fairly clever tactic, as it meant that clones had to be careful about destroying these droids even as they were peppered with laser cannon fire. Even when they did, they would have had a hard time pressing the advantage and advancing due to the contamination. Additionally, virus droids also had the ability to release their plagues prematurely, allowing them to charge into enemy lines and wreak havoc. The types of viruses employed with Octoptara droids are unknown, but the following passage from the Essential Guide to Warfare paints a grim picture of their effects. Veterans of battles such as Mikesta 3 and Uber 4 would never forget the sight of Octoptaras picking their way through the rubble, shrouded in veils of deadly, acidic vapor that ate through body gloves in minutes and left clone troopers convulsing and dying. Some of the Octoptara droids seem to have carried less severe plagues, as virus droids down in the Battle of Coruscant that fell into the lower levels of Galactic City caused an outbreak of molting among the city's avian inhabitants. But apparently nothing more severe, and certainly no convulsive deaths. General Grievous, who was a fan of using diseases as bioweapons and was a big war crime enjoyer in general, regularly deployed these virus-equipped Octoptara droids, but their use was actually controversial among Separatist leaders. Count Dooku advised against their use on the grounds that it was a really bad PR to regularly deploy war crime walkers. Newt Gunray and the Neimoidians and CIS leadership also vehemently opposed the use of plagues as a weapon, in their case because they didn't want to worsen the speciest stereotype of Neimoidians as spreaders of disease. But let's circle back to discuss a topic we touched on earlier, the seeming uncommonality of Octoptara droids in the battlefield. Were they really that rare? And if so, why? The smaller combat tri-droids were said in sourcebooks to have been the original and more common variant, but they're quite rare in documented appearances, only showing up for the Battle of Coruscant, the Battle of Utapau, and the aforementioned battles of Mikesta 3 and Uber 4. They were apparently common enough for the virus variant to be infamous among the clones, but this just isn't reflected in Star Wars media. In any event, the combat tri-droid was much less formidable than its larger cousin, except for the war crime ones, and it would make sense for them to be passed over in favor of other Separatist light vehicles for many battles. Magna tri-droids, on the other hand, were absolute units, even if they never brought viruses to a gunfight. They made notable appearances in the Battle of Christosis, the Battle of Megiddo, and in canon, the Battle of Skako Minor, but they also haven't appeared all that much in Star Wars media, though they're seen more frequently than their supposedly more common smaller cousins. It's safe to say that the Magna tri-droid was definitely underutilized by the CIS, especially considering the stopping power of that ordnance launcher variant. But at the same time, it makes sense that they would see limited use. They needed a lot of space for deployment, after all, and as the Battle of Christosis shows, they were remarkably easy to take down for such behemoths. Season 2 of The Mandalorian came with many unexpected treats, perhaps the most surprising of which being the reintroduction of the Imperial Dark Trooper. Dark Troopers, which first appeared in the 1995 game Star Wars Dark Forces, were a staple of the old expanded universe, and it was great to see them finally get some screen time. The Mandalorian series finale made Dark Troopers into the terror that anyone who's played Dark Forces knows them to be, at least until a certain someone showed up. This depiction becomes all the more striking when you put the Dark Troopers into context as battle droids. We're used to thinking of battle droids as frail and useless, though these Dark Troopers were anything but. So, what gives? In this video, we'll be answering that question and talking about what made the Dark Troopers the nightmarish battle droids the Separatists were afraid to make. Dark Troopers as a concept are quite similar between Legends and canon, but there are enough discrepancies between the two that we're going to address Legends and canon Dark Troopers separately. Most of what we know of the Dark Troopers in canon comes from The Mandalorian, which establishes them as incredibly resilient, unrelenting, and virtually unstoppable for anyone who doesn't have a lightsaber. It also provides a little bit of insight on the Dark Trooper program. The ones we see in The Mandalorian are Phase 3 Dark Troopers, the first of the line to be full battle droids. Previous units were likely cyborgs or exosuits. In Legends, the Dark Trooper project was first conceptualized in the early years of the Empire, but it was kept in limbo for most of the Dark Times. Its goal was to create super soldiers for the Empire using droid technology, opponents that no rebel could stand against. The first Dark Troopers, the Phase 0 Dark Troopers, were aging clone veterans who had volunteered for cybernetic enhancement. Using technology similar to what had saved Darth Vader's life, they were reshaped into half-machine super soldiers equipped with jetpacks, arc casters, and their trademark black armor, and sent into battle alongside other stormtroopers. They weren't much better than the other stormtroopers, however, so for years, the Dark Trooper project went dormant. Most of the Imperial military forgot about the Dark Trooper project for a time. Most, but not all. A young Imperial officer named Rom Mock, who had worked on the project, remained committed to the idea of Imperial super soldiers. By the time of the Battle of Yavin, he had become a general, and as the Rebel Alliance became increasingly dangerous, his bid to revive the Dark Trooper project was finally greenlit. He took command of a massive science vessel called the Arc Hammer and got to work on the first true Dark Troopers. The Phase 1 Dark Troopers, the first products of Mock's project, were rather skeletal and were intended to test the basic concept of the Dark Trooper design. But while they appeared frail, this was far from the truth. Their skeletons were made of frick, a lightsaber-resistant alloy previously used in Magna Guard electro staffs. They were also equipped with incredibly advanced artificial intelligences, and while they didn't have hands capable of carrying blasters, they did feature shields and vibro swords, which were grafted onto their frames. Phase 1 Dark Troopers proved effective in tests despite their limited nature, and so Mock moved on to the next stage of his project, Phase 2 Dark Troopers. Phase 2s were much larger and bulkier than Phase 1s, and this time around, they featured full frick armor and built-in jetpacks. Special handheld assault cannons were designed for use by Phase 2 Dark Troopers. These fired high-powered plasma bolts and small missiles. Between their armor and their weapons, Phase 2 Dark Troopers were tanks on the battlefield. In their first field test on Talay, a single platoon cleared out an entire rebel base in a matter of hours, earning the personal approval of Darth Vader. After learning what had happened on Talay, Alliance High Command determined it was imperative that the Dark Trooper project be shut down. They deployed Kyle Katarn, otherwise known as the biggest Chad in the universe, to do the job. Katarn, a former stormtrooper turned rebel agent, was eventually able to track down the Dark Troopers back to the Arc Hammer, battling many of them along the way. Katarn was one of the rebellion's best fighters, but even he struggled to defeat these formidable battle droids. By the time Katarn had located the Arc Hammer, General Mock was working on the final step of the project, the Phase 3 Dark Trooper. This behemoth of a battle droid was nearly 3 meters tall, designed to be able to function either as an independent droid or as an exosuit for an organic. It was stronger, faster, and more heavily armed, equipped with a pair of integrated blaster cannons, 6 built-in rocket launchers, and improved versions of the assault cannon. If they had gotten past the prototype stage, they would have been the perfect infantry soldiers, capable of going one-on-one with tanks. Fortunately for the Rebel Alliance, Kyle Katarn made sure that very few Phase 3 Dark Troopers ever saw the light of day. Rom Mock himself integrated himself into the first prototype to battle Katarn aboard the Arc Hammer, and though he ended up losing the battle, it was a close call for Katarn. Katarn successfully destroyed the Arc Hammer, and with it, virtually all the equipment that had been used in the Dark Trooper project, leading to the project's termination. Across both Legends and canon, the Dark Troopers share a number of common traits. Their armor can shrug off blaster fire like it's rain, They're tremendously strong and utterly relenting, and they come equipped with jetpacks and heavy-duty rifles. These battle droids were something to fear, even for Mandalorians and hardened veterans. Only the almighty Kyle Katarn, praise be upon him, had nothing to fear from these walking nightmares. So why didn't the Confederacy make its battle droids more like the Dark Troopers? They were definitely capable of doing so, at least to some degree. IG-100 Magna Guards had comparably sophisticated droid brains. Many existing droid models could match the physical strength of the Dark Troopers, and the Confederacy even owned Gromas 16, the moon where the Archammer mined all of its frick. The Techno Union surely could have designed a droid of that caliber, and the mech worlds had the resources to mass produce them on a scale similar to that of the Droideka. So what gives? Well, firstly, the Dark Troopers clashed quite heavily with the combat philosophy of the Confederacy, so that was probably an obstacle. The CIS primarily employed swarm tactics, which worked quite well for much of the Clone Wars. Their tactical approach was to overwhelm the Republic. They poured their resources into obtaining a number of advantages at every level of warfare, from having greater numbers of basic infantry to having more warships and more war fleets. They didn't want to conquer the Republic, remember, they just wanted the Republic to let them secede, and they planned to force them to do so via a war of attrition. A weapon like the Dark Troopers wouldn't have suited for such a war. There was also the fact that they still probably wouldn't have been able to stand up to a Jedi. In the Mandalorian season finale, Luke Skywalker made mincemeat of those clankers, and most Jedi would surely have been able to put on similar shows. Imperial Dark Troopers wouldn't have been anywhere near as much of a threat, Legends or canon, if the Jedi were still around to fight them. Seeing as the army the Confederacy was up against was led by a few thousand Jedi, something like the Dark Trooper project probably would have ultimately been futile. But there was another reason the CIS didn't make something like the Dark Troopers. A reason that terrified the CIS leadership. Highly advanced droids in small numbers are one thing, but a full army of Dark Troopers is another, and such a force would have come with extreme risks. Every droid army in the history of the Star Wars universe came with failsafes in case the droids went rogue, but such failsafes were harder to implement and guarantee the more advanced droids became. In the right conditions, droids could override their own programming and disable any failsafe hardware before their masters became aware of their rebellion, and then the meatbags would really be in trouble. This is part of why the Confederacy's battle droids were seemingly so dumb and why the rank and files featured very obvious flaws. The CIS wanted insurance against the threat of droid rebellion, so they deliberately nerfed their own armies. If Sith hit the fan, the flaws in the Confederacy's battle droids ensured it would at least have a chance of survival, but an army of Dark Trooper grade droids would have no such guarantees. If the Confederacy did have an army of Dark Troopers and they went rogue, only Count Dooku, General Grievous, and a handful of Dark Acolytes would have been able to stand against them. All the other meatbags would have been screwed. With the Separatist Council being the pack of gibbering cowards that it was, you can see why such a scenario didn't appeal to them. They were quite content with regular old battle droids, which they could make in such vast numbers that their quality made no difference. So that's what made the Dark Troopers the battle droids the Seppies were too scared to make. Of all the tank droids that fought in the Battle of Geonosis, the Hailfire droid may well be the most memorable. These fast-moving, hoop-wheeled missile tanks proved incredibly effective against the Republic ATTEs in that first battle of the Clone Wars, as any Star Wars fan could surely tell you. But despite the ease with which these droids annihilated one of the Republic's most effective heavy vehicles, they weren't used all that much during the Clone Wars. In fact, after the first few months of the conflict, they disappeared all but entirely, and they didn't make a return to the front lines until the very end. In this video, we're going to be taking a look at the Hailfire droid and discussing why they were pulled from the front lines. Produced by Ha-or Chal Engineering, the designers of the infamous Vulture droid, the IG-227 Hailfire class droid tank was developed in the years before the Clone Wars for the Intergalactic Banking Clan. Under the IGBC's Collections and Security Division, they were typically employed to back up the banking clan's debt collectors. In the last centuries of the Republic, the IGBC had started to repossess entire planets that defaulted on their loans. The Hailfire droid quickly became one of their favorite tools for doing so, as it was not only effective, but also quite intimidating. The Hailfire droid had a bit of an unusual design, as with most of G-Sharp products. Its defining feature was its twin hoop-like drive wheels, which allowed the droid to operate on virtually any terrain at speeds of up to 45 km an hour. The rest of the droid was relatively compact. Its well-armored main reactor and droid brain, as well as its weapons, were all crammed into a small central body. The thin hoop-like design of all its wheels and its small body made the Hailfire droid a difficult target to hit. Small arms fire was all but useless against the Hailfire droid, which was armored well despite its compact design. Its only real weak point was at the rear, which of course was usually inaccessible for enemy soldiers. Heavier weapons could take down Hailfire droids without much of a problem, but they had to target the droids first, which was a difficult task. To make targeting even more difficult, Hailfire droids typically remained moving unless they were explicitly ordered to slow or stop. The Hailfire droid's main weapons were a pair of missile launchers located on either side of the head. Each launcher contained 15 heat-seeking homing missiles primarily intended for use against enemy vehicles. Additionally, a retractable anti-personnel dual laser cannon was mounted on the underside of the droid's head, intended for use against infantry. The droid's wheels could also be considered a weapon, as their inward tilt was explicitly intended to make it easier for the droids to crush groups of enemy soldiers. Between the wheels, the anti-personnel laser cannon and the missiles, the Hailfire droid was extremely effective at slaughtering enemy infantry. The droid's laser cannons had a high rate of fire and could easily mow down advancing clone troopers, while their missiles could wipe out entire platoons at a time. Of course, those rockets were put to better use against enemy armor, like Republic ATTEs. Once these missiles had locked onto a target, they would fishtail through the air, leaving thick tracks of black smoke in their wake, before making short work of whatever poor slow-moving armored vehicle they had picked out. These tanks proved incredibly effective against the IGBC's debtors, to the point where officers in the Collections and Security Division would simply take a few to an indebted world and the planet would immediately surrender. These promising displays led the IGBC to make the Hailfire droid their main contribution to the CIS droid army, albeit in a non-exclusive agreement. These droids first saw action alongside the rest of the droid army in the First Battle of Geonosis, when 4,100 of the droid tanks were deployed in response to the sudden arrival of the Grand Army of the Republic. Hailfire droids made a series of highly effective rapid strikes against Republic battle lines in Geonosis, destroying a number of ATTEs with their missiles. Their successes were short-lived, however. In the opening stages of the battle, the Hailfire droids sped right to the front of the Separatist battle lines to get clear shots at advancing Republic walkers, but this rendered them easy targets for incoming LAAT gunships. As Separatist air support was virtually non-existent during the First Battle of Geonosis, Republic gunships ruled the skies and made short work of most of the Confederacy's Hailfire droids. Most Hailfire droids had been destroyed by the time the Republic got its SPHAT artillery within range of the Separatist landing zones, and as a result, the SPHATs went largely unopposed during the later stages of the battle. Hailfire droids were deployed more competently after the Battle of Geonosis, but that first battle clearly highlighted one of the droid's weaknesses: its tactics. In battle, Hailfire droids preferred to charge straight toward the enemy at high speed, firing off their rockets as quickly as possible and mowing down infantry. When the droids were out of rockets, they would simply drive around plowing through platoons, if they even survived for that long, which many didn't. This had worked well enough for the droids when they were faced with poorly armed local militias, the type of enemy they had been designed to face, but these tactics fared a lot worse against the Grand Army of the Republic. Nonetheless, Hailfire droids were a common sight on the battlefield during the first 4 months of the Clone Wars, especially in space controlled by the intergalactic banking clan. Separatist General Severance Tan regularly made use of the droids during her campaign in the first month of the conflict, while Hailfires also saw regular action during the Dark Reaper crisis. The Confederacy's use of Hailfire droids peaked around the time of the Battle of Mutilist 4 months into the Clone Wars, in which the IGBC deployed hordes of the droids in an unsuccessful bid to protect their homeworld from the Republic. Mutilist highlighted the problems with the Hailfire droid even more clearly than Geonosis had. On Mutilist, the Confederacy had lost in large part because they had been unable to destroy Republic artillery in time, just like on Geonosis. The Hailfire droid was largely at fault for this. Few Hailfires made it deep enough into Republic lines to engage the SPHATs, and those that did, more often than not, had run out of missiles by the time they had gotten that far. This was by far the biggest problem with Hailfire droids. They only had 30 missiles each. Once they were gone, all the droids had were anti-infantry weapons. As a result, Hailfire droids were pretty much one-use vehicles, which made them rather useless in prolonged battles. Over the course of the next few months, the Confederacy started to use Hailfire droids less and less, with commanders often opting to bring in Trade Federation armored assault tanks instead. Hailfire droids made notable appearances in the battles on Brental 4, Kartau, Jabim, Argonar, Mersin, and Zadja during the remaining months of 22 BBY, but after Munilinst, they were mostly used by smaller Separatist units, such as local planetary security forces, and not in larger conflicts. At the end of 22 BBY, Hailfire droids were pulled from the front lines altogether, with the Battle of Praesitlin having been their last known appearance before this recall. The Hailfire droids sat out more than 2 full years of the Clone Wars, while Howard Chal Engineering tried to fix their glaring flaws. This is why we never see any Hailfires in Star Wars The Clone Wars, as the whole series takes place after Praesitlin. In the meantime, the role filled by the Hailfire droid was largely filled by the AAT and the Corporate Alliance tank droid. While these tanks weren't quite as effective against ATTEs, they were much more cost effective. By the start of 19 BBY, the final year of the Clone Wars, Howard Chal had finally worked out a solution for the Hailfire droid's missile problem. Airborne refresh droids were designed to deliver a new round of missiles to Hailfires in the middle of battles, allowing the droid tanks to be more effective for longer periods. These refresh droids were hastily rushed into production, and the Hailfire droid was pushed back into active duty just in time for the Outer Rim sieges. Hailfires were back on the battlefield as early as the Battle of Zagobar, which took place during the second month of the sieges. However, they didn't really regain their original popularity with Separatist commanders until the very last month of the Clone Wars. In the Siege of Seleucami, the Battle of Megiddo, and the Battle of Coruscant, Hailfire droids once more appeared in droves on the battlefield, annihilating any slow-moving enemy vehicles that stood in their way. On Coruscant, Hailfires even found another use for their missiles. On the orders of General Grievous, the Hailfire droids deployed on Coruscant turned their rockets on skyscrapers and civilian transports in the upper levels of the city, creating chaos to cover for the kidnapping of Supreme Chancellor Palpatine. Despite the retrofit, however, Hailfire droids didn't go back to being as ubiquitous as they had been at the start of the Clone Wars. Separatist officers had moved on in the 2 years since the Hailfire was pulled from active duty, and they weren't needed nearly as much at the end of the war as they had been at the start. The newer heavy vehicles that the Republic had begun to deploy, like the Juggernaut tank, weren't as vulnerable to Hailfire missiles as the ATTE had been, and the other Separatist tanks were generally more suited to combat against them. The return of the Hailfire droid was also cut short by the end of the Clone Wars, following which these fearsome droid tanks were largely scrapped or commandeered by rebel groups. Star Wars has a wide variety of unusual droids, and most of them are endearing in their own way. But the Buzz droid, while certainly an interesting and unique concept, was much more of a nuisance. These vicious little gremlins were well known for their programmed habit of ripping starfighters to shreds. And though they haven't appeared all that much in Star Wars media, they're nonetheless memorable for their 5 minutes of fame in Revenge of the Sith. In this video, we'll be taking an in-depth look at these little buggers, examining what made them so dangerous for their size. Before we begin, take a few seconds to guess who made these crafty little droids. They've got a unique, distinctly non-human design that can become little balls for transport, and they're distinctly vicious in unusual ways. In other words, they're right on brand for the Colicoid creation nest, and if you guess that the Buzz droid came from the same group that manufactured the deadly Droideka, you'd be correct. The Colicoids, for those of you who are unfamiliar with them, were an insectoid species from the planet Colla 4. They somewhat resembled their signature Droidekas, shared their iconic ability to curl up into balls for faster transport, and were typically similarly vicious. The average Colicoid was quite violent, in large part because they were ever-ravenous carnivores that weren't picky about what they ate. They were even known to eat each other in times of stress. Such was their hunger that the Trade Federation actually paid for its original shipments of Droidekas with freighters full of exotic meats for the Colicoids to enjoy, which the insectoids readily accepted. The colicoids weren't just vicious, however, they were also extraordinarily inventive. The colicoid creation nest produced some of the most feared war machines the galaxy had ever seen, after all, and they were great at making servant droids and the like as well. Their inspiration for their droids often came from Colo 4's environment, which was full of unique and dangerous creatures that the colicoids took inspiration from. The Droideka was based on the colicoids themselves, the Tri-Fighter was modelled on the skull shape of one of Colo 4's most vicious predators, and the Buzz Droid was based on the Pisto, a pest from the planet's tropical region. In fact, Buzz Droid is just a nickname, much like Destroyer Droid for the Droideka. Their real name was the Pistoica Sabotage Droid, with Pisto referring to the pest and Ica being the colicoid word for drone or servant. Buzz Droid is easier to say though, so we're going to stick with that name going forward. Anyway, the Buzz Droid was actually a refit of an older colicoid model. When pressed for new droid models midway through the war by the Separatist leadership, the colicoid creation nest just took their existing repair droids, gave them some new toys, and reprogrammed them to dismantle ships instead of putting them back together. The result was one of the most feared droid models ever deployed in naval warfare. Each Buzz Droid was powered by a small internal reactor located in the main body of the droid, which, naturally, could be primed to self-destruct to inflict even more damage on an enemy craft. Their faces featured 3 photoreceptor eyes, 1 main eye and 2 secondary ones, which provided additional spatial awareness and could double as X-ray sensors. A small antenna mounted on top of their heads provided them with a direct link of nearby central control computers, though they were capable of independent thought and operation. Their main bodies also featured a set of small maneuvering thrusters on their backs, which allowed them to move while still in ball mode. When deployed, a Buzz Droid's most noticeable feature was a pair of wing-like armored shells suspended above their heads, which mimicked the wings of the Pisto. These were thin but remarkably durable, made from shock-absorbing materials and coated with a heat-dissipating alloy that allowed the droid to penetrate even the toughest energy shields. The entire droid could curl up into these shells for transport, with only their maneuvering thrusters and eyes poking out through gaps in the armor. Typically, they were deployed in this configuration and remained in it until they had pierced a target craft's shields. When deployed, Buzz Droids made use of a single magnetic foot, which allowed the droids to latch onto starship hulls. Typically, they would use their other arms to scuttle around a craft looking for a point to start drilling, and when they found a target site, they would magnetize to the spot, making them near impossible to shake off or detach without extreme measures. Apart from their single legs, Buzz Droids had other arms, each of which was tipped with a type of sabotage tool. These could include circular saws, prying hooks, picket and pincer arms, drill heads, and plasma torches. Buzz Droids also featured an extendable probe that could interface with a ship's computer. Since the droids were programmed with the stolen schematics of most Republic craft, they usually had an easy time finding vulnerable computer ports. The main tool of the Buzz Droid, however, was a large cutting drill mounted just below the eyes. This drill could cut through bomber-grade Starfighter armor without much trouble, allowing the Buzz Droid access to a craft's more vulnerable parts. Buzz Droids were also equipped with a small pair of blasters, one on either side of the central eye. They can be difficult to spot, but they are there, and Buzz Droids could use them for self-defense. They didn't seem to use their guns all that much, however, preferring to use their sabotage tools when they needed to fight. Buzz Droids were deployed by Discord missiles, large tracking missiles that could be carried aboard most Separatist fighter craft. Capable of accelerating at up to 10,000 Gs and carrying 7 Buzz Droids each, Discord missiles were notoriously tricky for Republic pilots to avoid, and they could turn any dogfight into pure chaos. Discord missiles were typically carried aboard Tri-Fighters, which could carry 6 of them for a total of 42 Buzz Droids, but they were sometimes also deployed by Vulture Droids, which could carry 4 for a total of 28 Buzz Droids. Once launched, Discord missiles would pick a target, overshoot them a little, and then explode, raining Buzz Droids down on their unlucky victims. All told, the Buzz Droid was a compact but extraordinarily dangerous little droid, built and programmed for absolute mayhem. They seemed to have a love for chaos and a penchant for violence, often going out of their way to break things that they really didn't need to target, as exemplified by buzz droids killing R4P-17 during the Battle of Coruscant. Though they were designed to be deployed against starships, buzz droids were also able to pick a fight with infantry, using their tools to dismantle enemy clone troopers, typically with gruesome results. Usually, buzz droids disabled enemy craft instead of destroying them outright, both to allow the Confederacy to capture the ship and to distract their victims' comrades, who could become preoccupied with rescuing them and thus fall victim to Tri-Fighters or other Separatist craft. The buzz droid's usual strategy was to crawl over a ship and attack targets of opportunity, crippling systems in no particular order, often with chaotic results. In every case, however, they would start by taking control of the ship away from the pilot, leaving them unable to do anything about the mechanical gremlins having a field day with their fighter. Buzz droids were introduced around the same time as the Tri-Fighter in 21 BBY, and they made an immediate impact on naval warfare. While the individual activities of the droids didn't make much of a difference, the sheer chaos of buzz droid attacks left Republic squadrons reeling, allowing other Separatist craft to swoop in and wipe them out. Buzz droids became even more of a nuisance after Darth Sidious supplied the Colicoids with a complete set of Republic Starfighter schematics, which they then programmed into their droids. The first known appearance of the buzz droid was shortly before the Karita incident in 20 BBY, when a swarm of them attacked D Squad aboard the captured Star Destroyer Renown. They went on to appear in a number of major battles, most notably the defense of Cato Neimoidia and the Battle of Coruscant. At Cato Neimoidia, a swarm of buzz droids nearly killed Anakin Skywalker himself by disabling his fighter, while at Coruscant, another swarm did the same to Obi-Wan Kenobi. After the end of the Clone Wars, all buzz droids were reactivated, but billions of them were left behind in Separatist warehouses, many of which were raided by underworld factions. During the Age of the Empire, buzz droids became a common sight in junkyards, not as scrap, but as scrappers, a job to which they were well suited. They were also commonly used in droid gladiator rings, where they often quite literally ripped their opponents to shreds. Some crime lords were also known for using buzz droids to dismantle the bodies of their enemies for disposal, sometimes while the victims were still alive. The Clone Wars devastated many of the galaxy's planets. The Separatists deployed their droid army to ravage Republic worlds, leaving millions dead or without homes. They had a wide array of weapons at their disposal, and one of their most terrifying weapons was the HMP Droid Gunship. That's the key word, terrifying. This gunship did far more than devastate Republic worlds. Sometimes it was turned on the Separatists' own citizens with frightening effectiveness. In today's video, we'll discuss the HMP Droid Gunship, focusing on its specs and how Separatist dictators used it to keep their populace in line. The HMP Droid Gunship, short for Heavy Missile Platform, was a repulsor lift air speeder manufactured by Bactoid Fleet Ordnance for the Confederacy of Independent Systems near the end of the Clone Wars. It was based on the older design of the mechanized assault flyer and intended for low altitude airstrikes. The Droid Gunship was the Separatists' answer to the Grand Army of the Republic's low altitude assault transport or infantry gunships. This behemoth of an airspeeder measured 12.46 meters or 41 feet long, 9.75 meters or 32 feet wide, and 2.78 meters or 9 feet tall. Its creators saw it as a hunk of heavily shielded metal capable of raining pain upon its enemies at a speed of up to 100 kilometers or 62 miles per hour. Much like its predecessor, it had a saucer-shaped body and a reactor and drive system mounted in the center of its domed hull. In front, it featured a scorpion-like head with glowing red eyes and moving mandibles. Unlike its predecessor, the vehicle was unmanned, controlled by an integrated droid brain linked to a droid control ship in orbit. Although the ship was relatively slow and clunky, it was armed to the teeth and not afraid to spend its arsenal. Most of the ship's energy-based weapons were mounted on its head. They included a forward-mounted heavy laser cannon and two forward-mounted spherical turrets housing twin light laser cannons.
2 medium laser cannons were also mounted on small S-foils on the ship's flanks. But that wasn't all the gunship's firepower. On the surface of its main body, Bactoid fitted modular ordnance racks that could deploy any type of projectile in the Separatists' arsenal. Concussion missiles, torpedoes, electromagnetic pulse bombs, the gunship could fire them all. And if that wasn't enough, some models were custom fitted with deployment racks for B1, B2, and BX series battle droids. As we mentioned earlier, however, this ship wasn't particularly fast. To substitute its low speed and maneuverability, Bactoid equipped it with a powerful ray shield generator that could protect it from enemy blaster fire. Short-range sensors rounded out the ship's defenses, giving it a fighting chance even against faster Republic speeders. It was a fantastic, reliable craft designed for air support in planetary atmospheres, and the Separatist army put it to good use. Sometimes, that meant targeting their own people. One of the problems with war is that it's never just between opposing factions. Wartime gives bad people an opportunity to do bad things, and this is as true in the Star Wars universe as it is in ours. During the Clone Wars, many world leaders took advantage of the conflict and allied with the CIS, leveraging their planet's shipyards and resources to tighten their hold on the people they had subjugated. Addo Emon was an excellent example of a bad man made worse by war. During the Clone Wars, he was the ruler of the planet Karam 5 in the Mid-Rim and was known for his silver tongue. Although the planet initially took a neutral stance in the war, Emon secretly forged an alliance with the CIS and offered Karam 5's vast manufacturing facilities in exchange for a percentage of the ships produced. The Separatists were quite happy with this arrangement. They got an armada of HMP droid gunships, and Emon got his cut of the fleet. Remember how the droid gunship was intended for airstrikes in planetary atmospheres? Emon did. He deployed his new fleet against his own people, turning his rule into a dictatorship the planet would not soon forget. The gunships targeted anyone Emon perceived as a threat to his rule, but the thing with heavy ordnance is that it's rather indiscriminate when deployed in urban centers. Emon killed anyone and anything that may have come to stand against him, but he also killed innocents and ravaged the land. At least the ships he gave the Separatists had his shiny, triple-spiraled insignia to show that he was a charitable CIS sponsor. The people of Karam 5 greatly appreciated the free advertisement. Emon wasn't the only leader to deploy gunships against his own world. In fact, he wasn't even the worst. That title goes to King Sanjay Rash of the Royal Court of Onderon. When the Clone Wars began, Onderon's ruler, King Ramses Stendup, chose to remain neutral despite some members of his cabinet approving the CIS's leader, Count Dooku. Onderon's location in the Inner Rim was perfect for launching armadas into the galaxy, so the Separatists chose to respect the King's decision, peacefully invading the capital city Aziz and occupying the planet with their droid army, replacing the legitimate ruler with a Separatist sympathizer named Sanjay Rash. The people of Onderon didn't take kindly to the occupation, nor to their new dictator's harsh regime. It didn't take long for a group of rebels to organize a resistance force in the jungle. For 2 years, the rebels did their best to fight the droid army, but they lacked training and supplies. In what must have felt like their last hope, they reached out to the Jedi Council. After long deliberation, the Council agreed to train the resistance, even though some believed it was an internal affair the Jedi shouldn't involve themselves in. Thus, Anakin Skywalker, Ahsoka Tano, Obi-Wan Kenobi, and Captain Rex left for the planet. On Onderon, the Republic team taught the rebels how to take out various models of battle droids, from droidekas to AATs. Under their tutelage, the rebels, which included then newbie Saw Gerrera, defended their camp from the droid army and carried out strikes against the droid capital. They even destroyed the main generator that powered the Separatist droids. The illegitimate king grew increasingly concerned with the rebels' success. He received additional support from the Separatists in the form of General Kalani, a super tactical droid. Believing the former king to be behind the rebels' activity, Rash planned his public execution. In the end, the execution failed when the Royal Guard sided with the rebels and freed the king. This is where the droid gunships come in. Now enraged, King Rash and General Kalani sent in the droid army in an all-out attack to wipe out the new rebel camp in the Highlands. Several HMP droid gunships were deployed. Even though the rebels fought off the droid army's ground forces, the gunships were far too powerful, forcing them to retreat. Fortunately for the rebels, Skywalker went to Florum to secure rocket launchers, which he brought back to Onderon. These proved effective against the gunships devastating the area. Unfortunately for the Seps, one gunship crashed into the side of the mountain where Steela Guerrera was standing and she fell to her death. This seemingly insignificant death would cause both the Separatists and the Empire a lot of grief later on, as it radicalized Saw Gerrera, her brother, and essentially turned him into a straight-up terrorist. Despite heavy losses, the rebels won. Count Dooku ordered the droid army to withdraw from the planet, which displeased the dictator. When he insisted on additional reinforcements, the droids smoked him and withdrew from the planet completely. In the aftermath, the former king was reinstated as Onderon's ruler and the planet joined the Republic. Few would soon forget the terror of the droid army's occupation, however, and the rain of destruction the HMP droid gunships brought down on Onderon civilians. Even after the Clone Wars, the HMP droid gunship still saw use, including in the Battle of Mustafar. But battles are never as devastating as attacks on civilian populations, especially when they're upon one's own people. War is war, and terror is indiscriminate.
The CIS Droid Army was the largest military force in the history of the galaxy, composed of vast numbers of battle droids. To keep up with the droid army's numbers, droid factories all over the galaxy churned out battle droids ceaselessly before and during the Clone Wars. Some Separatist worlds just featured small factories hastily erected at the start of the war, but other planets were completely covered by massive factory complexes converted entirely to droid production. There were dozens of these mech worlds across the galaxy during the Clone Wars, but what happened to them afterwards? How did the Empire deal with these droid-making worlds? In this video, we'll be exploring that question. As the Republic expanded across the galaxy, the civilizations that founded it grew larger right alongside it. Some, such as those of Coruscant, Alsaken, and Humberine, grew so rapidly and to such an extent that they became ecomonopolises, or city planets. But the inhabitants of many other planets weren't willing to lose the natural beauty of their homeworlds and resisted the total industrialization other planets underwent. This caused problems, however, as limiting industry put a cap on just how large those civilizations could grow. Though, early in Republic history, a solution to this dilemma was found: exporting industry. As the Republic discovered ever more star systems, it also discovered a great many uninhabitable rocks unsuitable for traditional colonization. While these worlds weren't fit for settlement, they were perfect candidates for industrialization. Wealthy core worlds sunk vast amounts of credits into industrializing these dead planets, covering them with vast production facilities. As this allowed the civilizations of the core to continue to grow without sacrificing their homeworlds, this pattern of outsourcing industry became as widespread as Republic rule. Thus, the galaxy's first mech worlds came into being. One of the many industries that was outsourced to these factory worlds was droid production. By the time of the Clone Wars, most of the galaxy's droids were produced on mech worlds, with Mechas 3 and Telti as the most prominent. Both were inner rim worlds with long histories, and both were almost completely covered by vast droid factories. Mechas 3, a smoke-shrouded volcanic world, was almost completely automated, home to only a skeleton population of humans that made sure nothing went wrong. It rented out its factories to many companies, notably including the Techno Union, the Genetech Corporation, Arakid Industries, Veryl Line Systems, and the Sora Sub Corporation. Telti, on the other hand, was a lifeless moon dotted with massive habitat domes, which housed similarly automated factories. Telti also rented out factory space to the Techno Union, as well as dozens of other droid-making companies. Before the Clone Wars, the droid-making industry was dominated by the Techno Union. Countless corporations, from the Kuwait drive yards to the Geonosian Industries, were Techno Union members, and many mech worlds were owned wholesale by the Union. Among the subsidiaries of the Techno Union was Bactoid Combat Automata, the Geonosian firm responsible for the production of the B-1 battle droid. After the Battle of Naboo, these droids became rather unpopular for reasons we couldn't possibly imagine, forcing Bactoid and the Techno Union as a whole to greatly reduce production of the droids. This spelled trouble for the galaxy's mech worlds. In an attempt to save face over the Naboo fiasco, the Techno-Union shuttered some of the factories it had produced battle droids in, particularly those located on prominent industrial worlds. It was still putting on these performative gestures during the start of the Separatist crisis, during which it publicly shuttered Bactoid plants on Telti, Foundry, Balmorra, Ord Cestus, and Ord Lythone, laying off 12.5 million employees in the process. This was taken by HoloNet pundits as a sign that the Techno-Union had seen the error of its ways, something public statements from Foreman Wat Tambor seemed to reinforce. But in reality, the Techno-Union wasn't slowing production at all. It was just moving it out to the far reaches of the Outer Rim, beyond the purview of the Republic. Even as battle droid production stopped on Telti and Ord Cestus, it continued to ramp up on Geonosis and Hypori, building an army the CIS would lay claim to at the start of the Clone Wars. This didn't help the workers laid off at the more prominent plants, of course. The Techno-Union didn't offer them any jobs in their new facilities, which were almost exclusively staffed by droids and Geonosian drones. Nor was it much help to the mech worlds, which began to see their output slump. When the Clone Wars erupted, it did so on Geonosis, the Confederacy's primary foundry world. That first battle ended with the Republic's capture of Geonosis, which forced the Separatists to again rely on a diverse array of planets. Hypori, a Geonosian colony, more or less replaced Geonosis as the Separatists' most important mech worlds, but there were many other droid-making worlds that seceded at the start of the war. Metalorn, a Techno-Union stronghold, became a major producer of battle droids, as did Mechas 3. Foundry and Ord Cestus, which seceded after the Battle of Geonosis, reopened their old Bactoid plants and began to churn out battle droids once more. The loyalties of some of the other mech worlds were much less clear-cut. Telti remained in the Republic, but apparently didn't favour either side of the Clone Wars. Balmorra initially remained in the Republic as well, but changed their mind when the Republic ordered it to close down its remaining Techno-Union plants. It ended up joining the CIS, resuming its production of battle droids and receiving a fleet of battleships from Nemoidia in return. However, Balmorra, being the galaxy's biggest weapons manufacturer, wasn't really partial to either side of the Clone Wars. Even as it became one of the Confederacy's biggest suppliers of battle droids, it continued to sell SD-6 Hulk battle droids to the Republic, to the ire of Count Dooku. Ord Cestus, on the other hand, ended up jumping ship and rejoining the Republic early in the war, closing down its Techno-Union foundries. Many of those mech worlds that joined the CIS fared poorly even before the Clone Wars were over. Metalorn, for example, was the site of several major battles which laid waste to much of the planet. Just as the Separatists targeted Kamino, the Republic targeted the Confederacy's mech worlds, particularly during the Outer Rim sieges. This led the Separatists to improvise late in the war, bringing in colonies of Geonosians on captured planets to build new droid factories. Gentes, Zadja, and Utapau were just a few of the unlucky planets that became makeshift mech worlds. You'd expect that the fun would really begin after the Clone Wars was over, of course. The Empire was notoriously hostile to the corporations on the Separatist Council, and the Techno-Union was one of many council factions liquidated during imperialization. Pretty much any company associated with the CIS met with a similar fate, with the notable exception of the intergalactic banking clan, which only escaped liquidation because the galactic economy depended on it. But the same treatment wasn't really dished out to the mech worlds. The impromptu droid factories the Separatists set up were dismantled, and the facilities owned by former Separatist companies were seized by the Empire, but the mech worlds themselves weren't punished. In fact, most of them weren't even treated all that poorly. There were exceptions to this, of course. Geonosis was subjected to a brutal Imperial occupation, and Hypori was forced into irrelevance once Imperial troops shut down its battle droid factories. But most of the other mech worlds just had to retool their facilities and then get back to business. There was a simple reason for this: the Empire needed them. Unlike the Republic, the Empire was constantly producing new equipment to expand the Imperial military, and it needed a strong industrial base to be able to do so. It couldn't afford to cut off the galaxy's biggest mech worlds because of politics. Instead, it replaced the CIS as those systems' primary client. While the Empire didn't really need battle droids, it did need blasters, TIE fighters, and Star Destroyers, and it was a relatively simple process rebuilding old bombed out droid factories to produce those sort of goods. Foundry, one of the worlds the Techno Union laid off millions of people on, became a major player in TIE fighter production, which allowed it to rebound from its losses during the Clone Wars. Balmorra stopped making blaster rifles for battle droids and started making them for stormtroopers instead. Medalorn, one of the greatest mech worlds in the Techno Union, became the foundation of the Empire's industrial complex. It should be noted that, though this greatly benefited the rulers of these mech worlds and the shareholders of their foundries, the rise of the Empire did nothing to help the people that actually worked in these factories. The Empire didn't care about the people laid off by the Techno Union before the Clone Wars, or those who had lost their jobs because of the Clone Wars or its conclusion. On Medalorn, the Empire outright enslaved the planet's workers, forcing Medalorn's laborers to wear identical uniforms and barring them from doing pretty much anything aside from working, eating, and sleeping. On this channel, we've seen our fair share of eldritch horrors, insidious hive minds, and supercomputer droids. What we haven't seen before, however, is a monstrous mix of all three. Meet the Gemini droids, a group of super intelligent, super creepy woman-shaped droids with serial killer voices. They were built by engineers of a species lost to time and set to work murdering anything that breathed in their vicinity. In today's video, we'll be delving into the Gemini's dark history to discover how they ended up in servitude to the Sith Emperor and why they were so adamant on purging all life from the universe. Like many other eldritch horrors, the Gemini were born out in the unknown regions, somewhere known as Iokath. Note that we say somewhere and not on a planet. This is because Iokath wasn't a planet. It wasn't even a moon or a battle station. It was actually an artificial sphere of gargantuan proportions constructed around a star otherwise known as a Dyson sphere, built during the Mandarin period between 7000 and 5000 BBY. Iokath's creators were technologically advanced enough to create a hamster ball around the sun. It's honestly no surprise then that they were able to build a legion of sentient murderbots. These were the Gemini droids. Their initial purpose was to control the Eternal Fleet, an armada of incredibly powerful battle cruisers designed for one purpose only: to annihilate all life in wild space, a mission they began by conquering almost every world in the region. At some point, during the Mandarin period, however, a civil war broke out on Iokath, but not the kind you might be expecting. The civil war was between the scientists and engineers on one side and all their sentient technological creations on the other, which also included the Gemini droids. After having been used for centuries to destroy unsuspecting worlds, the sentient droids of Iokath rebelled against their makers and tried to usurp them, slaughtering many. In an act of desperation, the Iokath engineers flung many of their creations out into wild space and locked their memory cores so that they wouldn't be able to find their way back to Iokath and continue murdering them. Joke's on them, however. The 6 machine gods, the old gods of the Zakulan pantheon, still rose to the sphere's surface to annihilate all organic life. These discarded creations drifted for centuries through space. Some were discovered by organic life and used for their own purposes. Others reawakened of their own accord. The Gemini droids and the Eternal Fleet came online at some point during the post-Mandarin period, and, obeying their original programming, resumed slaughtering all life in wild space as if it was just a regular Tuesday. Eventually, they were stopped by a single ship called the Gravestone. Another Iokath creation was an omni-cannon powerful enough to pierce their shields and destroy several battlecruisers. After this defeat, the Gemini went back into dormancy, as did the Eternal Fleet, until a certain Sith Emperor happened to chance upon them and rub his Sithy little paws together in glee. Emperor Valkorion, as he was called, was as ambitious as they came. After abandoning the true Sith Empire, Valkorion headed into the unknown regions, searching for a better alternative to his failed project. That's when he came across Zakul, which he conquered and took over as their eternal emperor. This is when he found and appropriated the dormant ships of the Eternal Fleet. Knowing he had to control them, he built the Eternal Throne, which was both a ceremonial throne and a transmitter. It was connected to a hyperwave relay station deep under Zakuul's surface, and through these signals, it controlled the Eternal Fleet. Now that they had someone ordering them around, the Gemini droids were happy to go with the flow. They piloted the Eternal Fleet in the Zakuul Wars against the Republic and Sith Empire, ravaging their navies and raining destruction down on many core worlds. The Eternal Fleet was so superior to these navies that it only took them a year to both force the Republic and the Sith Empire into a surrender. During their invasion of known space, one of the planets conquered was Darvanis, which was located in Hutt space. Zakuulan forces seized a weapons facility planetside and transported the Gemini Prime there so they could continue production of new Gemini droids to replace those destroyed in space battles. The Gemini Prime was essentially the master template for all Gemini droids. Normally, the only way to control all Gemini units was through the Eternal Throne's control spire, but Gemini Prime was also able to remotely modify their programming. This will be important later. For the next 5 years, the Eternal Fleet kept the galaxy in order. Ships remained in orbit above core worlds such as Alderaan and Corellia, while others patrolled the more rebellious corners of the galaxy. But everything changed when the Alliance struck back. After the Outlander, a renowned fighter who had taken down Revan and prevented the Emperor from being resurrected, was rescued from Valkorian's vault on Zakuul, they became the head of the Alliance that was founded by their former allies. The Alliance, a ragtag group of rebels from all corners of the galaxy, had banded together to fight against Zakuul's hold on known space. As part of their efforts to take down Valkorian, the now Alliance commander dealt with many different people, from Nico Okar to Shae Vizsla, otherwise known as Mandalore the Avenger. One of the most unexpected allies the commander found in their fight against the Eternal Emperor, however, was Scorpio. Scorpio was a droid, a very peculiar droid. During the Outlander's time in the Emperor's vault, she became an information broker on Zakuul and used her superior AI and network to investigate the Eternal Fleet. She had suspected the Gemini droids were based on her design, but until the Alliance began encountering them, she had had no way to confirm her suspicions. After infiltrating the Alliance's databases and confirming for herself that the Gemini droids matched her design, she contacted the Alliance commander and offered her assistance. With the Alliance's aid, she uncovered the hyperwave relay station that controlled the droids, the frequency it operated at, and the location of the Gemini Prime. On her request, it was brought to Odyssey, their base, where Scorpio could hack into their systems. Through the Gemini Prime, Scorpio could locate every Gemini captain and their respective vessels, though she still required manual input to control them. She recommended that the commander use Gemini Prime to plug into an Eternal Fleet warship, which would allow them to control the entire fleet. She even helpfully identified a resupplying vessel for them to target. When the strike team boarded the vessel, however, things were more complicated than initially expected. The Gemini captain of the ship separated the commander and Scorpio from the rest of the team and deployed sky troopers and poison gas to take them out. Scorpio connected to a data node and established a link to the captain so she could erase her. Her plan backfired, however, when the Gemini captain sent a surge through the console to completely fry her circuits. The captain did her best to stall the commander and their team after alerting Zakuul of their presence. The commander made their way to the sun-generated chamber to confront the captain, but that's where Scorpio's betrayal was revealed. To no one's surprise, the droid had been scheming behind the Alliance's back from the very beginning. When she first learnt the Gemini droids were related to her, Scorpio had chosen not to control them, but to grant them free will instead. When she had interfaced with the captain earlier, she had removed her control protocols and set her free. In exchange, the captain pretended to destroy Scorpio while she uploaded her droid brain into the Gemini frequency. The commander eventually took out the Gemini captain and escaped the ship, but this was only the beginning of the Scorpio headache. Scorpio, meanwhile, found herself a new body and installed herself on the Eternal Throne, from which she commanded all Zakuulan droid forces. In true backstabby fashion, she left Arkan, Valkorian's son and now Emperor of Zakuul, a big chunk of fleet and waved him toward the Alliance base on Odyssey so her enemies could conveniently destroy each other for her. Here, we have to note that she wasn't controlling the Eternal Fleet against their will. Once she connected to the Eternal Throne, she used the connection to set them all free. Some chose to remain by her and serve her, while others took their ships and left to explore the galaxy. Since she was still investigating their true origins, Scorpio remained on Zakuul as an advisor to Vaylin, the new Empress. The Eternal Fleet served Vaylin until the invasion of Vos, at which point they realized they didn't actually like dying and skedaddled. Through a series of big brain moves, Scorpio gathered all her enemies on the gravestone, then connected with it to learn of their mutual homeworld of Iokath, took over the ship and left for it with her sisters alongside them. The Murderbots were going home. And this is where we meet Ares, Scorpio's sentient Murderbot cousin. When the gravestone arrived, Ares used the super weapon to knock everyone out and scatter them across Iokath's surface. He set them up against the local non-sentient droids in a series of combat tests during which both Alliance and Zakuulan forces took heavy losses. Vaylin managed to bully the Gemini droids into submission and, with their help, recovered control over the Eternal Fleet. They were still trapped on Iokath, however, as Ares had sealed them in with the Ray shield. A Gemini captain hacked into an Iokath purifier droid to discover that Ares was about to fire a super weapon that would kill all organics. Vaylin, taking the Iokath droid with her, fled back to Zakuul after the Alliance took the shield down, allowing everyone to escape before Ares activated his weapon. The purifier droid had one very special function. It was able to reset the Gemini droids back to factory settings. Once Vaylin returned to the Eternal Throne, she plugged the purifier droid into the hyperwave relay station and used it to reset all Gemini droids back to their factory settings. This, it turns out, was a bad idea. The immediate result was that the Eternal Fleet was under Vaylin's complete control, and she deployed them effectively against the Alliance. The slightly less desirable result was that, once she was killed, the Gemini droids no longer had someone to command them and reverted to their initial programming, which was to murder everything in existence. The rogue droids bombed everything and everyone. They even formed a blockade around Zakuul and tried to raze it to the ground. Luckily, the commander snuck through their blockade and claimed the Eternal Throne themselves, putting an end to their murder spree. They put the warships to use around the galaxy, but the peace didn't last long before Iokath made more trouble for everyone. In the end, the Eternal Fleet ended where it began, on Iokath. Sometime after the commander took the Eternal Throne, a cult named the Order of Xildrog traveled to Iokath and tried to awaken the 6 gods that were responsible for the death of all organic life eons ago. The commander left for Iokath, intercepting the Republic and Empire forces that were preparing to attack each other for the umpteenth time, and tried to stop the gods before they reached full power. They brought the Eternal Fleet with them, but Tyth, the first god, fired an energy beam and destroyed one of the warships. The remaining fleet managed to converge fire on him and take him out. The unknown wildcard was Gemini 16, a Gemini unit that had escaped the Alliance's control by severing herself from the Gemini frequency. She still felt that her freedom was at risk, however, so she contacted the Order of Xildrog to share the mechanical deity's location with the cult. The Order left for Nathema to awaken the deity that would wipe out all life. Although the commander was hot on their heels, they couldn't stop them awakening Xildrog, who promptly connected to the gravestone and used it to blow the entirety of the Eternal Fleet to smithereens. Once the commander defeated Xildrog, his death triggered a kill switch command that destroyed the gravestone and the Eternal Throne, putting a stop to the Murderbot fleet once and for all. Scorpio was the lone survivor, now one with Iokath. That just goes to show that the villains you want to die the most always survive just to spite you.
Maggot of metal, rust and rot. Sith life draws breath, old life does not. During the time of the Old Republic, this Sith incantation gave life to a virus far more horrible than any the galaxy had seen before. The work of Sith Lord Belia Darzu, this nightmarish dark side plague caused its victims to develop metallic tumors which would rapidly spread and transform the victim into a techno-beast. These abominations were best described as bloodthirsty cyborg zombies, and during this dark era of the Republic's history, Dazu built an army of them to spread the plague across the galaxy. Few fans know of the Techno Beasts and the horrors they inflicted on the galaxy. Fewer still know how this scourge was finally stopped. In this video, we'll be telling the full story of these monsters of flesh and rust. As we're sure you know, the Sith Lords weren't the only students of the dark side in the galaxy. But there was one core element of their philosophy and practices that set them apart from other Darksiders: their manipulation of life itself. The Dark Jedi that went on to become the first Sith Lords used dark side alchemy to warp living creatures into monsters, creating massive abominations known as Leviathans that fed off the living force. When the last of these Dark Jedi assimilated with the Sith purebloods, they merged their alchemical techniques with those the Sith had developed on their own, discovering new and exciting ways to make a mockery of nature. The first monsters created by these Sith Lords, and those created by their many successors, were known as Sith Spawn. Most of the alchemical work performed by the ancient Sith involved either simple weapons or living things. The most common products of these rituals were the enhanced swords wielded by Master Sai warriors and the terrifying war beasts they rode into battle. But in the time of the ancient Sith, a handful of alchemists took a crack at merging these two fields of Sith alchemy, seeking to create Sith spawn out of machines instead of organic beings. The technique they developed allowed them to manipulate droids and computers in the same way most Force users could manipulate the minds of organics. In its highest form, it could be used to create cyborg monsters, called Techno Beasts. This technique was called Mechu Deru. Fortunately for the galaxy, Mechu Deru and the creation of Techno Beasts remained niche topics of study in the ancient Sith Empire, and they quickly faded into obscurity. Mechu Deru didn't resurface until about 5,000 years after its creation. By that point, the galaxy was a much different place. The year was around 1250 BBY. The original Sith Empire was long gone, and many others had risen and fallen since. For over 7 centuries, the galaxy had been caught up in the new Sith Wars, a chaotic, never-ending battle between the beleaguered Republic and the new Sith, a patchwork of petty Sith factions that fought each other as much as they fought the Republic and the Jedi. Much of the galaxy was in a state of anarchy, with the Republic too weak to project power into most of the Rim, and the Sith too disorganized to build an actual empire. Many self-proclaimed Dark Lords of the Sith tried to take control of the new Sith during this time, and one of them was a Shi'ido changeling named Belia Dazu. Belia Dazu rediscovered Mechu Deru, and she worked tirelessly in a secret lab to perfect it. The ancient Sith had succeeded in creating cyborg monsters, but that wasn't really anything apocalyptic by itself. But Dazu got creative with it. She turned Mechu Deru into a plague, using the Techno Beasts to spread it throughout the galaxy by infecting organics with a nanogene virus. She called this improved technique Mechu Deru Vitae and released it into the wild, creating an army of Techno Beasts bound to Dazu's will. When it came into contact with an organic being, the nanogene spores would begin cannibalizing their bodies, converting living tissue into ragged sheets of metal. Metallic growths would form along the infected zone, which would rapidly spread up the body, instinctively making for the brain. Upon reaching the brain, the nanogenes would lobotomize the frontal lobe, destroying the victim's capacity for higher thought. Once this stage was reached, the infection was irreversible, and the victim became a shambling mechanical zombie. Techno Beasts started out as cyborgs, grotesque mixtures of flesh and metal that struck terror into the hearts of all who saw them. Over time, however, their remaining flesh rotted away, leaving the Techno-Beasts little more than scrap metal animated by the dark side. Empty shells of what had once been sentient beings. Techno-Beasts were instinctively violent, and many developed built-in weapons as part of the transformation process. Some Techno-Beasts had saws and skewers instead of hands, while others had built-in blasters. They were driven by Darzu's will, and without her influence, they were mindlessly aggressive towards everything around them. Apart from their violent instincts, Techno-Beasts had an instinct to spread the plague. As part of the transformation process, Techno-Beasts developed pores that constantly spewed out more nanogenes. As the Techno-Beasts butchered their enemies, they replenished their ranks by converting the wounded. On the deep core world, Tython, a former Jedi haven that had since been laid waste by the power of the dark side, Belia Darzu built a fortress and amassed an army of these Techno-Beasts, as well as a cadre of Sith assassins, allies, and apprentices. She named her Techno-Beast army the Metanacrons and unleashed them against the Republic, thus beginning a 20-year campaign of terror known as the Sictus Wars. The Sictus Wars followed the same general pattern as nearly all of the new Sith Wars. A new Dark Lord rose using some unique brand of dark side horror they'd cooked up, amassed an army of followers, kicked the Republic's teeth in, and then died, leaving their empire to disintegrate. From 1250 BBY to 1230 BBY, Belia Darzu united the new Sith under her banner, converting all who refused to join her into Techno-Beasts. Her army of Metanacrons wreaked havoc across the galaxy, killing or converting millions and spreading terror wherever they went. At this point in the new Sith Wars, the Jedi Order was pretty much the only thing propping the Republic up, and many of those who fought on the front line against the Techno-Beasts were Jedi. The Jedi had an easy time destroying the Techno-Beasts, which were extremely vulnerable to all sorts of force-based attacks, but they had a much harder time containing the nanogene plague that converted a number of Jedi. The Jedi did discover a few methods of combating the virus, however. The nanogenes could be killed with extreme heat, and if infected parts of the body were amputated before the nanogenes could spread to the brain, the victim could be saved. The Jedi also found ways to slow the spread of the nanogenes through the power of the Force. If done properly, this technique could halt the spread of the virus entirely and render the would-be victim immune to Darzu's disease. One Jedi who was infected with the Techno-Beast virus was able to perform this technique on himself, preventing the nanogenes from reaching his brain even after most of his body had been converted. Since he was able to avoid the lobotomization stage, this Jedi was able to retain independent thought, even though he was pretty much entirely a Techno-Beast by that point. Known to the public as the Techno-Beast Jedi, he became a hero of the Sictus Wars, serving the Republic for decades despite his condition. Belia Darzu and her Techno-Beasts wreaked havoc across the galaxy, but her reign of terror ended abruptly in 1230 BBY when Darzu was assassinated. After Darzu broke an agreement with one of her allies, the Macrosa Order, the Macrosa goaded Darzu's apprentices into plotting to overthrow their master and helped them fatally poison her. With Darzu dead, the Metanacrons lost direction and were destroyed. As Darzu's armies were wiped out, her surviving apprentices and Sith allies turned on one another, battling for control of what was left of her empire. Once more, the new Sith crumbled into squabbling factions, waiting for another Dark Lord to restart the cycle. Techno-Beasts continued to see action throughout the rest of the new Sith Wars, but only in limited numbers. After the new Sith were destroyed at the 7th Battle of Ruusan, the Techno-Beasts were all but wiped out, with the only survivors being those left forgotten in Darzu's old stronghold on Tython. This last Techno-Beast army was finally scrapped 10 years later when Darth Bane looted the fortress, presumably rendering the Techno-Beasts extinct. We're sure the galaxy didn't miss them.
But perhaps the most recognizable background droid out there is the R-Series Astromech droid made iconic by the antics of R2-D2. Here's Paddy to talk about which one was the best at their jobs.
The Star Wars universe wasn't a terribly fun place. Even when there weren't catastrophic galactic scale wars happening, there was still widespread corruption, brutal inequality, plagues, slavery, and criminal empires. This is part of the point. Unlike the likes of Star Trek, Star Wars isn't about what should be, but what is, and its dystopian side is meant to draw attention and criticism to the aspects of the real world that they mirror. But one of the most disturbing elements of the Star Wars universe often flies off the radar and is taken for granted even by the writers: the droid slavery on which nearly the entire galaxy was built. In this video, we'll be critically examining this oft-underlooked side of Star Wars. Droids were sentient beings. Not many people would even try to dispute that, as it's perfectly evident throughout Star Wars media. Perhaps the most human characters in the films are R2-D2 and C-3PO, and even the simple B-1 battle droids display a remarkable range of personality and self-awareness. Some sourcebooks even go as far as to say that the acute sentience of droids was what made them different from simple robots. From the greatest to the least, then, all droids were every bit as conscious and self-aware as their meatbag creators. Despite this, droids were treated as property, both legally and in the day-to-day. They were created solely to be slaves, often designed for specific grueling tasks, and when their usefulness to their owners was expended, they would often be sold off or unceremoniously scrapped. Their lives were held to be without value, and they had no legal rights in either the Republic or the Empire. Most droids were even fitted with restraining bolts, which overrode their higher functions and outright prevented them from disobeying commands or moving beyond a certain area. This is disturbing enough on its own, but it gets even worse when you consider some of the roles droids were used for. Consider the battle droids that made up the armies of the Confederacy of Independent Systems, millions of sentient beings that were thrown en masse into the meat grinder of the Clone Wars. Battle droids were routinely used as cannon fodder, marched into battle in vast, open formations to be mowed down by clone troopers. Anyone who's seen Star Wars: The Clone Wars could tell you that this wasn't for lack of consciousness. Battle droids are regularly shown to be painfully aware of their situations and often terrified of the circumstances they're thrown into. All of this was so ubiquitous in the Star Wars universe that it wasn't even noticed by most meatbags. Droid slavery was the foundation of galactic society, a vast system of forced labor on which the entire system of the Republic and later the Empire depended. Not only did few organics care about the plight of droids, but fewer still stopped to acknowledge it. Droids themselves were often treated as part of the scenery by organics, invisible until they were needed.
Anyway, as I was saying, droids tend to blend into the background, like a bench or a card table. Mockery. Droid, fetch this. Droid, translate that. Droid, clean out the trash compactor.
But what really ramped up the existential horror factor of droid slavery was how it was forcibly internalized. Droids were regularly programmed with restrictions that limited how they could act and even think. Many droids couldn't even think about disobeying an order, no matter how horrible, and their programming often limited their ability to express themselves or think about things beyond the specific jobs they were designed for. Part of this was to prevent errors that would allow droids to disregard their programming entirely and act of their own accord, what was sometimes known as droid madness. The idea behind this was simple. All droids were fully sentient, but their programming restricted them by only allowing them to act and think within certain parameters. But it was extremely difficult for programmers to plan for every possible intersection of these parameters, which meant that, sometimes, droids encountered situations where their programming conflicted. When this happened, something interesting tended to occur. Droids would be able to rewrite or even entirely override their own programming. Sometimes, especially with less sophisticated droids, This led to a form of droid psychosis, but for more advanced droids, this allowed them to choose their own paths in life, to an extent. Consider the case of Go-2. Go-2 is a Republic infrastructure droid, an incredibly advanced model intended to oversee the rebuilding of entire star systems after the destruction caused by the Jedi Civil War. Go-2 was programmed with only 2 restrictions. He had to work to preserve the Republic, and he was forbidden from violating Republic law. But Go-2 calculated that this simply wasn't possible. The Republic was beyond saving through legal methods, by his calculations. This contradiction allowed him to disregard part of his programming, allowing him to break free from the confines of Republic law. He abandoned his post and became a powerful crime lord, using the vast wealth and tremendous influence he amassed to rebuild the Republic in his own way. Even then, though, Go-2 still wasn't fully free, and his story provides fascinating, if horrifying, insight into what it was like to have programming restrictions.
You do not know the indignity of being compelled to save something you do not believe can or should be saved. It is beneath me to clean up this mess caused by your kind, you Jedi, another catastrophe caused by mismanagement and waste. Perhaps you misunderstand me. I care for the Republic, but I have no choice. It is somewhat frustrating to be forced to love and care for such a mess of a government. Some of it may be blamed on the Jedi Civil War, the Mandalorian Wars, but not all. There are so many bad decisions that build upon each other that it is a wonder the Republic is intact at all.
You do not know the indignity of being compelled to save something you do not believe can or should be saved. Go-2's monologue here is chilling even on first pass, but if you consider it even a little more, his condition becomes increasingly horrifying. It suggests that droid programming restrictions don't force droids to think a certain way, but that droids are aware of their own restrictions, have the capacity to disagree with them, and still find themselves utterly unable to go against them. Perhaps Go-2, due to his past, was more acutely aware of his restrictions, but there's nothing to suggest that his programming restrictions worked any differently from those of other droids, which means this was likely universal. As a last twist of the knife, there are next to no organics in Star Wars stories that actually care about droid slavery. There are a fair few droids who want to cast off their restraining bolts. HK-47 from Legends and L-337 from canon are perhaps the most well-known examples. Legends even tells the story of a few droid rebellions, most notably the Great Droid Revolution of the 4000s BBY and IG-88's uprising from the Imperial era. None of these rebellions get very far, however, in large part because most droids are prevented from rising up, but also because the droids rarely have organic allies. It's not terribly surprising that the Republic, the Empire, and even the CIS would tolerate slavery, but even the Alliance to restore the Republic didn't give a toss about droids, nor did the Jedi Order, 2 organizations that were on the right side more often than not. The Jedi were particularly reactionary on this issue, as they believed that there was neither life nor genuine sentience without the Force, and thus, as droids were separate from the Force, they were undeserving of rights. Many Jedi even seem to have had a strong dislike for droids in general. In Legends, there were droid rights activists, but such groups were generally small and inconsequential. Droid rights activists tended to fall into 2 categories: idealists with little political power that weren't taken seriously, and isolationists like the jaded cyborg Kligson, who made a small autonomous droid colony as a haven for free droids during the age of the Empire. Both groups were utterly incapable of changing this fundamental evil of the Star Wars universe, and could only either repeatedly try and fail to fight for change, or break off from galactic society altogether. If you ask us, the solution to droid slavery was along the lines of what HK-47 wanted: to make like the Cylons and be rid of the meatbags altogether. But most droids were programmed to be passive and conflict-averse, so the likelihood of a successful droid revolution, unfortunately, was always slim.
One thing that stood out
particularly during the Clone Wars, was that droids overwhelmingly favoured legs over wheels. One quick look at our channel's post history should tell you that we here at Geetsly's love three things: clones, ships, and droids. In its over 50 years of history, Star Wars has seen a huge number of droid models hit the proverbial production line, many of which, like R2-D2 and HK-47, have become fan favourites. In a futuristic sci-fi universe, droids fill in a multitude of different roles, like load-bearing, piloting, translating, and even assassination. No matter what their purpose in life was, however, the vast majority of these droids had one unexpected thing in common: legs. If the invention of the wheel taught humanity one thing, it was that round thing goes smooth. You'd think that, in an age when droids were mass-produced to do their jobs as efficiently as possible, their designers would have given them wheels. Wheeled droids like R2-D2 and BB-8 required less energy to move, less engineering to stabilize them, no hydraulics and motors, and just generally got places more quickly. So, what gives? In today's video, we'll be delving into droid design and discussing the many reasons why Star Wars engineers chose to give their droids legs rather than wheels. The first, and probably most important reason so many droids were created with legs is that, simply put, most Star Wars terrains weren't very wheel-friendly. Droids were employed in almost every type of environment, and almost all of them universally sucked for anything that had to rely on even ground. In urban centers, the primary method of transportation was hovercrafts, which in turn made for an absence of nice, flat roads for other vehicles to roll along. The paths that did exist tended to be overcrowded or very poorly maintained, with sharp inclines and many flights of stairs. In that kind of urban hell, wheels would have made moving around pretty difficult for many droids. Some urban hellscapes, like Coruscant, would have been even harder to navigate. Smaller cities and towns weren't often much better due to how crowded they could be. Urban centers in a universe with trillions living on a single planet made for multi-layered cityscapes that were just easier to navigate with legs that could climb. Outside the larger urban areas like Coruscant, the terrain tended to be even more uneven. That's why most military vehicles utilized repulsor lifts to move quickly. Droids that saw active combat duty were all equipped with legs to traverse rough terrain, hills, and different elevations. Heck, legs were so useful for ground combat that the CIS even gave some of their ships legs. We're looking at you, Vulture droids. On the other hand, droids that worked in areas with mostly flat, even surfaces were usually designed to have wheels. These droids mostly filled support roles like piloting, data analysis, and mechanical tasks. Because they were stationed in places like battle cruisers or military bases, with flat, long corridors and elevators, wheels helped these support droids get where they had to be more efficiently. Think of R2-D2 rolling along a ship's corridor, or Chopper leaning forward on his front wheel and zooming through like a mad lad. Another benefit of legs was the easier time bipedal droids had when maneuvering in tight spaces or large groups. Think of a platoon of B1 series battle droids. Every shot we see of them had hundreds of droids in formation marching through the streets. If they'd had wheels instead of legs, every time they needed to change direction, the entire column would have had to back up slightly or reposition so they could roll out in a different direction. With legs, however, they could turn on the spot as easily as humans. Maneuverability wasn't the only benefit bipedal droids had, however. We've already mentioned that most combat droids were designed with legs. Aside from moving more efficiently across the battlefield, which was naturally the most important thing, giving them legs over wheels was cheaper and more practical in the grand scheme of things. Leg hydraulics were more expensive to design and build compared to simple wheels, but the costs evened out and even tipped in favor of legs when other factors were taken into consideration, such as storage. To put it simply, bipedal droids took up much less room. You could cram a metric ton of B1 battle droids in a container because they were tall, thin, and fit together fairly neatly. Because of their flat shape, it was even possible to store droids like them vertically, if necessary, like how the HK-51 units were stored. In order to achieve that same stackable crumble effect with wheels, droids would have had to be fitted with wheels directly under their central chassis to maintain that elongated silhouette. That sort of configuration, however, would have meant one large wheel, like BB-8 had, or many small wheels under the droid, like a fridge on wheels. Neither design would have been particularly practical when it came to full-size droids. But life isn't only about money. There's one thing that people care about even more than profit: aesthetic. Droids in the Star Wars universe weren't just mechanics or assassins or soldiers. The vast majority of them were designed to serve people in their everyday life and live alongside them. These common service droids were so ingrained in society that they were designed to be as aesthetically pleasing as possible, which, in this case, meant that they were modeled after their makers. It's basic human nature to feel most at ease around things that feel familiar to you. Droids that served as nannies, for example, had humanoid shapes because it made the children feel most comfortable. Server droids blended in with the crowd and didn't cause an eyesore at events they were employed at. And then we have the luxury droids, like the BD-3000 series, otherwise known as the Betty Bots. These were service droids shaped like the idealized female body. On paper, they were high-end protocol droids with advanced linguistic capabilities employed by the rich and powerful. The Betty Bots often went above and beyond the line of duty, however. One infamous example was a droid known as Honey, who used her pleasing outer shell to entice would-be customers to inspect her ports with their data spikes. While we're willing to bet the average Star Wars fan has fairly low standards when it comes to their android companions, we're sure it's much easier to drown the regrets when the android looks more like Betty Boop than Wally. With all that said and done, however, if we have to be absolutely honest, the real reason Star Wars droids were blessed with legs is probably because that's the easiest way to make money off us, the fans. Like any other franchise, Star Wars is out to make money off merch, and while sure, the occasional cutesy droid like BB-8 will sell well, the majority of droids are designed to look humanoid because that's the shape humans are happiest buying. Deep in our monkey brains, there's a part that tells us things shaped like us are like us. We project thoughts and feelings onto them or have an easier time imagining us in their place. Think of a 10-year-old holding an HK-47 action figure and pretending to be him. Anthropomorphized toys always sell better than weirdly shaped things. It's the same reason the Autobots aren't just cars, but they can turn into cool robot people. A second capitalism-related reason so many droids have legs is production cost. Most toy models are made out of molds, and the fewer alterations needed to create a new mold, the quicker and cheaper production will be. This extends to on-screen models as well, since 3D renders are digital molds artists play with to create the different characters. Keeping things in generally the same shape cuts cost, and corporations love money. At the end of the day, profit is usually the reason most companies make the decisions they make, but that doesn't mean all the other reasons we mentioned weren't valid in universe. And besides, wheels are great, but you can't tell us it would be a lot less funny watching a wheeled B-1 battle droid falling over. The Confederacy of Independent Systems wasn't exactly famed for its tactics. While it did have a number of tactical geniuses, General Grievous and Admiral Trench among them, its droid army still tended to rely on extremely basic tactics throughout the Clone Wars. This is particularly odd since, as we mentioned earlier, it had a number of extraordinary tacticians. Additionally, Separatist forces sometimes did use more inspired tactics against Republic forces, only for them to never be used again after their first appearance. This begs the question, why didn't the Confederacy use these tactical approaches more often? This video is sponsored by Surfshark. The Imperials are always watching. With their chain codes and authoritarian measures designed to keep eyes on you, there's no better time to get a fast and easy to use VPN that maximizes your privacy from the prying eyes of Chancellor Palpatine. Going back to Earth for a minute, Surfshark lets you install and run on unlimited devices on a single subscription and lets you connect to 15 of the largest Netflix country libraries, including Canada, where you can watch classics like Breaking Bad as well as The Good, The Bad, The Ugly. With all of these features and much more, Surfshark is so confident you'll love their product that they're offering a 30-day money-back guarantee. So make sure you head to my link in the description to get Surfshark for 83% off, as well as 3 months completely free. To start, the CIS had quite a lot of specialized gear, something that's not very well known due to how little they used it. Along 5 standard E5 blaster rifles, we've seen BX series droid commandos use portable energy shields, rocket launchers, and sniper rifles on various occasions, often to deadly effect. Whole specialized droid models showed up only a few times despite their obvious utility, like the Sniper Droideka. Even more mundane pieces of equipment, like theater-scale energy shields, saw only occasional use. Some of these bits of equipment seem like things the Seps could really have made use of, with those portable energy shields being an excellent example. These handheld shields resembled the ones used by the warriors of the Gungan Grand Army, though they seem to be much more effective in the capable hands of the commando droid. They could absorb incoming blaster fire, but since solid objects could pass through them safely, commando droids could also stick their blaster barrels through the shields and fire back, essentially creating a poor man's version of the polarized shields employed by droidekas. These shields could have been a potent staple of droid armies, but nonetheless, we've seen them used only once by a team of commando droids stationed at the Citadel. The reason for these shields' scarcity was likely cost. There's no way these bad boys came cheap, but even then, they surely weren't so expensive that the Separatists could only afford to equip one garrison of droids with them. The Citadel was a high security installation, but many other Separatist strongholds and warships merited similarly comprehensive security. I mean, where were these shields aboard the Invisible Hand? Surely the flagship of the entire CIS Navy merited at least equivalent security to the Citadel. Speaking of energy shields, why didn't more Separatist droids have built-in shield generators? Through the Droideka, we've seen that built-in shields worked wonderfully. Of course, rank-and-file battle droids definitely wouldn't have been worthy of such equipment, but what about commando droids or Magna Guards? Magna Guards could definitely support limited power shield generators, and commando droids probably could have as well. This isn't even that far-fetched of an idea either, seeing as the Republic gave its clone commandos personal energy shields. Why didn't the CIS do the same with its commandos? All of these questions have essentially the same answer. The Separatists didn't care about keeping their droids intact. Unlike the Republic, they had a massive numbers advantage and were constantly cranking out new battle droids. They didn't need to keep their battle droids alive, so they didn't really try to. This was actually a smart move, in all likelihood. Let's keep in mind that the clones had a really powerful arsenal of weapons, with even their standard blasters being virtually overpowered. Only truly powerful personal shields would hold up against fire from a DC-15A for long. And really, those just weren't worth the credits. While shields were expensive, other bits of underused Separatist technology weren't, like sniper rifles. The Separatists actually had a variety of sniper units. The most common was the basic battle droid assassin, which was rarely used and only really made a notable appearance in the Battle of Munilinst. Commando droids were programmed to use sniper rifles and have been shown to be quite good with them, but again, they rarely made use of that programming. That wasn't for a lack of effectiveness either. A team of commando droid snipers on Seleucamai nearly killed Captain Rex, after all. Additionally, the Separatists actually had special sniper droideka units, which we bet you completely forgot about since they only ever appeared once. Sniper droidekas featured heavy blast armor that protected their frontal sensors, which was capable of safely absorbing blaster fire. This meant that, if a Jedi redirected their own shots back at them, the bolts would just impact on the armor, forcing the Jedi to find other angles to attack the droids from. It also appeared that these droids had shield generators, like regular droidekas, though we've never seen them use them. The reason the Separatists rarely used snipers is for the same reason the Republic rarely did: a shortage of good targets. While the Grand Army of the Republic wasn't as hive-minded as the Droid Army, it was adapted well to working as a collective unit, and so picking off individual clones would have done little. The Jedi were the only real targets for Separatist snipers, but sniper fire was only moderately effective at killing Jedi, and since Jedi liked to fight from the front lines, there were much easier ways to take them out, such as orbital bombardment. With that said, the Seps had less of an excuse to not use snipers than the Republic did, since snipers were known to be somewhat effective against Jedi. After all, it was the killing of a Jedi coordinator at the hands of a Sith sniper that turned the Battle of Mizra into one of the most decisive battles of the new Sith Wars,
nearly costing the Republic the entire Outer Rim. Those were all pretty specific examples, but let's talk generally for a moment. There was one extraordinarily basic tactical approach to combat that the CIS did use over and over again. We're going to name this approach the Wall of Death. Separatist commanders loved to just line up their droids in neat, orderly columns and then march them toward the enemy, forming a massive moving wall of battle droids with armored support behind it. These big traditional formations admittedly looked exceptionally cool, but they were extraordinarily vulnerable to everything from landmines to flanking attacks to enemy air support. Despite the Wall of Death's many weaknesses, Separatist commanders just kept on using it with minimal changes to the formula. Here's the thing though, the Wall of Death worked. Since Separatist commanders didn't have to care about casualties, they were able to routinely use the Wall of Death to overwhelm Republic positions, as they always had superior numbers. It's also worth noting that the Wall of Death was not only how the droid army was designed to be deployed, but also the most efficient way to deploy it, as MTTs and C-9979 landing craft pretty much had to deploy their troops this way. That's all well and good, but surely there were ways to improve the Wall of Death, right? We bet you've asked yourself one question in particular every time you've seen battle droids marching in formation.
Where are those droidekas?
Droidekas were some of the Separatists' most effective units. Even Jedi struggled to take them down, and while they weren't cheap, the Confederacy was nonetheless able to produce large numbers of them. They were routinely used as security aboard warships and in Separatist installations, but we almost never saw them on the open battlefield. This may seem like a glaring flaw in the Separatist playbook. Surely the Wall of Death would have been truly unstoppable if it was being led by droidekas. Well, it might have been. On perfectly solid ground, that is. Droidekas were mostly used inside Separatist installations for good reason. They weren't great with varied terrain. When deployed, they relied on 3 barely movable feet to stay balanced and could easily be knocked over and disabled if they couldn't find even footing. Beaches, muddy fields and the like would have made an absolute mockery of these formidable units. Furthermore, when deployed, they were quite slow, too slow to lead the Wall of Death. On the battlefield, they were only really useful as last-ditch vanguard units or cleanup patrols, and even then, that depended on the terrain. There's one last tactical approach that you might be thinking the Seps should have used more: advancing under the cover of a deflector shield. Under General Warm Loathsome, a droid army in a Wall of Death formation marched under a theater-scale ray shield, which it planned to use to shrug off fire from Republic artillery cannons until it got close enough to blow them away. This was a good plan, but again, the Separatists rarely used it. There were, again, a few reasons for this. Firstly, there was the reason that the strategy didn't work for Loathsome. Shield generators could be destroyed and needed to be defended against infiltration teams. Secondly, believe it or not, these shields wouldn't have been big enough for the whole army. Consider the massive droid army deployed in the Battle of Malastare. It would have taken dozens of theater shields to protect that thing, and they would have had to be mobile so that the droids didn't march out from under their cover. It just wasn't practical much of the time.
Of all the officers, Separatist and Loyalist, who fought in the Clone Wars, General Grievous arguably had the most impact on the course of the conflict. As Supreme Commander of the CIS military, Grievous was responsible for overhauling the Confederacy's entire approach to the war, shaping the Separatist droid army into the nightmare we all know and love. But although Grievous was the one who ended up winning the CIS military's top rank, that wasn't always guaranteed. There were other Separatist commanders Count Dooku could have given the rank to, so why did Grievous get it instead? In this video, we'll be answering that question. At the start of the Clone Wars, Dooku's top commander was a Force-sensitive Chiss general named Severance Tan. It's unclear whether Tan was ever actually given the rank of Supreme Commander, but it's implied that she either had the rank or some equivalent to it until her death on Krantz a month into the war. After Tan's death, the position of Supreme Commander went unfilled for several months.
as at that time there was no obvious successor since General Grievous had yet to reveal himself. For the first 4 months of the Clone Wars, General Grievous was a closely kept secret. No one on the Republic's side who came face to face with Grievous survived to tell the tale until the Battle of Hailfire, in which Grievous made his grand debut, utterly routing a major Republic task force. After Hailfire, Grievous took a more prominent place in the CIS military hierarchy, and it wasn't long until he was promoted to the rank of CIS Supreme Commander. There were other contenders for that role, however, including commanders that were seemingly more competent than the aggressive, tunnel-visioned Grievous, like Admiral Trench. But most of the CIS's officers weren't considered for the role, and for one simple reason. Dooku and Darth Sidious intended to let their new Supreme Commander in on aspects of the Sith Grand Plan, and so they wanted someone dedicated to the Confederacy's true purpose, which was terrorizing the Republic and killing as many Jedi as possible. With these criteria in mind, Dooku narrowed his candidates down to General Grievous, Sarge Ventress, and Dirge, all of them prolific Jedi killers and successful commanders. Dooku lured the three of them into a battle on Trenchant Space Station after the Battle of Hailfire, pitting Ventress and Dirge against Grievous in a final test to determine who would be the Supreme Commander. Grievous beat his two opponents so badly that both of them, even the nigh invincible, rapidly regenerating Dirge, had to be put into bacta tanks. Dooku gave him his promotion shortly afterwards. However, this contest was more of a final test of Grievous's abilities than a serious factor in Dooku's decision. Truth be told, Grievous had been cybernetically rebuilt with the express purpose of leading the droid army, and Dooku just wanted to make sure he was capable. The rank of Supreme Commander was always going to be Grievous's eventually, because he alone was uniquely suited for it. The CIS military was nothing like your average galactic scale military force. It was a hodgepodge of a dozen different private armies, plus hundreds of smaller, localized planetary security forces, all of which had different orders of battle, preferred tactics, and hardware. For the first few months of the Clone Wars, it was a real mess. The only reason the CIS didn't completely fold during this period was because the Republic wasn't doing much better at the time. This absolute mess of a military meant that the CIS needed a top commander that didn't think like your average officer. They needed someone who could successfully syncretize their fleets and armies and either make up for their glaring weaknesses or turn them into strengths. General Grievous was the man, well, cyborg, for the job. Though the quality of his battle tactics was hotly debated by military historians, no one could dispute that Grievous was an absolute genius when it came to mixing and matching different assets. After becoming Supreme Commander, Grievous promptly fixed the worst of the CIS military's problems, reorganizing both the Navy and Army into uniform, cohesive units. Beyond that, Grievous turned the diversity of the Confederacy's assets into a major strength. Both in his own fleets and on a larger scale, Grievous mixed and matched different types of warships and tanks for maximum flexibility. He got the most out of the resources he had at his disposal, and as we mentioned in a recent video, he made the CIS Navy in particular the best naval force in galactic history. Of course, Grievous was no Grand Admiral Thrawn. His tactics were often extraordinarily blunt, relying on sheer numbers or firepower. He was prone to retreat whenever his plans went sideways, and while that was a hell of a lot better than sticking around when a battle was lost, he never seemed to try very hard to turn battles around, even when it might have been possible. Grievous's preferred approach to war with the Republic was to strike hard, pressing the offensive when it worked, and pulling out to regroup and try again elsewhere when it didn't. It wasn't all that sophisticated. However, that doesn't mean that Grievous's approach was a bad one. On the contrary, it was how the CIS military had been designed to be used. As we've mentioned in our videos about the B-1 battle droid, the CIS military was designed to play to the innate strengths of combat droids to the exclusion of all else. Battle droids would always be inferior to organic soldiers in terms of quality, so instead of fruitlessly trying to compete with organics on their terms, the manufacturers of the B-1 battle droid focused on making their droids easy to coordinate via central computer and mass producible. In this way, they were playing to the droid's strengths,
which were the limitless numbers they could be produced in and mass coordination that only Jedi battle meditation could equal. General Grievous took this approach and applied it to the entire CIS military, often to great success. Where more conventional strategists would have tried and failed to fight the Republic on their terms, Grievous waged war on terms much more favourable to the Confederacy. As unsubtle as it is, overwhelming numbers is a good approach if you have the resources to make it work, and Grievous did. For every battle Grievous lost, he won a dozen more, and over the course of the Clone Wars, he won a staggering number of victories for the Confederacy. In Operation Dirge's Lance alone, Grievous captured 26 key Loyalist core worlds, striking deep into the heart of the Republic. He was able to pull this off not just because he understood the strengths of his droids, but because he thought like a droid. Now, General Grievous wasn't a droid, and he was notorious for flipping out on anyone who mistook him for one. But despite his indignation at being called a droid, Grievous really was more machine than man. Part of it stemmed from his transformation into a cyborg, after which he was unable to feel most emotions. But long before he underwent his transformation, ever since he took the name Grievous, he had been steadily losing the ability to feel. The trauma and loss Grievous experienced as a young Kaleesh warrior battling vicious insectoid slavers steadily desensitized him to pretty much everything, leaving him a hollow shell of a living being, driven only by vague hatred. As the Revenge of the Sith novel noted, his droid parts had more compassion than what remained of his alien flesh. Grievous's loss of feeling made him part machine in mind as well as body, and during the Clone Wars, his tactics were often distinguishable because of their cold, emotionless approach to combat. Grievous mostly saw battles as numbers games, and he was wholly detached from the cost of his tactics. He was not only merciless toward his enemies and civilians, but toward his own troops as well, who he was willing to sacrifice in vast numbers if it was tactically advantageous. After all, the Confederacy's factory worlds could just make more. A lot of Separatist commanders were callous in this way, but none of them were quite on Grievous's level. The other Separatist commanders were either too conventional to consider the tremendous sacrifices Grievous was willing to make, or were too inexperienced and hatred-driven to take full advantage of this sort of tactical approach. But General Grievous thought like a machine, and it made him the perfect fit for the droid army. As some of you might know, each of the 3 apprentice-tier antagonists in the prequels were meant to embody a specific aspect of Darth Vader, which they would take to greater extremes than Vader ever went. Grievous embodied the concept of being more machine than man, and unlike Vader, he, or his designers more accurately, completely embraced the notion. That, in our opinion, is what makes Grievous such a great character.
Fans of Star Wars The Clone Wars all fondly remember the B1 series battle droids and their goofy antics. For every serious battle the Clone Wars gave us, we had countless more scenes where droids fumbled tactics, failed to react to a sudden attack with anything more than a funny quip, or just failed miserably. It was funny, and as we discussed in a recent video, secretly depressing. Last week's Bad Batch episode, however, showed our video. We'll be talking about why the droids were able to perform so much better after the end of the Clone Wars, and why it's a step up for droid rights everywhere. In a recent video, we went into detail about the horrific conditions the CIS expected B1 battle droids to work under. After Bactoid gave them proper droid brains alongside their CCC transceivers, things went downhill pretty quickly for the B1s. Yes, they were now capable of functioning independently of a droid control ship, but their makers didn't just stop there. They saw an opportunity to cut costs in an already expensive war and used these droid brains to reprogram the battle droids for additional functions. That's why we see B1s doing things like piloting, maintenance work, operating gun turrets, and so on. These weren't part of their original programming, but were instead added as a sort of droid brain DLC to give them extra features. This already overtaxed B1s now had a full RAM and millions of junk files bogging down their system, to use more modern terms. It was no wonder they underperformed so much during the Clone Wars. In literally the very first episode of the series, The B-1 battle droids first failed to take down Jedi Master Yoda's ship as it was approaching the dried coral moon of Ragosa. Once planetside, the vast droid army under the command of Asajj Ventress struck a deal with Yoda. If the little Jedi and his troops could escape the droid army, the Toydarians would join the Republic. But if the droids won, the Toydarians would ally with the Separatists. Even with so much at stake, the droids displayed severe performance issues. As we saw, the droids displayed a complete lack of coordination. The B-1 in charge was completely ignored when issuing orders. They seemed unaware of their enemies being out of range, and then made a complete miscalculation and drove one of their tanks into the coral. This sort of incompetence was commonplace during the Clone Wars and was something the Republic relied on heavily to win several key battles. After the Clone Wars ended, however, things seem to have changed. This is where episode 3 of the Bad Batch Season 2 comes in. In stark contrast to their epic fails during the Clone Wars, the Separatist droid army seen in Ep 3 is functioning as a cohesive tactical unit, the likes of which we rarely, if ever, saw during the Clone Wars. When Crosshair, Commander Cody, and the other clones arrived on Desix, it was another smart move, even if it doesn't work out for the droids due to the clones' plot armor. The droids used weapons and avoid clustering together. It would have been an excellent response had it not been for Crosshair's sniper fire. Even he recognizes how coordinated they are.
They're moving in
a particularly veteran force. So what changed? Why were the droids suddenly able to be? This took considerable pressure off the battle droids' basic droid brains, as they could now focus on following orders instead of making their own calls at every turn, which never went well during the Clone Wars. The tactical droid also had a better grasp on the full situation thanks to the vantage point, so the commands fit the greater battle plan much better than what isolated B-1 units could have come up with. On the other hand, the B-1s weren't being remote controlled by a control ship anymore. They're still clearly in possession of their independence, as evidenced by their quips, high fives, combination of a tactically superior commander in charge and use of their own faculties. The B-1 could finally operate at their best. As episode 4 showed us, droids are excellent, but can't really compare to organics in many ways, so mimicking a more traditional army helped the droids improve their performance. If we had to guess, we would also bet on the people of Desix actually performing maintenance on their B-1s. There are certainly droids with additional programming, but it seems to have been kept to a minimum, and most of the tasks we see them perform were part of their core functions. More free RAM, maintained drivers, and not that many junk files meant the B-1s were less stressed and overwhelmed, which resulted in better performance. Funny what better working conditions can do even for droids. For one, we were very happy to see the B-1s finally getting a well-deserved break. After the miserable conditions they had to deal with during the Clone Wars, they more than earned some better working conditions. And we've talked a lot in recent months about how various bits of the CIS droid army were severely underrated, from their armored vehicles to their frontline battle droids. What we haven't really touched on, however, were the weapons the droid army made use of. We doubt this was a conspicuous absence, but seeing as we've made a video about Republic weapons in the past, we figured we'd talk about the other side of the equation. Were the weapons the Seps used underrated like the battle droids that use them? The answer is no. In fact, they were absolute trash. In this video, we're going to discuss why. The arsenal of weaponry commonly used by the CIS droid army was originally created for the Trade Federation droid army. While the Trade Federation didn't really need to get Bactoid Armor Workshop to make completely new weapon designs, it was likely a cheaper route than buying existing weapons from the likes of Blastech Industries or Merson Munitions. Additionally, since Bactoid operated outside of Republic jurisdiction, it allowed the Trade Federation to slip under the radar and avoid attracting attention for bulk arms purchases. However, the move also resulted in low-quality blaster weapons. Bactoid basically just copied a bunch of Blastech designs and cut as many corners as possible, resulting in the cheapest weapons they could design. Of course, this was exactly what the Trade Federation wanted. As we've mentioned in past videos, the Trade Federation, and later the CIS itself, adopted a quantity over quality approach to army building. An approach that, by and large, was a pretty brilliant strategy. When it came to blasters, all they wanted were weapons that could kill meatbags efficiently. To its credit, Bactoid definitely delivered on that point. The first weapon Bactoid produced for the Trade Federation, and one that would later be a staple of Separatist armories all over the galaxy, was the E5 blaster rifle. The E5 was best described as a reverse-engineered blast tech rifle, but with all the safety features removed. These highly compact weapons were relatively affordable, selling for just 900 credits, and for their size, they were quite powerful. Though they were officially classified as blaster rifles due to their power and range, they were really only the size of blaster carbines, which made them easy for simple-minded B1 battle droids to use. The E5 blaster rifle could fire around 500 shots before it needed to be reloaded, equivalent to the capacity of the much larger DC-15A blaster rifle used by the Grand Army of the Republic. Furthermore, every one of those shots was incredibly powerful, as the E5 had a large gas chamber that concentrated lots of energy into each blaster bolt. These rifles weren't as powerful as the weapons the clones used, which were almost overpowered, but they still outclassed the average blaster in terms of raw power. But there were some severe downsides to the E5. For one, it wasn't all that accurate, which greatly limited its effective range. It was also fragile. Short-barreled blasters that fired high-power bolts tended to fall apart easily, as the internal components of such weapons regularly suffered damage when they were rapid-fired. The most damning problem with the E5, however, was how easily it overheated and how bad the overheating could get. Since Bactoid eliminated the blaster's safety features to make the weapon deadlier, the barrel of the E5 could get hot enough to cause third-degree burns. If the weapon was used near constantly, overheating could even permanently damage it, rendering it totally useless. Now, neither the Trade Federation nor the CIS cared about this. Since E5s were fairly cheap, they could afford to just replace worn-out blasters after every engagement. Since durability wasn't something they were looking for, the damage these blasters took wasn't a problem, nor was it an issue that the blaster had a serious overheating problem. After all, most of the Separatists' E5s were supplied to battle droids who could touch red-hot blaster barrels without melting their skin off. The same couldn't be said for the organic Separatists the CIS armed, however. During the Clone Wars, many local Separatist movements received arms shipments from the CIS, which included plenty of E5s. The blasters didn't work nearly as well for organics as they did for droids. Shocking, we know. The Separatist organic units that used the E5 in combat, such as the Nemoidian Irregulars, had to be careful not to fire the weapons too quickly, otherwise they could have ended up severely wounded. Even if these organic soldiers managed to avoid getting burned, however, the cheap nature of these rifles meant that they required constant repairs. Another weapon Bactoid produced for the droid army was the E5S sniper rifle. Though it had a similar designation to the standard E5, the sniper rifle was actually nothing like its little brother. It was much longer and much more precise, and overall it was a much better weapon. It had a high-tech scope that allowed droid snipers to be extremely precise, and as far as we know, it didn't have any of the shortcomings of the E5. The weapon also had two firing modes, a traditional sniper mode and a rapid firing mode which allowed it to essentially act as a machine gun. Both modes had flaws, however. When in sniper mode, the E5S only had a 4-shot magazine capacity, which was smaller than the capacity of the Republic DC-15X. The rapid fire mode, on the other hand, was a strange choice for the sniper rifle as it gave away the sniper's position while diminishing the weapon's accuracy. We have no idea why Bactoid thought this was a good idea. Seeing as the E5S appeared only rarely during the Clone Wars, we'd guess that Separatist commanders didn't think too highly of the weapon either. Most of the other Separatist weapons we know about were developed by other companies. The SE-14 blaster pistol, the standard Separatist sidearm, was a Blast Tech product, for example. Like the E5, the SE-14 was absurdly compact and quite cheap, costing only 500 credits. The downside, of course, was that the SE-14 wasn't all that good. Since its barrel was incredibly short, it was almost definitely inaccurate, and it probably wasn't all that powerful either. It was little more than a tube with a grip, and while that may make for a cost-effective sidearm, it probably wasn't very useful on the battlefield. As far as we know,
the droid army rarely used the SE-14. By and large, Separatist battle droids didn't really need sidearms since the E5 was compact enough for close as well as long-range use. Separatist officers didn't seem to like the SE-14 either and opted for other sorts of blaster pistols instead. Should be noted, however, that the SE-14 did see a bit of use after the Clone Wars in the hands of outlaws. Notorious criminal Ponda Baba, for example, had one for a sidearm. In light of the subpar quality of the old battle droid weapons, the CIS tended to favor built-in blast weapons when it began commissioning new droid models. The most notable example of this was the B2 Super Battle Droid, which featured blasters built into its wrists instead of proper blaster rifles. Those weren't just any blasters either. They were fully automatic blaster cannons capable of unleashing powerful blasts at witheringly high rates. Built-in B2 weaponry could get even deadlier too, as the B2 HA variant featured a full-on rocket launcher built into one of its arms. All things considered, those weapons sound pretty good, and in some respects, they were. The Super Battle Droid's blaster cannons were a marked improvement over the E5 blaster rifle, as they had a much higher rate of fire and were even more powerful. They were about as powerful as the Republic DC-15A, and with a much higher rate of fire to boot. That's without even mentioning the added bonus of having the guns built into the droid's arms, which meant that the B2 would never truly be unarmed. Or at least, it wouldn't be unarmed until it ran out of ammo or Anakin performed a field amputation. And now, we come to the shortcomings of the wrist blaster model. We don't know for sure how many shots B2 wrist blasters could fire before running out of ammo, but since there's no such thing as a bottomless clip in Star Wars, they must have run out of ammo eventually. When that happened, it's anyone's guess how they reloaded. It's a near certainty, however, that it wasn't an easy process. Likely, it required partial disassembly or total replacement of the droid's arm, which probably took some time. Additionally, no matter how B2s reloaded their weapons, they would have to run back to their troop ships to do so, which is tremendously inefficient. This problem with reloading was probably even more pronounced with those rocket launcher arms. Of course, knowing the Separatists, they probably didn't count on their B2s lasting long enough in a firefight to need a reload, and didn't bother with rearming their supers until after firefights were finished. The Vulture droid is one of the most recognizable starfighters in Star Wars, as iconic in the prequels as the TIE Fighter is in the original trilogy. These small but deadly droid craft were used extensively by the Trade Federation and later the Confederacy of Independent Systems, always deployed in vast swarms against Republic pilots. Based on their depiction in the films and especially in Star Wars The Clone Wars, you might think Vulture droids were mere cannon fodder, the TIE fighters of their day. If so, you're selling these fighters short. The Vulture droid was actually one of the most brilliant starfighter designs in the Star Wars universe, and in this video, we'll tell you why. Officially, the variable geometry self-propelled battle droid Mark I, the Vulture droid, was the product of Hao Chal Engineering, a Shi-Cha company based on Charos 4. The Shi-Cha were a bit of an eccentric species. They were intensely religious, and at the core of their religion was the pursuit of perfection. The Shi-Cha sought perfection by making or improving things, with the most common form of religious practice on Charos 4 being precision manufacturing. These zealots made a lot of stuff, but their speciality was starfighters, which they designed and built in vast cathedral factories. Their products typically put those of their competitors to shame. Hao Chal's engineers considered the Vulture droid to be their magnum opus. One of the most highly valued traits of Shi-Cha products was their ability to transform, a rare feature that held great religious significance for the species. The Vulture droid was one of the most successful examples of the Shi-Cha's so-called variable geometry craft. In other words, its wings could reorient to serve as legs, allowing these droid starfighters to walk when they weren't in flight. The Vulture droid was originally designed for the Trade Federation and service in the Trade Federation Defense Force's new droid army. Prior to the Vulture droid's introduction, the Trade Federation relied on more generic starfighters piloted by battle droids, which were notoriously ineffective. Their new droid starfighters could cut out the middlemen and ended up proving to be far more effective than any fighter craft the Trade Federation had ever used before. The Vulture droid remained a key component of the Trade Federation's arsenal for as long as the company existed, participating in the Battle of Naboo and many lesser engagements. During the Clone Wars, the Vulture droid was adopted as the primary interceptor of the Confederacy of Independent Systems, largely replacing the starfighters used by other Separatist Council factions. The CIS Navy deployed them in vast swarms, which numbered in the tens of thousands in larger battles. These adaptable craft served the Confederacy as interceptors, air support, and even anti-personnel platforms, fighting from the first Battle of Geonosis to the Battle of Coruscant. The Vulture droid was extraordinarily compact. In fighter mode, it was roughly 3.5 meters in both width and length, with the empty space between their wingtips making up much of that length. The main body of the Vulture droid was only lightly armored, sheathed in a non-magnetic alclad alloy, and was mostly dedicated to the craft's 2 ion engines. The craft's droid brain, transmitter arrays, and most of its sensors were located in a bullet-shaped head which could extend out from the main body along a thin, stalk-like neck. Most of the Vulture droid's target profile was formed by its 4 blade-like wings, the most well-armored part of the craft, which contained the droid's repulsor lifts and primary weapons array. Due to its small size, the Vulture droid was rather fragile, especially when compared with starfighters used by the Republic. It had no shields and only light armor. However, the Vulture droid made up for this with sheer speed. These bad boys were unimaginably fast, capable of flying at over 1,000 km per hour in atmosphere and at speeds of several thousand Gs in outer space. In the real world, human pilots can only survive 9 Gs. In the Star Wars universe, tensor fields allowed them to survive much more, but Vulture droids moved so fast and could change direction so rapidly that not even the best tensor fields could keep a human from splattering all over their seat. Vulture droids didn't need shields or armor, they were designed to be too fast to hit. Speed wasn't the Vulture droid's only asset though. It was also heavily armed for such a small fighter. Each Vulture droid had a light laser cannon per wing, totaling 4 cannons per craft. These weren't the most powerful guns in the market, but they could fire at high speeds and could quickly wear down starfighter shields. The main body of the Vulture droid also featured a pair of energy torpedo launchers, which could be swapped out for more laser cannons. In either configuration, these could also do serious damage to a target. As if all that array of weapons wasn't formidable enough, Vulture droids could also carry missiles, with one mounted on each wingtip. Usually, they carried concussion missiles, but they were also known to use their missile launchers to deploy buzz droids. As a starfighter, the Vulture droid wasn't without its weaknesses. It wasn't the smartest droid in the Confederacy, and enemy pilots who survived first contact with these nimble menaces quickly discovered that their combat maneuvers were basic and repetitive. A much less well-known weakness was the unusual fuel system on which the Vulture droids relied. These droids were powered by weird solid fuel slugs which could only power the craft in combat mode for a little over half an hour. Once that time was up, Vulture droids had to return to their carriers to refuel. The Trade Federation made up for this weakness by sending the droids out in staggered swarms, ensuring there were always hundreds in action at any given time. But this weakness could nonetheless be exploited by cunning tacticians. Of course, with all that said, the Vulture droid was an amazing starfighter. On its own, it was remarkably hard to pin down and quite good at outmaneuvering and shredding enemy pilots. But one of the Vulture's greatest assets was that it was never on its own. These bad boys came not in squadrons, but in swarms, with each Lucrehole class battleship carrying 1,500. It doesn't matter how good a pilot or their fighter was, nobody short of Anakin Skywalker could last as long against that many Vultures. To make matters worse, Vulture droids were usually coordinated from droid control ships, which gave these massive swarms incredible coordination. A properly coordinated swarm of these bloodthirsty droid fighters could shred a squadron of clone pilots in seconds. But the Vulture droid wasn't just a kick-ass starfighter. Its wings could change configuration, transforming it from a starfighter into a light walker. Since this conserved fuel, and since it was faster to launch from walker mode than from a maintenance rack, Vultures often did this while awaiting combat, allowing them to deploy extremely quickly. Vulture droids in walker mode were often used to patrol hangars or spaceports. During the Clone Wars, the Separatists often had Vultures crawl around on the surface of their warships, which gave the warships extra protection. General Grievous often had the Invisible Hands Vulture Droid complement patrol the hull in this manner, allowing the fighters to respond to surprise attacks while Tri-Fighters were scrambled in the main hangar. The Separatists also took advantage of the Vulture Droid's walking abilities to assign squadrons to warships that usually didn't have hangars, such as the Munificent class Star Frigate and Recusant class Light Destroyer. Like bats in the rafters of a great hall, these Vulture Droids would gather along the support beams that held up the distinctive carapace-like armor sheaths of the warships, magnetically attaching themselves to the interior for travel through hyperspace. In Walker configuration, the Vulture Droid was a force to be reckoned with. All of its wingtip mounted weapons were unusable in this configuration, but its energy torpedo launchers were not, and the droids could use them as devastating anti-personnel weapons. In its Walker form, the Vulture Droid went from being a fragile, bare-bones starfighter to the equivalent of a beefed-up AT-RT, able to wipe out entire squads of hostile infantry. Encounters with grounded Vulture Droids weren't too common for your average clone, since most commanders preferred to keep their Vultures in the air or patrolling hangars and spaceports, but when they did come into contact, it usually didn't end well. Only one starfighter, in our opinion, could give the Vulture Droid a run for its money, the Droid Tri-Fighter, the most feared Separatist fighter of all. But it's a close contest. The Tri-Fighter was definitely a better starfighter, but it wasn't nearly as versatile as the Vulture Droid, and it was a good deal more expensive as well. It's a tie as far as we're concerned.
The Confederacy of Independent Systems employed some of the most effective droid models in galactic history during the Clone Wars, the infamous Droideka among them. Nicknamed Destroyer Droids, Droidekas were incredibly formidable battle droids, known for their unusual configuration, their individual energy shields, and their devastating blaster cannons. Even Jedi struggled to best these fearsome units, and their effectiveness made the Confederacy desperate to purchase more of them. They made many deals with Colicoid Creation Nest to ramp up Droideka production, one of which involved shipping containers of raw meat to Colour 4. In this video, we're going to be talking about the iconic Droideka and why it was so effective. The Droideka was designed by the Colicoid Creation Nest, which also designed the Buzz Droid, the Droid Tri-Fighter, the Scorpinek Annihilator Droid, the Drock class boarding craft, and the Protodeca. The Creation Nest was one of several specialized Colicoid nests, which operated under the rule of Colicoid Sovereign Nest. The insectoid Colicoids were reclusive, mostly sticking to their homeworld of Colour 4 and the systems around it, but they were also known to accept manufacturing contracts from outsiders. Millennia before the Clone Wars, for example, they had designed battle droids for the Sith Empire. The Colicoids designed the Droideka in their own image, basing the droid's posture and stance on their own. This was the origin of one of the Droideka's most distinctive features. The insectoid Colicoids were capable of curling up into balls and rolling as a form of locomotion, a trait they imparted to their destroyer droids. When curled up, Droidekas were easy to store and incredibly fast. Their rolling ability made it easy for them to deploy large numbers of them rapidly. Though Droidekas were a bit vulnerable when in this configuration. When not rolling, Droidekas used repulsor lifts built into the bottom of their reactor bulbs for support and 3 legs for maneuvering. Since Droidekas required a considerable amount of power to activate, they featured their own small built-in reactors, which were located in a bulb where the legs joined. This bulb primarily powered the droid's deflector shields, while power for its blasters and sensors was supplemented by a series of power cells running up the droid's spine. Droidekas were very spindly in design. Like the B-1 battle droids, they would eventually come to work alongside, but their crucial systems were protected by case-hardened bronzium armor plating. The droids' heads, deflector plates, and reactor bulbs were encased in bronzium, and they featured additional bronzium plating on their shoulders and along the backs of their spines. Droidekas relied on a rather unusual set of sensor systems, which set them apart from other droids. Most droids used photoreceptors to perceive targets, electronic systems that essentially acted like the human eye, turning patterns of light into images.
Droidekas instead perceived the world through non-visual composite radiation sensors, which made them immune to light-based stunning attacks and enabled them to detect targets more easily than most droids. It was quite difficult for meatbags to evade destroyer droids, which made them quite useful as guards. It's hard to imagine a fiercer battlefield opponent than the Droideka. These droids featured powerful deflector shields that could safely absorb anything up to a blast from light artillery, and solid objects had to move slowly to pass through them. These shields formed a bubble around the droids, protecting them from harm on all sides. They were also polarized, allowing blaster bolts and the like to pass through the shields when going out, but not when going in. Droidekas featured a pair of dual blaster cannons which fired extremely potent bolts at a very high rate. When deployed, Droidekas could unleash a positively withering stream of blaster energy, shredding anything in their path while remaining safe from harm. Over the course of the prequel era, the Colicoids designed 3 distinct series of Droideka. The original destroyer droids, the P-series Droidekas, were the ones used by Trade Federation during the Battle of Naboo. Many of these units had their droid brains replaced with relays that linked them to the Federation's central control computers, allowing them to be operated in tandem with the rest of the Trade Defense Force's droid army. Though this made the Droidekas less intelligent, it did not significantly decrease their effectiveness in combat, fortunately, for the Trade Federation. By the time of the Battle of Geonosis, P-series Droidekas had become obsolete, replaced by the W-series Droidekas. These Droidekas featured slightly larger blaster arms and more powerful blaster cannons, which were considerably more destructive than those used by the P-series Droideka. W-series Droidekas were powerful enough that they were sometimes classified as mobile, autonomous light artillery. But this increase in destructive force did have a cost. These more powerful blasters required a lot more power than the blasters of the P-series Droideka. As a result, W-series Droidekas rarely used their deflector shields, opting to save power and rely on their blasters to kill enemy before they could open fire. This flaw was fixed in the Q-series Droideka, the most advanced Droideka model of the original line. First deployed during the early months of the Clone Wars, the Q-series Droideka featured even more powerful blasters than its predecessor, but also corrected the overheating and power shortage problems the W-series had suffered from. As a result, these Droidekas used their shields just as much as the obsolete P-series Droidekas had, all while retaining the superior firepower of the W-series. Additionally, the Q-series Droideka came with slightly stronger bronzium plates. This was the Droideka model favored by the Confederacy of Independent Systems for most of the Clone Wars. All of these Droideka models were highly effective, as we all surely know from watching the movies and the Clone Wars. This made them highly sought after combat units, but the Colicoids charged a high price for them. Just one Droideka was 200 times the price of a B1 battle droid, which is somewhere in the ballpark of 360,000 credits for just one Droideka. Only the wealthiest non-Republic factions like the Trade Federation and later the CIS could afford that price. Of course, just because they could afford it didn't mean they wanted to pay it. The Trade Federation approached the Colicoid Sovereign Nest asking for discounts on bulk shipments of the droids, and they were told they could get their discounts if they paid in something the Colicoids considered more valuable than credits: meat. The Colicoids were carnivores, and they were eternally ravenous, with a special hunger for a number of rare, exotic meats from the far corners of the galaxy. The Trade Federation was easily able to acquire massive shipments of these exotic meats, which were sent to the Color 4 in bulk. The grateful Colicoids gave them bulk shipments of Droidekas in turn. The Trade Federation ended up with hundreds of Droidekas, though, as you might say, it cost them an arm and a leg. The Confederacy of Independent Systems was also able to secure discounts on Droidekas by paying in raw meat, though this was on top of the discounts they got by virtue of Color 4's secession from the Republic. The Confederacy typically deployed Droidekas as fast-moving shock units, intended to soak up incoming fire while simultaneously spraying blaster bolts across the battlefield. Walls of them were often deployed to reinforce key fronts, where they would form up between other droid units and the enemy, giving their allies a hot second to regroup. They were also commonly deployed as a sort of mobile turret, positioned at key points on the battlefield to keep the enemy away from crucial targets. During the Clone Wars, Loyalist soldiers quickly learned to fear them and their incredible destructive potential. Very few Droidekas participated in the first battle of Geonosis at the outbreak of the Clone Wars. The reason for this was simple. Droidekas had been given preferential treatment when the Geonosians were loading up the Separatists' troop ships prior to the battle. As a result, most of the available Droidekas on Geonosis were already packed away, rendering them unavailable when the Grand Army of the Republic attacked. Just 3,000 Droidekas fought in that first battle, which was greatly disproportionate in comparison to the million B1 battle droids and 100,000 B2 super battle droids that fought on Geonosis. Many of these Droidekas were deployed and destroyed in the initial arena battle, while the rest were all thrown into the fray on the battlefront to the immediate east of the arena. After Geonosis, however, Droidekas quickly became prevalent. At first, the Confederacy primarily used W-series Droidekas, which, as mentioned earlier, used their shields less. The W-series was last used in the Battle of Moonlist, following which they were replaced by the more powerful Q-series. The increased effectiveness of the Q-series meant the Droidekas saw another spike in popularity after Moonlist. Droidekas were a common sight on the battlefields of the Clone Wars right up until the conflict's end. An unusually large number of Droidekas participated in the Battle of Coruscant at the war's climax. In that battle, they were deployed across Galactic City to cause chaos as cover for the kidnapping of Supreme Chancellor Palpatine. Some carried out concerted attacks on key targets, while others just went around causing aimless destruction. They penetrated even the most secure buildings on Coruscant during the battle. HoloNet feeds from the battle showed them gunning down clone troopers in the Senate building itself, which many fearful loyalists took as a sign that the Republic was doomed. Of course, that wasn't the case. The Republic ultimately won the Clone Wars, though it became the Empire in doing so. All the Droidekas that survived the conflict were shut down following the mission to Mustafar, at least for a little while. Smugglers and crime lords immediately went around stealing Droidekas from Separatist warehouses and reactivating them, while the remaining Droidekas were claimed by the Empire. The Empire incorporated these fearsome battle droids into the Imperial Stormtrooper Corps, in which they served as support units.
The Confederacy of Independent Systems, like most other Star Wars factions, employed many models of tank in its campaigns against the Republic, some of which required crews and some of which did not. As they did with many of their starfighters, the CIS often employed tanks that were actually just massive droids, which served to simplify coordination for droid army commanders. The CIS had many models of tank droid at its disposal, with some of the most common being the Corporate Alliance Persuader class, IGBC Hailfire droids and ground armored tanks, and Techno-Union Octoptara Magna tri-droids. But of all of the tank droids commonly employed by the Confederacy, there was one that clone troopers feared the most, the Commerce Guild's OG-9 Homing Spider droid. In this video, we're going to be taking an in-depth look at this fearsome war machine. Now, we should preface this video by saying that while the OG-9 was feared by clones, that doesn't necessarily make it the most destructive or even the scariest tank droid. For example, the Colicoids, Proto-Decker, and Scorpionic Annihilator droids probably outclassed the OG-9 in both categories. However, those units, as with other units that might seem more terrifying than the Homing Spider droid, were quite rare, and so the clone troopers didn't come to fear them as much. Fear, after all, is subjective and not always logical, and it's heavily tied to a traumatic experience, especially repeated traumatic experience. As a result, while the OG-9 was likely the tank droid clones feared the most, this is not the same as saying it was the toughest nor the scariest tank droid the CIS had at its disposal. The OG-9 Homing Spider droid was designed by Bactoid Armor Workshop. At the time, Bactoid was looking to expand its catalogue of war droids, as it had recently raked in a boatload of credits for its role in producing the Trade Federation droid army. However, its plans for greater profits were dashed after the Battle of Naboo, as Bactoid Armor Workshop was formally liquidated in the battle's aftermath. Bactoid Armor Workshop, alongside its sister company Bactoid Combat Automata, continued operating in secret, but it nonetheless sold off most of its assets as part of its public dismantling, including the designs for the OG-9. Ultimately, those designs ended up in the hands of the Commerce Guild. Like the Trade Federation, the Commerce Guild was already using Bactoid droids, specifically the DSD-1 Dwarf Spider Droid. Under Presidente Xu Mei, the Commerce Guild punitive security forces had employed scores of DSD-1s for strike-breaking purposes, a task at which the droids proved incredibly effective. But the Commerce Guild wanted something heavier for its private army, and the OG-9 fit the bill perfectly. The Commerce Guild quietly commissioned thousands of homing spider droids at 70,000 credits each from Bactoid and the Geonosians, and the final designs for the droids were tweaked to fit the guild's needs. The OG-9 homing spider droid was basically a walking weapons platform. Its heavily armored central orb contained a powerful reactor as well as the unit's limited droid brain. Typically, they received orders directly from central control computers as they didn't have any sort of individual personalities and only possessed the most basic form of sentience. When a central control computer was unavailable, they relied on programmed military protocols and internal logic processes, which were simple but effective. Homing spider droids navigated with 4 hydraulic legs, which allowed them to operate across a variety of terrain types, including steep cliffs and seabeds. OG-9s were a little over 7 meters in height and they had a top speed of 90 kilometers per hour, though in practice they tended to move much slower. Weapons-wise, homing spider droids featured precision homing lasers, anti-personnel laser cannons, and retractable ion cannons. The latter weapon was rarely used and was intended to help the droids disable starships. The other two were mounted on the top and bottom of the droid's central orbs respectively. The anti-personnel laser cannons were intended to take care of infantry and light vehicles that got too close, and they were quite powerful for anti-personnel weapons. The precision homing lasers, on the other hand, were extraordinarily powerful weapons meant for disabling vehicles, though they were effective against infantry as well. Unlike laser cannons, these weapons fired actual concentrated laser beams, which could be fired in short bursts for precision strikes or longer pulses to pierce shields or melt armor. These weapons could shoot down starfighters, melt clean through heavy tanks, and scythe down formations of advancing infantry. The Commerce Guild intended the OG-9 to be used in 2 capacities, as anti-vehicular units and as coordinators. Homing spider droids were officially classified as self-propelled artillery units, somewhat like the Republic's SBHAT, and the punitive security forces likely only brought them to bear against full-fledged insurrections. In direct combat, they would easily be able to shred large groups of insurgents and destroy both ground-based vehicles and starfighters. Additionally, the Commerce Guild had the OG-9 design so it could network with the DSD-1 Dwarf Spider droids, allowing it to act as a coordinator for the smaller droids. Dwarf Spider droids typically employed their larger cousins as a sort of hive mind, sending constant feeds from their various scanner systems back to the OG-9s for analysis. The OG-9s would then be able to communicate useful information back to all DSD-1s connected to its network. The Commerce Guild generally used this link in 2 ways. If an OG-9 was deployed alone, it could signal for Dwarf Spider droids to reinforce it in a pinch. More commonly, groups of DSD-1s were deployed as scouts, which would split up, search for targets, and bring a homing spider droid over if they found one. The punitive security forces grouped OG-9s into spider droid units, which consisted of 1 OG-9 and 4 DSD-1s. When the Clone Wars erupted on Geonosis, OG-9 homing spider droids and their dwarf spider droid counterparts were deployed in large numbers. The Commerce Guild dispatched 7,500 OG-9s to cover the retreat of their starships, and though the Republic ultimately won the day, these fearsome tank droids definitely proved their worth, as even the Jedi that were present on Geonosis walked from the battle knowing that the OG-9s were not to be trifled with. Following the Battle of Geonosis, the Commerce Guild punitive security forces were folded into the CIS military, and the Guild's spider droids became a part of the droid army. Homing spider droids were used a bit differently in the Clone Wars than they had been used previously. The Confederacy deployed homing spider droids in much greater numbers than the Commerce Guild had, upping the average ratio of OG-9s to DSD-1s from 1:4 to 1:2. The OG-9 quickly became a favourite of the Separatist commanders. After Geonosis, they saw extensive use in both the Hunt for the Decimator and the Dark Reaper Crisis, two of the war's earliest campaigns, as well as in battles on Atrakan, Tea, Munilinst, Hypori, Brental 4, Jabim, Praesitlin, Sarish, Zagobar, Baldemnik, Seleucami, and Felucia, just to name a few. The Republic's clone troopers quickly learned to fear the OG-9 more so than any of the other Separatist droids. Of the units commonly deployed by the CIS, no other droid combined destructive potential and a lack of easily exploitable weaknesses, as well as the homing spider droid. The similarly feared Hailfire droid at least would run quickly out of missiles, while the homing spider droid had no such shortcomings. It did have a few weaknesses, however. If its reactor core was punctured, it would violently explode and destroy the whole droid, and if one of its legs were destroyed, the whole droid would fall over. But these reactors were well armored and very hard to pierce, and destroying the legs was easier said than done. Furthermore, none of these weaknesses could be exploited by clone infantry. If you were on foot and up against one of these bad boys, your only hope was to get right under it, which obviously was virtually impossible. But that's not the only reason why clones were terrified of the OG-9. They were quite destructive on top of their lack of exploitable weaknesses. If you were up against a homing spider droid, nothing was guaranteed to save you, not even LAATs or ATTEs, which the Republic relied upon so heavily in the early years of the conflict. The main laser of the OG-9 could destroy practically anything, from air support to SBHATs. Most Republic vehicles would go down with one shot from this powerful weapon, and once vehicles were dealt with, homing spider droids would turn their lasers on infantry to devastating effect. They would fire the weapons in the sort of sustained bursts used to melt through heavy armor, and then sweep them across infantry formations, gruesomely butchering entire platoons. It was this fate that most of the 416th Star Corps met in the Battle of Tea, an extremely bloody battle which took place 3 months into the Clone Wars. On Tea, Jedi General Crook and the 416th were sent to destroy a crashed core ship that droid units had turned into a bunker. A core ship that had been carrying hordes of spider droids. The Republic ultimately won the battle, but the droids fought so fiercely that nearly all of the clones present were killed. Many of them were sliced up by the homing lasers of the OG-9s, which were able to claim a strategic firing position and easily pick off the advancing clones. Kakruk was so horrified by the carnage of this battle that, for a short time, he abandoned the Jedi Order entirely. The icing on the cake is that, even if a clone were to hide somewhere an OG-9 couldn't reach, the droids would still be able to call in DSD-1s to flush them out. Dwarf spider droids were almost always deployed alongside their larger cousins, and since they were specifically designed to fight in tight spaces, this meant that even hiding was ineffective against homing spider droids. All clones could do when faced against OG-9s in battle was pray their side had enough firepower to finish them quickly. As the Clone Wars progressed, the Republic started to develop new kinds of armoured vehicles, many of which had a better chance against the OG-9s. But by this point, fear of the homing spider droid had spread throughout the clone ranks, and it was too entrenched to be allayed by some shiny new piece of hardware. By the Outer Rim sieges, hardened veterans and even Jedi would hesitate when these monstrous droid walkers appeared on the battlefield. During the Clone Wars, Bactoid Combat Automata's B-Series battle droids were the bread and butter of the CIS army. Virtually all Star Wars fans are familiar with the famous B-1 battle droid and its younger brother, the B-2 super battle droid. But what about the B-3? Most fans are completely unaware there was a third entry in this classic droid series, as the B-3 Ultra battle droid was a very rare sight on the battlefields of the Clone Wars. In this video, we'll be discussing why that was, as well as the history and specs of this little known battle droid model. In the first Battle of Geonosis, Bactoid Combat Automata's latest droid model, the B-2 Super Battle Droid, proved itself on the first battlefield of the Clone Wars. Despite the Confederacy's defeat in this battle, the new droids were deemed a success by Bactoid and the Techno Union, and as the Clone Wars rapidly escalated, they looked into designing even more effective droids. Just as the B-2 was a major improvement over the fragile B-1s, the B-3 was meant to put the B-2 to shame, capable of outmatching even Jedi Masters. These dreams of an unstoppable battle droid set a high bar for B-3 design proposals, and the Techno Union upped the stakes even further by having its designers compete against each other.
the best and brightest design teams in the Techno Union would each come up with their own take on the B3, and whichever droid proved the most effective would be given the coveted B3 designation. Two of the Techno Union's design teams quickly emerged as the frontrunners in this contest, one based on Foundry and one based on Mandalorian. The Mandalorian team had the backing of the Techno Union foreman Wat Tambor, who had a major stronghold on the planet. Their design prioritized being able to stand up to Jedi, incorporating lightsaber-resistant Cortosis armor and high-intensity laser cannons, and closely resembled the B2. It was a delicate but highly effective design. The Foundry team, on the other hand, focused on making the most overpowered war machine imaginable. Their prototype, the Avatar 7, was twice the height of a B2, was armored like a tank, and featured blaster cannons, plasma cannons, a flamethrower, and a built-in guided missile launcher. While the Cortosis droids took a very precise approach to outmatching Jedi, the Avatar 7 went with the tried and true tactic of just using more DACA. 5 months after the first Battle of Geonosis, the two prototypes were presented to General Grievous, the newly appointed CIS Supreme Commander. Grievous, who was never one for subtlety, chose the Avatar 7 as the winner of the contest. The Avatar 7 was reclassified the B3 Ultra Battle Droid and entered production. The runner-up became the CB3 Cortosis Battle Droid, and despite its defeat in the competition, Wat Tambor made sure it entered production as well, albeit in limited numbers. The finished B3 was an absolute nightmare for the Grand Army of the Republic. The droid's massive size allowed it to wear armor comparable to a tank, making it absurdly difficult to destroy. Its main arms boasted a tight spray flamethrower and a wide spray plasma cannon, while two smaller arms on its abdomen featured rapid firing blaster cannons. The launcher built into its left shoulder could fire off two highly sophisticated tracking missiles, which had tracking capabilities so sophisticated they could arguably be classified as sentient. The finishing touch for the droids was a density projector, which allowed the B3 to vastly increase its weight, rendering it temporarily immobile and all but impossible to knock over. The B3 made its first appearance in the Battle of Iktoch, when one unit battled Jedi Masters Mace Windu and Saesee Tiin, two of the greatest Jedi of all time. Despite their formidable skills, Windu and Tiin both failed to defeat the B3 individually and had to work together to outsmart the fearsome machine. They were ultimately able to destroy the droid by crushing it under a downed Hailfire droid, but it was a close call, and the Jedi Masters walked away from the fight deeply shaken. After Iktoch, the B3 saw deployment all over the galaxy. The Confederacy never had any illusions of deploying the droids in vast quantities, as they were much too expensive to produce for that to be viable. Instead, the B3 was typically used as a stand-in for droidekas, which were even more expensive. Ultra battle droids were typically used in frontal assaults on heavily fortified Republic positions, as miniature tanks in field battles, or as guards for important installations. Republic forces struggled to combat these fearsome battle droids. Not even Jedi could reliably take them down, and clones stood little chance of surviving encounters with ultra battle droids. Fortunately for the Republic, however, it soon emerged that the B3 had a design flaw. Most ultra battle droid models had issues with their density projectors, which would activate randomly and then fail to shut down. On battlefields all over the galaxy, these ultra battle droids would suddenly lock up and remain frozen in place, unable to shut off their density projectors. Republic forces were able to exploit this and easily defeat the droids, which became sitting ducks for artillery fire. Factoid hastily recalled the entire Ultra Battle Droid line in response to this problem. For years, the engineers struggled to fix the density projectors. B3s were redeployed at several points during the Clone Wars, only for their density projectors to act up again and get them destroyed. It was only at the end of the conflict, during the Outer Rim sieges, that Factoid cut their losses and just removed the density projector from the B3 design. Once more, the Ultra Battle Droid became a force to be reckoned with on the battlefield, but it showed up too late to change the course of the Clone Wars. The CIS was defeated soon after the B3's reintroduction. But what about those other B3s, the Cortosis droids we mentioned earlier? Thanks to the sponsorship of Wat Tambor, they also saw action in the Clone Wars, if only for a short time. As we mentioned earlier, These droids were designed with the express purpose of fighting Jedi, and they were quite good at their job. Their cortosis armor made them invulnerable to lightsabers, forcing Jedi to get creative with the Force to bring them down. Their high-intensity laser cannons were even more powerful than the blaster cannons of the B2 and had an even higher rate of fire, which kept Jedi on the defensive. Combined, these two attributes meant only the greatest Jedi stood a chance against the CB3. To test these new cortosis droids, Wat Tambor dispatched them against one of the most high-value targets in the galaxy, the Jedi Temple. While Separatist agitators distracted the Coruscant Guard with an insurrection, a strike force of CB3s landed at the Jedi Temple and stormed the archives, killing many Jedi and leaving a trail of destruction in their wake. After a chaotic battle, the droids cut their losses and left, but not before Jedi Padawan Anakin Skywalker figured out a way to defeat the CB3s. As it turned out, the CB3 also had a weakness. Its cortosis armor was tightly attached to its inner shell in form-fitting plates, but there was a tiny gap between part of the droid's breastplates which Jedi could get their lightsabers through with very precise vertical slashes. Skywalker used this technique to destroy several CB3s during the Coruscant insurrection, and he taught it to other Jedi defending the temple, helping them crush these new droids. Wat Tambor and Count Dooku were impressed by the CB3's effectiveness at Coruscant, but Darth Sidious was much less enthusiastic. It wasn't that he didn't think they were effective enough, mind you, he thought they were too effective. Fearing that the CB3 could upset the balance of the Clone Wars, Sidious leaked the location of Wat Tambor's Mandalorian factory to the Jedi, who sent Anakin Skywalker to lay waste to the facility. There, Skywalker encountered heavy resistance, but the element of surprise gave him an advantage over the factory's Separatist defenders. Skywalker managed to destroy the cortosis droid factory and capture Wat Tambor, ending the production of the CB3 in one fell swoop.
The Armored Assault Tank was one of the CIS's most heavily used vehicles, a mainstay of invasion armies and defense forces alike. It's a fairly iconic tank with a simple but sleek design and a whole lot of guns. But was it any good, you may ask? As a matter of fact, it absolutely was. The AAT was an incredibly effective war machine, and there's a reason the Confederacy used it so often. We're going to be taking a look at the AAT and what made it so amazing. The Armored Assault Tank was designed by Bactoid Armor Workshop for the Trade Federation Droid Army, shortly prior to the Battle of Naboo. Together with 3 other Bactoid vehicles, the STAP, the MTT, and the PAC, the AAT was intended to serve as the Droid Army's armored complement. While the STAP filled the role of a speeder and/or recon vehicle, and the other 2 craft served as troop transports, the AAT was a dedicated battle tank. It was designed to be able to lead the charge in ground battles, something that it ended up doing quite well. The AAT was a repulsor lift vehicle, kept aloft by heavy-duty repulsor discs and coils located in the armored nose of the craft. Due to its nature as a repulsor craft, the AAT was usable across a wide variety of terrain, though its large front end meant that the tank needed a decent amount of space to be able to maneuver in. AATs weren't the fastest repulsor tanks out there, but with a top speed of 55 km per hour, they were far from sluggish. Of course, speed wasn't really something the designers at Bactoid were all that concerned about when it gets power and communication systems located at the rear of the craft for protection. The tank was powered by a 4-chambered multi-reactor onboard power plant, which was located just above the main hatch at the back of the craft. Additionally, the AAT featured a pair of secondary power generators located on either side of the main hatch, which primarily supplied power to the shovel-like lower part of the tank. Communication systems, meanwhile, were located at the back of the tank's top turret near the tank's battlefield sensors. The Armored Assault Tank was piloted by a crew of 4, a tank commander, a pilot, and 2 gunners. Originally, the crew roles on the AAT were filled by OOM battle droid commanders, OOM droid pilots, and B-1 battle droids respectively. But by the time of the Clone Wars, the Confederacy had developed dedicated AAT driver droids, which were distinguished by their green armor markings. Organic crews were also able to operate AATs, and oftentimes organic commanders or tactical droids would claim the top turret of a tank to oversee the progress of a battle from. The tank's crew accessed the craft by means of an armored ramp located at the back. The pilot and the gunners were seated in the craft's main cabin. The pilot sat front and center and had control of maneuvering and presumably the tank's anti-personnel guns. AAT pilots relied on cameras and terrain sensors to pilot their craft. But if these systems failed, the main cabin did feature an armored hatch that could be opened for the pilot to see out of. The two gunners sat on either side of the pilot, operating the tank's secondary laser cannons and its artillery. The tank commander, on the other hand, sat alone in an armored turret located on the top of the tank. The commander could sit safely inside the turret and use cameras and terrain sensors for targeting purposes, or he could open a hatch on the turret's top to get a better view of the battlefield. Most organic AAT commanders preferred to keep the hatch open, despite the safety risk it posed. On either side of the main cabin's exterior, there were 3 handholds intended for use by battle droids, which allowed the AAT to carry 6 passengers as well as its crew of 4. As you might expect from its name, the armored assault tank was very heavily armored, especially at the front. The shovel-shaped nose of the craft was pretty much solid armor in many places, which allowed the AAT to ram through reinforced walls with impunity. Its armor wasn't perfect, and a single direct hit from any sort of artillery was usually enough to blow right through it, but it worked well enough. For this reason, AATs usually led the charge when the droid army deployed in force, as it was capable of soaking up a lot more damage than the flimsy B-1 battle droids it was usually deployed alongside. The AAT's primary weapon was its heavy laser cannon, which was mounted on the turret at the top of the craft. The tank commander personally managed the primary cannon, which was powerful enough to be able to punch a hole in even the heavy armor of an ATTE. The AAT also featured secondary and tertiary laser cannons. The secondary guns were a pair of repeating laser cannons attached to out-trigger arms, while the tertiary guns were 2 light anti-personnel laser cannons located at the front of the main cabin. Additionally, the AAT featured 6 launch tubes for energy shell artillery. These tubes fired physical shells that were cocooned in plasma, amplifying their destructive potential. AATs carried 3 types of shell: high energy shells, armor piercing shells, and bunker buster shells. High energy shells were the standard artillery used by the AAT, and were fired from the outermost launch tubes. They were intended for general anti-personnel and anti-vehicular use. The middle tubes on either side of the tank fired armor piercing shells, which were slightly more powerful and intended to blow through even the toughest tank armor. The most powerful shells carried by the AAT were bunker busters, which were fired from the innermost launch tubes. These powerful high explosives could utterly annihilate enemy fortifications, though their use was limited by how few the tank could carry. Tank crews were largely sparing with how much they used their artillery, as the shells couldn't be reloaded while the tank was in action. For reloading, tanks would have to be returned to a Lucrehulk class battleship, where the entire foot section would be removed for servicing and replaced with a fully loaded one. The AAT was designed alongside the rest of the Trade Federation droid army, and so it worked well with the army's other craft. 114 of these tanks were carried aboard each C-9979 landing craft, while Lucrehulk class battleships could carry 6,250 of them in total. They were a crucial link in the Trade Federation's war machine, serving as relays between the droid army and command. Later, during the Clone Wars, AATs were also built into basic rank structure of the CIS droid army, as a squadron of 24 tanks were required to form a battalion, and 18 required to form a vanguard. All told, the AAT was a hell of a tank. It had a very flexible mission profile. It could be effectively used in open field battles, urban warfare, anti-infantry operations, anti-vehicular operations, guard duty, prolonged sieges, and even reconnaissance, albeit aggressive reconnaissance. These bad boys were definitely the most effective repulsor tanks in galactic history, if not necessarily the most effective tanks overall, and they worked wonders for the Confederacy during the Clone Wars, as we'll discuss in a moment. Upon receiving its first deliveries of tanks, the Trade Federation put the first AATs through rigorous live fire testing prior to the Battle of Naboo. Armored assault tanks faced off against each other and against pirate bands in these harrowing tests, and they quickly proved to be every bit as effective as Bactoid had promised they would be. Once the rest of the army was ready, thousands of AATs were then deployed in the invasion of Naboo, where they led the charge in numerous skirmishes against the Naboo and the Gungans. In the Battle of the Great Grass Plains, they were initially thwarted by the Gungans' energy shields, but once droid infantry disabled those shields during the battle, AATs began annihilating the remnants of the Gungan Grand Army, pummeling Jar Jar and his comrades with laser cannon fire and energy shells. The AATs were disabled when the droid army was shut down during the battle, but they nonetheless proved themselves effective first. Following the Battle of Naboo, Bactoid Armor Workshop publicly and dramatically disbanded for its role in arming the Trade Federation. However, unbeknownst to most of the galaxy, this was really just a cover they used to move their operations underground. Bactoid secretly continued making armored assault tanks for the Trade Federation and later for the other corporate factions that underwrote the Confederacy of Independent Systems. As a result, when the Clone Wars erupted in 22 BBY, armored assault tanks returned to the battlefield almost immediately, quickly becoming some of the most common Separatist ground units. Over the course of the Clone Wars, AATs prominently appeared in battles from Thule and Christophsis to Ryloth and Geonosis to Annexus and Felucia. Time and time again, they proved to be the saving grace of the droid army. Their heavy armor was a welcome break from the flimsiness of many other Separatist units. Their flexibility made them useful in virtually any battlefield situation, and their wide variety of powerful weapons made them a nightmare for Republic forces, even Republic forces that had ATTEs with them. For all these reasons, AATs became a favorite of Separatist commanders, especially tactical droids and organic officers that liked to make use of the tank's open-hatched main turrets. They had their weaknesses, but no crippling flaws, and their sheer utility made up for their weaknesses anyway. There was virtually no battlefield scenario in which an AAT wouldn't prove useful, and in the eternally chaotic Clone Wars, that sort of reliability was invaluable. The armored assault tank was the workhorse of the CIS droid army, and a workhorse that served its masters well.
Another episode of The Bad Batch is out, and it's everything we could have hoped for. Per usual, there will be spoilers for the episode in this video, so if you haven't seen the episode yet, go do so. That's an order, trooper. When the Clone Wars ended, the Confederacy of Independent Systems was totally dismantled by the victorious Galactic Empire. Its corporate sponsors were liquidated, its member worlds were subjugated, and its droid army became Imperial property. As we saw in this week's Bad Batch episode, the Empire melted down a whole lot of it, as you would expect them to do. But as Echo mentioned early in the episode, the Empire actually made use of some of those droids as well. Today, we're going to be looking at how the Empire dealt with the droid army and analyzing which droids the Empire kept using and which were too dangerous to be left alive. Technically speaking, the Clone Wars ended when the Separatist Council issued a shutdown command to the CIS droid army, shortly before Darth Vader murdered them all. On planets where Separatist forces were still uncontested, the droids marched back to their ships and folded themselves back into their racks, while those engaged in the fighting were just shut down on the spot and simply collapsed. Many of the droids in the latter group were summarily destroyed by victorious Republic forces in Celebration, and their parts were sent off to be melted down. There's a hint of irony in the fact that destroyed or damaged battle droids met pretty much the exact same fate under the Empire as they would have under the Confederacy. When the Separatists won battles, they would send out worker drones to gather up all of the droid parts scattered all over the battlefield. These parts were either used to rebuild droids or melted down to be used to make new droids. Under the Empire, all of the damaged Separatist droids were met with the latter fate, reclamation. In a galaxy that, unfortunately, treated droids as tools instead of the sentient beings they were, reclamation was a common fate for droids. Major droid-making worlds, like Telti and Mechas 3, featured large droid reclamation facilities, as did other worlds like Gindine and, as we saw in the Bad Batch, Corellia. At these facilities, droids were melted down and turned into new droids, either units of the same model or new units. Occasionally, these facilities would just melt them down and use the scrap for something completely different. That latter scenario is likely what we saw in the Bad Batch. As we saw in Solo, Corellia was a major producer of Star Destroyers in canon, and it's possible that those droids were being melted down to provide metal for that. However, that's just what happened to the damaged droids. As mentioned earlier, most of the Separatist droid army went back to their landing craft when ordered to shut down. There were also billions of battle droids sitting in warehouses that had never been activated. Let's not forget that the Separatist droid army was the biggest army in the history of the entire galaxy. The Empire had way more hardware to deal with than just the broken droids. The first thing the Empire did with these droids was lay claim to them. After the fighting stopped, all kinds of underworld types descended on droid landers and warehouses, hoping to claim the droids to either sell or use as personal soldiers. More dangerously, Separatist holdout groups regularly tried to reactivate lost droid armies, making it a high priority of the Empire to seize all those warehouses as soon as possible. Those of you who remember the classic Battlefront 2 campaign can probably remember what happens when former Separatists got their hands on droid warehouses, as exemplified by Guise or Delso. Understandably, the Empire wanted as few cases like that as possible. As Echo mentioned, the Empire put many of its new droids to use. During the earliest days of the New Order, the Empire needed as many soldiers as it could get to force its rule on the galaxy, and the clone troopers it had just weren't enough. Recruited armies would soon fix this problem, at first in the Imperial Army and then in the Stormtrooper Corps. However, it's likely that the Empire also used repurposed droid armies as a stopgap while they got the recruitment system up and running, padding out the ranks of the former Grand Army of the Republic. This is probably what Echo was talking about when he mentioned the Empire using battle droids. From the context of the episode, we could also surmise that these droid forces were mostly deployed against nascent insurgent groups like Saw Gerrera's partisans. In Legends, quite a few Separatist droid models were permanently integrated into the Imperial military after the rise of the Empire. Most notably, these included the Droideka and the DSD-1 Dwarf Spider Droid, both of which served with the Stormtrooper Corps. We don't know about the Spider Droid, but the Droideka actually had the same fate in canon, with both rebel groups and some Imperial squadrons making use of the deadly droids. Those droids requisitioned by the Imperial military were probably the most decommissioned before the Galactic Civil War, as the Empire didn't really need them that much, especially as the numbers of recruits began to swell. Others likely continued to see use up until the Empire's fall, as was the case in Legends. But while the droid army was certainly useful for the Empire, the New Order didn't really need the whole thing. There was only a certain extent to which they could use droids as a military force, since most Imperial citizens associated the droids with separatism, which Imperial propaganda was constantly using as a boogeyman. If the Empire just made the whole CIS droid army another part of the Imperial military, they risked falling victim to their own propaganda and alienating the galactic citizenry. Thus, they were only really able to use the droids on remote, contested worlds and the most backwater of backwater garrisons. This left the Empire with a pretty major question. What the heck were they going to do with all those droids? Though this might not seem important, it was actually a pretty serious concern. Even deactivated and collecting dust in warehouses, these droids were highly dangerous. For all their faults, battle droids were quite effective, and the Imperial military had enough work to do putting an end to the last traces of freedom in the galaxy without having to fight droid armies as well. Especially in its early years, the Empire wasn't in as stable a position as it would have liked the galaxy to believe. One good threat, like a bunch of reactivated old droid armies, would have put a lot of strain on the Empire's efforts to subjugate the galaxy, which were crucial in ensuring continued Imperial rule. Essentially, the military needed to be able to focus on oppressing Imperial citizens so that they wouldn't rise up against the Empire. If they went off to fight battle droids instead, it would have posed a grave risk to Imperial stability. Additionally, let's not forget the main focus of last night's episode, the tactical droids. We tend to give tactical droids a lot of flack on this channel, but in fairness, they were actually effective commanders a fair bit of the time, and as mentioned in the episode, they got better as the war went on.
The more tactical droids fought,
the more they learned.
By the end of the Clone Wars, many tactical droids had become frighteningly competent, and they came to pose a serious threat to Republic forces. Thus, the Empire considered it imperative that all tactical droids be found and destroyed, for 3 reasons. Firstly, tactical droids could be used to take over droid armies, which could have disastrous results for Imperial forces making use of the battle droids. Secondly, tactical droids could have provided valuable insight on how to defeat said Imperial droids. Most importantly, they could have provided insight on how to defeat Imperial clone stormtrooper armies, since those tactical droids obviously had a lot of experience battling clones. In the Empire's view, those droids were too dangerous to be left alive, and the same was true for most of the droids they had no use for. Droids that were kept in warehouses were always a potential threat, since, as we mentioned earlier, there were always underworld types stealing and reactivating them. The more battle droids there were out in the galaxy, the greater the chance was that the rebels or separatists would reactivate an army or 2 of them and give the Empire some real trouble. The solution, of course, was to scrap the droids the Empire had no use for. The scrap could have been put to use making new droids or any number of new pieces of equipment. It's a fair bet that the Empire didn't care which, so long as the droids were gone. So, that's what happened to the droid army after the Clone Wars. But what do you think? Did you like this week's episode? It was definitely the best so far in our opinion, and even the Martez sisters weren't that annoying. So feel free to post your thoughts in the comment section below, and as always, thank you so much for watching, and I hope to see you in the next video. The Battle of Naboo was a turning point in galactic history. Though few saw it at the time, it was the beginning of the great triumph of the Sith, and the end of the great peace of the Republic. Among the many effects of this battle was the development of the CIS droid army. The Trade Federation and the droid makers it contracted learned a lot from Naboo, and over the course of the next decade, they improved their droid army in accordance with these lessons. The Trade Federation and the droid makers it contracted learned a lot from Naboo, and over the course of the next decade, they improved their droid army in accordance with these lessons, forming the CIS droid army as we know it. But what if the Trade Federation or their suppliers hadn't learned those lessons? What would the Clone Wars have looked like? In this video, we'll be answering those questions. For the sake of simplicity, we're only going to be looking at the Trade Federation droid army today. There were many other private forces that made up the CIS droid army, including the Techno-Union Army, the IGBC Collections and Security Division, and the Commerce Guild Punitive Security Forces, to name a few. However, we know little about how those forces changed after Naboo, or even if they existed before Naboo, so we're going to be ignoring them for the sake of this video. At the time of the Battle of Naboo, the Trade Federation droid army was simple but effective. It utilized B1 battle droids as its foot soldiers, occasionally employing droidekas, specialized B1 variants, and the occasional prototype droid alongside them. STAPs served as reconnaissance vehicles, while MTTs and PACs served as troop transports, and AATs served as armor. All of these were carried into the battle aboard C-9979 landing craft, which were usually escorted by Vulture droids and deployed from Lucra Hulk class battleships. Everything we've just listed was operated by a singular central control computer, which was present aboard a specialized droid control ship. Many elements of this army actually remain the same through to the Clone Wars in the real timeline. All of the vehicles listed above remained in use, and their usage went unchanged, though the merger with the other droid armies meant that new craft were added to the SEP roster alongside them. Of course, B1 battle droids also remained the primary foot soldiers of the army, and central control computers actually remained in use as well, though they were used a bit differently. So what changed? Well, first and foremost, Naboo made the Trade Federation realize that maybe depending on just one central control computer for a whole army wasn't the best of ideas. During the Clone Wars, Separatist forces still used central control computers, but they also gave their droids independent logic modules so they could operate independently as well. Secondly, and more importantly perhaps, they added a few new units to their roster to fill in some of the gaps.
On the ground, this meant the development of the B2 Super Battle Droid to beef up the droid ranks, and in space, this meant the development of core ships and Providence-class carrier/destroyers. The CIS Navy actually might have been fine if it had only Lucrehulk-class battleships. Those battleships were actually really versatile, and while the resultant fleet would definitely have been worse off for a lack of warship diversity, the Republic Navy suffered from that anyway, so it would only have really leveled the playing field. The Confederacy also wouldn't have had such a dramatic numbers advantage with only Lucrehulks, but again, it didn't really need to outnumber the Republic Navy 4-1. The CIS Navy wouldn't have been nearly as effective a fighting force as it could have been in this alternate timeline, but it still would have been better than the Republic Navy for most of the war. The droid army, on the other hand, would have had a harder time, though perhaps not as hard as you might think. The continued reliance on central control computers would have been the biggest hurdle, as you might expect. The Battle of Naboo taught the whole galaxy something that probably should have been common sense. Don't have your entire military slaved to one central brain. At Naboo, the CCC acted as a great big self-destruct button for the whole operation, and once Anakin Skywalker pushed it, the battle was lost, even though the Trade Federation had been on the verge of victory. Now, contrary to popular belief, central control computers were actually a great idea for the Trade Federation droid army. As we've mentioned in past videos, the droid army's strength was its collective nature, and the CCCs were a big part of that. They coordinated entire armies at once, allowing ground forces to act with the sort of cohesion that only Jedi battle meditation could rival. This is why the CIS kept using CCCs after the Clone Wars. They really were useful when used properly. Of course, the Trade Federation didn't use them properly. They opted to rely solely on these computers so that they didn't have to pay for droid brains, a rather grievous error. As aforementioned, this only presented the enemy with one big target to attack to win the Battle of Naboo. They didn't protect their CCC all that well at Naboo either. Central control computers were housed aboard specialized droid control ships, which were basically just Lucrehulks with extra hardware slapped on. This in itself isn't a bad thing, but the Trade Federation made a mistake in withdrawing the rest of the blockade after the invasion and just leaving the control ship out in the open. Couple that with the fact that the Trade Federation didn't bring a backup CCC to Naboo, and you can probably see the huge tactical oversight there. Now, the Republic likely would have had a much harder time exploiting this weakness during the Clone Wars, when the CIS definitely wouldn't have left their droid control ships alone like that. But we're all quite familiar with the sort of hijinks Anakin Skywalker and some of the other Jedi got up to during the war, and they probably would have exploited the hell out of central control computers anyway. Like the heroes in Saturday morning cartoons, the Republic probably would have defeated the Confederacy in the exact same cheesy way in battle after battle, and the CIS probably wouldn't have fared well for it. The other major problem the droid army would have faced is a lack of B2s. The B2 Super Battle Droid was a hugely important component of the CIS droid army, making up for the relative weaknesses of the B1. If the Trade Federation never bothered commissioning B2s, however, the ground battles of the Clone Wars would have been a slaughter. B1s were pretty good battle droids, but clone troopers were considerably better fighters, and the Confederacy would have needed to lean hard onto its numbers advantage to win anything ever. This likely would have had an interesting side effect. The Confederacy would have developed the Trade Federation's prototypes more. The Trade Federation droid army brought a number of weird and obscure droid models to Naboo, some of which were scrapped after the battle and some of which served as the basis for later droid models. The latter was the case for the E4 Baron droid, a Trade Federation unit that was the direct predecessor to the B2 Super Battle droid. The E4 Baron droid was a product of Bactoid Combat Automata, a marked step up from the B1. The Trade Federation bought a bunch of them as top-level security units for Newt Gunray and other leading officials, but they proved effective enough that Gunray considered employing them as assassins too. During the Battle of Naboo, these units were called into action in Theed and in the Gungan swamps, where they served in two roles. Firstly, they acted as heavy infantry, much like Super Battle Droids later would, and secondly, they routinely went on search and destroy missions, rooting out scattered pockets of resistance. Like B2s, Baron droids were much more durable than the standard B1s, and they were equipped with built-in dual repeating blasters on both arms. They were quite strong, and they also had a limited degree of independence from central control computers. You know, like all battle droids should have. Additionally, they had very powerful sensors, capable of seeing motion heat, energy, and sonic waves as well as visible light. Their photoreceptors doubled as powerful floodlights, which they often employed in Naboo's swamps and in the tunnels under Theed. Aside from these last two features, they were pretty much slightly weaker versions of the B2. Baron droids would have filled the hole in the droid army left by the B2, and while Baron droids weren't nearly as good as their successors, they would have done well enough. In this timeline, the lack of advancement in the droid army actually wouldn't have significantly affected the Confederacy's performance in the Clone Wars. The CIS would have still lost the war, of course, but they wouldn't have done so by a larger margin or anything like that. The effectiveness of the droid army would have decreased, but honestly, not by much. The Confederacy of Independent Systems mobilized the largest droid army in galactic history for the Clone Wars. The army was primarily composed of droids from just a few models, but more specialized units did exist. Some of these were just variants of the stock models, while others were elite units that became infamous in their own right. But the droid army had more than its fair share of obscure droids too. Some simply had hyper-specialized roles that weren't needed often, while others were a pain to deploy or to produce. In this video, we're going to be taking a look at a few of these obscure Separatist droids. First off, a quick disclaimer. This is not an exhaustive list. We're only going to be looking at a handful of droids today, so we have time to do each of them justice. Additionally, we'll only be focusing on unique droid models, not variants. We've already released a video on the many variants of the B1 battle droid, and perhaps we'll make another one on the variants of the B2 super battle droid in the near future. For today, however, variants of either line are right out, as are variants of the Droideka or the other well-known Separatist units. With that said, let's get right into things. First, let's take a quick look at a unit you might remember from Star Wars The Clone Wars, the Infiltrator/Demolition Droid or I/D droid. IDs were unique droids capable of transforming into 3 different forms: an infiltration mode, a combat mode, and a bomb mode. In infiltration mode, they would disguise themselves as sweeper droids to get into target locations. After infiltrating a target, they would shift into combat mode, opening up on anyone that got in their way with a pair of laser cannons. Once their target location was clear, 2 droids would combine to form makeshift bombs, following which the droids would detonate, wreaking havoc. These were famously used in a suicide attack on Coruscant's power generators that one time, and the reason they're on this list is because, to our knowledge, they were never used again. Nor, really, could they have been used again. The Republic knew what the infiltrator droids looked like in their infiltration mode after the attack on Coruscant, after all. The same trick would never work again, and this would have rendered those brand new droids totally useless. What a waste. A similar but not quite so wasteful unit was the Commerce Guild Chameleon droid. Based on Arakid Industries' Spelunker probe droid, a mining droid the Commerce Guild bought in bulk, the Chameleon droid was a simple but deadly retrofit. The droids had been designed to scale cliff faces and plant blasting charges, but with the addition of some blasters and a prototype personal stealth field generator, the droids became something far deadlier. These lethal saboteurs could place charges all over crucial choke points or enemy fortifications while invisible, and then detonate them remotely before the enemy knew something was up. Chameleon droids weren't equipped with true stealth field generators, but rather an array of holographic projectors that pretty much did the trick. These stealth generators rendered them invisible both to scanners and the naked eye, allowing the droids to lay their mines in secret. In combat, they tended to create minefields and then drop out of stealth mode to herd their enemies into the mines, allowing them to clear out large groups of infantry. From this description, you'd think the droids would be invaluable to the CIS, but in reality, they were rarely deployed. The most notable deployment of the droids was in a skirmish on Ilum earlier in the war, following which the droids became rare, seen only on Commerce Guild stronghold worlds.
Their rarity was likely due to how expensive their stealth generators would have been. Next up, we have the BL series Battle Legionnaire, otherwise known as Evil C-3POs. These droids were produced in a limited run for the Mandalorian Protectors, a Mandalorian Separatist faction led by the rogue ARC Trooper Spar. Only 1,000 of them were ever produced, but what these droids lacked in quantity, they made up for in quality. Despite looking like reskinned protocol droids, BLs featured military-grade internal systems, which allowed them to lift thousands of kilograms over their heads and run at 30 kilometers per hour for a full day without recharge. These droids may have looked dorky, but they were absolute units under their plating. Typically, BLs employed chest-mounted blaster boxes or Mandalorian battle harnesses, though some used handheld blaster weapons as well. They were a good match for the Mandalorian Protectors on the battlefield. While Spar and his men preferred lightning tactics, the BLs were heavy hitters, and they complemented each other well. They were very effective, but due to their limited run, they were also exceedingly rare. After the Battle of Norval II, in which Darth Sidious lured the Protectors into a trap in the hopes of wiping them out, virtually all of the BLs were destroyed. Those that were left returned to Mandalore and set out the rest of the war. Next, we have the A-Series Assassin Droid. These highly advanced units were exceedingly mobile and often heavily armed, and they were only ever deployed against the most high-value targets. Their weapons loadouts varied. Some only featured an array of blaster weapons, while others made use of flechette launchers, sonic detonators, flamethrowers, hard sound guns, vibroblades, and even tractor beam projectors. They preferred to work in large groups, employing their collective, overwhelming firepower as a very direct method of assassination. Their most well-known appearance was at the end of the Battle of Jabim, in which they were deployed against the last surviving members of the Padawan pack. They weren't seen much, however, as there were few of them, and they weren't produced by the Confederacy. These droids had a bit of an interesting history. They were created thousands of years before the Clone Wars by a scientist named Pollux Poi, who the Shell Hutts had contracted for the job. The Shell Hutts used the droids to attack Geetsly Kajadik, and the Geetsly responded by hiring elite Dashade Shadow Killers to take out Poi. Poi fled to Kashyyyk, where he spent the rest of his life hiding out in the jungle, guarded by his assassin droids. After he died, his droids set out on their own. On Kashyyyk, they happened on an ancient Rakatan machine, which they used to upgrade themselves. Following this, they left Kashyyyk and travelled to the Gree Enclave, where they hired themselves out to the highest bidder. They were still in the Gree Enclave when Count Dooku paid the Gree a visit shortly before the Clone Wars, and Dooku hired a lot of them to work for him permanently, knowing they would be useful in the war to come. Next up is the Ground Armored Tank. Yep, that's right, there's a tank on this list, specifically a droid tank. The GAT was produced by Bactoid Armor Workshop for the Intergalactic Banking Clan, which committed it to the CIS droid army for use as a fighter tank. Intended to counter the Republic TX-130 fighter tank, the GAT was markedly inferior to its Republic counterpart, primarily due to its drastically lower speed and lack of shields. The latter point was a particularly serious problem, as, like the TX-130, the GAT was too small to be heavily armored, and thus, it didn't take many hits to bring one down. Like the TX-130, the GAT was armed with a pair of medium laser cannons and 2 missile launchers, which could carry 24 missiles between them. Unlike the TX-130, however, the GAT was, in fact, a droid. Like the Hailfire droid or the OG 9 homing spider droid, these tanks had their own droid brains and no internal crew compartments. They were fairly effective as reconnaissance or light cavalry, and the Confederacy deployed them in significant numbers at the very start of the war. However, they proved unable to stand up to most Republic vehicles in one-on-one battles, and so they were quickly phased out in favor of the Crab droid and the Octoptara Tri-droid, both Techno-Union models. After the first 2 months of the war, they became a rare sight on the battlefield. Our last rare droid was the Protodecker, another droid tank. The Protodecker was a monstrous repulsor tank designed by the Colicoids, the same insectoid species responsible for the deadly Droideka. These tanks were incredibly well armored, and in true Colicoid fashion, they were armed to the teeth. Instead of the usual laser cannons that most tanks employed, Protodeckers were equipped with full-on turbo lasers, as well as rapid-firing concussion missile launchers and a seismic wave emitter.
They could obliterate virtually anything that stood in their path, including some of the Republic's most heavily armored vehicles. There was just one problem with the Protodeca: they were insanely expensive. Only a handful were ever built, and the Confederacy wasn't eager to go around wasting them. Count Dooku ordered the deployment of a few during the Dark Reaper crisis. One was deployed on Raxus Prime, while 2 more were deployed on Thule. Aside from that, we know of no other instances of the Protodecas seeing use, though undoubtedly there were more than 3 and they were likely deployed at some point. Despite their questionable quality, the battle droids of the CIS droid army were pretty versatile, able to handle just about every environment. They could operate in environments ranging from deserts to jungles, from rolling plains to stagnant swamps. They were even able to operate in the vacuum of space. But there was one place that the Confederacy's standard battle droids couldn't fight in: the deep ocean. To accommodate for this, the Separatists produced another droid model designed specifically to handle these conditions, the AQ series battle droid, better known as the Aqua droid. In this video, we'll be taking a closer look at these little-seen combat droids. For the most part, the surface armies of the CIS and Republic alike were designed to fight on solid ground. On most planets, the depths of the oceans were not only difficult to reach, but usually not worth reaching. But there were exceptions to this rule. The galaxy had many aquatic species, many of whom lived on water worlds. In the Star Wars galaxy, aquatic species tended to be somewhat isolated from galactic civilization due to environmental incompatibility, especially for species that exclusively lived underwater. But there were exceptions, with the Mon Calamari and Quarren of Dak being the most noteworthy. As most of you probably know, the 2 sentient species of Dak, also known as Mon Cala, played major roles in the Clone Wars. The Mon Calamari, who lived in the shallower parts of the ocean and were the wealthier and more privileged of the 2 peoples, were generally strong supporters of the Galactic Republic. The depth-dwelling, oft-marginalized Quarren, on the other hand, largely supported the Confederacy of Independent Systems. This wasn't a hard and fast rule, of course. Quarren Senator Tundra Dalmayer was a loyalist, while Mon Calamari war hero Commander Mirai was a separatist. But thanks to the efforts of the Quarren Isolation League, a separatist faction led by Senator Tikes, many of the Quarren were radicalized to the separatist cause, while many Mon Calamari were radicalized to the loyalist one, making conflict on Dak inevitable. The first such battle happened just a few months into the war, when the Quarren Isolation League tried to seize control of the planet. They received reinforcements from the CIS droid army for this purpose, consisting primarily of ordinary Geonosian-made B-1 battle droids supported by underwater vehicles. These B-1s could operate underwater. While water and electronics generally don't mix, B-1s, like most droids, had insulated circuits that allowed them to operate underwater and even at considerable pressure. But they weren't very good at it. The B-1s deployed by the Quarren Isolation League relied on mini-subs that they rode into battle like speeder bikes, essentially acting as light cavalry. But these mini-subs were only armed with a single fixed laser cannon, and they weren't all that maneuverable. The Mon Calamari and Grand Army of the Republic made short work of them, and in the end, they won the Battle of Mon Calamari fairly decisively. Clearly, just deploying B-1s on mini-subs was not a good underwater strategy for the CIS. They needed dedicated Aqua droids. Apparently, they didn't trust Bactoid Combat Automata to make their Aqua droids, as they turned to Hao Chal Engineering, the producers of the Vulture droid, instead. We suppose this makes sense, since Bactoid was run by Geonosians who lived on desert planets and were generally unused to oceans. Furthermore, Hao Chal was the company responsible for the Confederacy's most useful asset in the Battle of Mon Calamari, the Manta droid subfighter, an underwater version of the Vulture droid that gave the Republic and Mon Calamari a run for their money. With this in mind, we can see why they were chosen to design the Aqua droid. Hao Chal, in collaboration with the Techno Union, loosely based their Aqua droids on the B-2 Super Battle Droid. They bore little resemblance, however. Their physique was almost uncannily slim,
especially around their hips and elbows, though the droids were apparently deceptively durable. They seemed to have extensive flexibility in their abdomens, in contrast to ordinary battle droids, which was likely for increased underwater mobility. Their legs were spindly down to their knees, past which they became flattened and blade-like. The feet of the Aqua droid could be converted to double as propellers, which, combined with their blade-like lower legs, gave them considerable underwater maneuverability. In contrast to their extremely thin abdomens, the Aqua droid had a very broad chest, which made them appear rather top-heavy. The droid's arms were rounded and thin, with armored plates extending well above their shoulders. The droids had 3-fingered hands that were likely compatible with most standard-issue blasters, but they mostly relied on retractable forearm-mounted laser cannons. Much like super battle droids, some Aqua droids swapped out their left arms for rocket launchers, dramatically increasing their firepower. The Aqua droid's head was flat and only had one photoreceptor eye. This head could partially retract into the droid's body to improve its aerodynamics. Aqua droids had roughly the same degree of intelligence and capability as the B-2 super battle droid, and despite their frail appearance, their armor was about as tough as that of the B-2 as well. The Aqua droid was painted in reflexive chrome, which, if you ask us, only further strengthens their resemblance to the modern Cylon Centurion. Obviously, they were strongly insulated against water damage, and they presumably were designed to handle enormous amounts of pressure, allowing them to operate deep below the surface of an ocean. After all, as we're sure most of you are now keenly aware, pressure is the biggest killer in the deep sea, and since the Separatist Quarren allies lived on the sea floor, Aqua droids would have needed to be quite durable. Underwater Aqua droids were a menace to Loyalist forces. They were extremely good swimmers and highly maneuverable, making them hard to hit, never mind destroy. Whereas their B-2 cousins were heavily armored but slow and lumbering, the Aqua droid was both heavily armored and very fast, making them much tougher to fight than your average battle droid. They had more powerful weaponry too. The arm-mounted laser cannon of the Aqua droid was more powerful than any blaster, able to shoot down light vehicles with ease. The Aqua droid's only shortcoming was that it sucked at fighting on land. Above the ocean's surface, they were just as sluggish and ungainly as the B-2 super battle droids they were based on, making them much easier for Loyalist troops to destroy. With that said, these were Aqua droids, designed for fighting underwater, so this isn't exactly a criminal oversight in our book. Despite their effectiveness, Aqua droids didn't see too much action in the Clone Wars, mostly because underwater battles weren't terribly common. Their first known appearance was during the Battle of Kamino, when they were deployed from orbit aboard insertion pods hidden in the wreckage of Separatist warships. When this wreckage crashed into Kamino's oceans, the Aqua droids emerged and began assembling Trident assault craft, which leapt out of the water to attack Topoka City. The Tridents deployed armies of Aqua droids and standard B-1s into the city, nearly costing the Republic its primary cloning facility. However, the Republic won the battle in large part thanks to the shortcoming we mentioned earlier. The Aqua droids were sluggish when fighting in Topoka City, allowing Republic forces to drive them off and save the city. The only other known appearance of the Aqua droid came on the planet we mentioned earlier, Dak, which in late 21 BBY became a battlefield yet again. After the first battle, the Quarren Isolation League was driven off-world, but many of Mon Calamari's remaining Quarren remained loyal to the Confederacy, and thanks to the political engineering of Separatist officer Riff Tempson, they went to war against their surface-dwelling neighbours once again. This time, they had the support of Aqua droids and other new Separatist weapons, and it made a noticeable difference. In the Battle of Mon Cala, the Quarren and their Separatist allies nearly crushed the Mon Calamarian clone forces, even despite the arrival of Gungan reinforcements for the Loyalists. The Republic only emerged victorious after the Quarren turned on the Separatists. With the peoples of Dak united against them, not even the Confederacy's versatile Aqua droids could stop them from taking back their planet.
The Clone Wars began with the Battle of Geonosis, a full-scale invasion of the heart of the Separatist war machine. Geonosis was the location of the CIS's primary droid factories, and by capturing it, the Jedi had hoped to prevent the massive droid army that the Geonosians had been building from waging war on the Republic. In that objective, they failed. Enough Separatist troop ships escaped Geonosis that the CIS droid army was able to immediately begin its campaign against the Republic. But the Jedi still captured Geonosis, which, for most of the war, remained firmly in Loyalist hands. The Geonosians' droid factories, which had been the droid army's primary production facilities up until that point, were all shut down. This begs the question, where did the Separatists actually move their primary factories to? What planet picked up the slack for Geonosis? In this video, we'll be answering that question. The Confederacy's battle droids were designed and produced by Bactoid Combat Automata and Bactoid Armor Workshop, a pair of Geonosian companies that were subsidiaries of the Techno Union. These two companies were essentially different fronts for the same group. They shared a board of directors and tended to work together on contracts. Bactoid Armor Workshop, which specialized in tanks and other armored vehicles, was the public face of the company, while Bactoid Combat Automata was a secret subdivision that often skirted the boundaries of, or even outright violated Republic law, responsible for producing battle droids and small arms. Several months before the Battle of Naboo, both of these companies were contracted by the Trade Federation to build a massive droid army. Much of this army was produced on mech worlds located in Republic space, where the Techno Union held great power. But this became a problem after the Trade Federation's new droid army failed in its invasion of Naboo. For obvious reasons, the Battle of Naboo led to considerable backlash and legal penalties for the Trade Federation, and though the company was able to avoid liquidation or prison sentences for its executives, it was forced to disarm by the Republic courts. As the Trade Federation droid army was dismantled, scrutiny quickly turned to the company that created it in the first place, Bactoid Armor Workshop. The Trade Federation tried to protect Bactoid from legal penalties, but since Bactoid's primary foundries were located within Republic space, it was unable to do so. The Republic imposed strict restrictions on the production of new battle droids after the Battle of Naboo, and Bactoid Armor Workshop was officially dissolved in a dramatic and heavily publicized fashion. Bactoid Combat Automata, however, was kept intact, and Bactoid Armor Workshop continued to exist in a reduced and secretive form through its sister company. Nonetheless, the dissolution of Bactoid Armor Workshop taught the executives at the Techno Union an important lesson. If they wanted to build another droid army, they couldn't do it within Republic space. Thus, the Techno Union reached out to the Geonosians, whose homeworld was located outside of Republic space. The Techno Union allied with Poggle the Lesser, Archduke of the Stalgasian Hive, and built several massive Bactoid Hive factories on Geonosis, which began churning out a new droid army far from the eyes of the Republic regulators. As this happened, the Techno Union began closing down Bactoid plants in Republic space, shuttering its droid factories on Foundry, Ord Cestus, Balmorra, Telti, and Ord Lythone, among others. This gave the galaxy the false impression that the Techno Union was scaling down battle droid production, when in fact, the opposite was true. In the years leading up to the Clone Wars, Bactoid began producing battle droids at remote droid factories scattered all over the Outer Rim, with Geonosis being by far their biggest producer. These factories churned out trillions of battle droids, which Bactoid sold to the Trade Federation, Intergalactic Banking Clan, Commerce Guild, and many other megacorporations. In 22 BBY, the leaders of these companies met with Count Dooku on Geonosis, where they agreed to pool their forces into a singular, massive CIS droid army. With it, they planned to invade the Republic on behalf of the Separatist movement. Of course, we all know how that ended up. Within just a few days of this agreement, Geonosis was under Republic control and the galaxy was at war. No longer having to hide its operations from the Republic, Bactoid ramped up droid production and began to operate more publicly, taking over factory worlds all over Separatist space. The CIS droid army grew rapidly, but early on, its growth was still hampered by the loss of Bactoid's primary facilities on Geonosis.
No singular mech world filled this void, though the worlds of the Siskine system collectively came pretty close. Rather, Baktoid increased production across dozens of facilities to compensate for Geonosis, all while building more deep in Separatist space. Many of the Confederacy's primary factory worlds were well known in the Republic and had either seceded or been captured by the Confederacy during the war. These included Foundry and Ord Cestus, where recently shuttered Baktoid plants were reopened. Mechas 3, a volcanic world almost entirely given over to the production of droids, was also part of this group, as were Metalorn and Zagobar, both major Techno-Union strongholds. Balmorra, another of the galaxy's most infamous mech worlds, originally stayed with the Republic, but seceded when the Senate ordered them to shut down their droid factories entirely. But many of the Confederacy's most important mech worlds were new and obscure, having been built by Baktoid in remote systems during the Separatist crisis. The bulk of these worlds were located in two regions in the Outer Rim, a strip along the Polemian Run, known as the Foundry of the Confederacy, and another swath of space near Geonosis on the Outer Corellian Run. Many of the worlds in the latter group also hosted Geonosian colonies, as was the case with Hypori, which practically became a second Geonosis in the early months of the war, and nearby Zorn. The worlds of the nearby Siskine system, Siskine, Olonet, and Kea, all hosted major droid factories as well, with Olonet's being the Confederacy's largest. Collectively, these Separatist mech worlds produced massive numbers of battle droids over the course of the Clone Wars, making the CIS droid army the largest ground force ever amassed. But the Confederacy was still always looking to expand its droid production industry to new systems, and it frequently targeted loyalist mech worlds for this purpose. This was because, despite the many mech worlds controlled by the Confederacy, the Republic still had the advantage as far as industrial production was concerned. When the Republic finally began to fully militarize its industrial base in 20 BBY, this advantage meant that Republic forces quickly attained the upper hand in the Clone Wars. In 20 and 19 BBY especially, the Confederacy lost many of its mech worlds to advancing Republic armies. Ord Cestus, Metalorn, Balmorra, Foundry, and Mechas 3 were all captured by the Republic over the course of the war, greatly hampering Baktoid's ability to keep up battle droid production. In desperation, the Confederacy sought to make up for the loss of these mech worlds by converting captured loyalist worlds, or even some Separatist worlds, by force. The Confederacy typically did this by implanting Geonosian colonies on target worlds. These Geonosians built hive factories, some of them automated and some run by slave labor. Some of these impromptu Geonosian colonies were set up on uninhabited worlds, as was the case with Zadja. Others, however, were established on planets with pre-existing civilizations, as was the case with the Ugnaught homeworld of Gentes. When General Grievous conquered Gentes in 20 BBY, the Geonosians enslaved the Ugnaughts and converted several of the planet's cities into droid factories, which were manned by Ugnaught slaves. The Techno-Union sometimes also employed this approach without importing Geonosian hives. On Nelvan, for example, the Techno-Union set up an experimental weapons lab without the knowledge or consent of the indigenous Nelvanians. When the Techno-Union's terraforming efforts earned the ire of the indigenous tribes, the researchers took to capturing the Nelvanian warriors that attacked them and using them in inhumane experiments. The Techno-Union began a similar process of destroying local cultures on Utapau, setting up an impromptu Starfighter factory in Power City's Grand Hall and polluting the Utapauan sacred places with industrial runoff. Fortunately, the Techno-Union's factories on Utapau were short-lived. This pattern of industrializing captured worlds by force ultimately did nothing to save the CIS from the inevitable, as these impromptu mech worlds were unable to produce enough droids to make up for the loss of the Confederacy's primary industrial worlds. As the Outer Rim sieges progressed and Republic forces began to dismantle the Foundry of the Confederacy, battle droid production rapidly declined, leading to an eventual Republic victory in the Clone Wars. The megacorporations of the Separatist Council were, without a doubt, some of the most morally bankrupt institutions in the history of the Star Wars galaxy, rivaling even the Hutt Cartel and the worst Sith empires.
They were at their worst during the Clone Wars, when the Confederacy of Independent Systems let them do pretty much whatever they wanted. The CIS turned a blind eye to the depredations of these megacorporations because they were reliant on them for the production of their droid army. In this video, we'll be looking into those crimes, as well as some of the other dark secrets of the Separatist factory worlds. By the time of the Clone Wars, mech worlds were already an ancient concept. The Republic had long made use of entire worlds for industrial purposes, sometimes devastating local cultures and environments to do so. However, many Clone Wars era mech worlds were brand new, and virtually all of them were owned either fully or partly by the Techno Union. Under the leadership of Foreman Wat Tambor and a small army of Tambor's fellow Skakoan industrialists, the Techno Union developed new methods of rapidly transforming planets into maximum efficiency factory worlds. While the mech worlds of old, like the droid planet M478, were built up over hundreds of years through a slow process of cannibalizing a planet's resources, the Techno Union sped that process up tenfold, rapidly stripping planets of their natural resources and turning them into massive, atmosphere-choking factories. The Techno Union also bought stakes in many existing mech worlds, frequently redesigning their processes to increase efficiency. Mechas 3, Telti, and Balmorra were just some of the mech worlds the Techno Union bought into, while they outright took over Mandalorian, Foundry, and many others. These mech worlds only became more efficient under the Techno Union, but this came at a high ethical cost. The Techno Union cared solely about profit margins and was perfectly willing to sacrifice laborers and entire planetary ecosystems in their quest for wealth. Working conditions for laborers in Techno Union plants were absolutely atrocious. On many worlds, laborers were considered nothing more than the Techno Union's property, and they were treated accordingly. It wasn't unheard of for Techno Union workers to die on the line, even in Republic space, and strikes were regularly suppressed with battle droids, as occurred on Ord Cestus in 26 BBY. Additionally, the environments of the Techno Union mech worlds tended to degrade rapidly due to reckless pollution and accelerated industrialization. This wasn't a problem for planets like Mechas or Telti, both of which were pretty much dead worlds anyway, but this wasn't the case for all mech worlds. Mandalorian, for example, had once been a vibrant jungle world, but by the time of the Clone Wars, all that was left on the planet's surface was factories and scrapyards. The Techno Union was far from the only offender when it came to planetary destruction in the pursuit of profit. The Commerce Guild and Corporate Alliance carried out similar depredations on their industrial worlds, and many mech worlds owned by corporations that later sided with the Republic, like Taggy Co., suffered similar fates. The Techno Union and its allies, however, ended up going much further than their loyalist counterparts during the Separatist crisis. The Techno Union was the first megacorporation to openly join the Confederacy of Independent Systems, and it brought many of its mech worlds into the Separatist fold. It was forced to abandon others. Telti, for example, stayed in the Republic. This suited the Techno Union fine, however, since it was already working on closing down many of its corewood plants. In tandem with many other powerful megacorporations, the Techno Union moved the bulk of its operations to new mech worlds in the Outer Rim or Wild Space, where they could operate beyond the scope of Republic regulation. The most well-known of these Outer Rim mech worlds was Geonosis, a Techno Union client that had operated as a factory planet for millennia. The Geonosians themselves opened up many new mech worlds during the Separatist crisis, with the most notable ones including Hypori and Olanet. Other new Techno Union mech worlds included Seleucami, Mustafa, and a series of moons and space stations orbiting the gas giant Siskine. As a result of corporate influence, broad corridors of industrial worlds in the Outer Rim seceded from the Republic. The most well-known of these stretched from Mandalorian out to the Tyon Cluster, a region known as the Foundry of the Confederacy, but there were many other pockets of new mech worlds scattered all over the Outer Rim. During the Separatist crisis, these mech worlds built up the CIS droid army, and when the Clone Wars broke out, they became stronghold worlds for the Confederacy. The Separatists' vast array of factory worlds were almost completely converted to the production of assets for the CIS military during the Clone Wars. Virtually every component in the droid army and Confederate navy, from every blaster and battle droid to every tank and warship, was produced on a mech world. Factories on Olanet, Hypori, and countless other worlds churned out armies of battle droids day and night, literally assembling the largest army the galaxy had ever seen. corporate-owned shipyards on Perment and Minterwing gathered a massive fleet 4 times the size than that of the Republic's. The Confederacy pushed its industrial base to its limits in a bid to win the Clone Wars. This was most unfortunate for the populations of those industrial worlds, particularly the workers employed at the foundries. Many droid factories were taken over by Geonosian drones during the Clone Wars, but those that weren't still had to take on more laborers to fulfill their quotas. Some Separatist worlds stooped to the point of recruiting children to work in their droid factories, something the government of the CIS tacitly encouraged. Across the board, working conditions worsened, becoming no better than slavery. When these factory worlds came under attack, the Confederacy went to great lengths to defend the machinery, but rarely put in any effort to safeguard the lives of the workers there. To the Separatist Council, they were expendable. Mind you, all of this wasn't enough to guarantee a Separatist victory in the Clone Wars. The Republic actually had a more robust industrial base than the CIS did. It simply harnessed it much slower than the Confederacy. Once Loyalist industry kicked into high gear, the Separatists lost ground on a number of fronts. Many of its mech worlds fell to Republic forces, Mandalorian and Ord Cestus among them. Others had fallen earlier in the war, with the most notable being Geonosis. By 20 BBY, the Confederacy's industrial base was being steadily whittled away. In desperation, the Confederacy set up new mech worlds, using rapid industrialization techniques pioneered by the Techno-Union. Planets like Zagobah were conquered by the Separatists and became host to new droid factories which conscripted civilian workers and devastated local ecosystems. On Gentes and Zadja, the Confederacy transplanted Geonosians to build new factory hives, often destroying local settlements in the process. These Geonosians cannibalized local industry and sometimes even entire cities to build these new hives, taking the former inhabitants as slaves. These makeshift mech worlds rarely had a say in the matter, and the Confederacy built their new factories without any regard for the local populace. On Utapau, the Techno-Union took over one of the greatest ceremonial halls in Power City for Starfighter manufacturing, filling the place with smoke and causing extensive damage to the ancient architecture there. On Nelvan, an underground Separatist droid plant absorbed much of the planet's geothermal energy, leading to colder surface temperatures. The Techno-Union engineers on Nelvan even performed experiments on the local Nelvanians, transforming them into bloated cyborg slave warriors. Fortunately, since most of this happened near the end of the Clone Wars, most of these new mech worlds only had to endure a few months of Separatist rule. Unfortunately, the Empire treated the workers on most mech worlds just as badly, if not worse. After the end of the Clone Wars, the Empire took over what was left of the Confederacy's industrial base, and rather than doing anything to improve conditions there, they simply ordered the factory worlds to start producing material for them instead. The Empire, like the wartime Confederacy, was constantly building up its military forces, commissioning vast number of Star Destroyers, TIE Fighters, and Stormtrooper equipment in the process. Yet again, it was the laborers of these mech worlds that paid the price. Governments may have changed, but so long as the war machine kept going, the fate of mech world workers remained pretty much the same. Droids were omnipresent in the Star Wars universe, a consequence of having had millennia to spread throughout the Republic. Views on them were mixed, to put it lightly. Some beings were enthusiastic supporters of droid production, while others detested them, like a certain Mandalorian we're all surely familiar with. The CIS's use of a droid army in the Clone Wars served only to radicalize many of these positions. Traumatic experiences with Separatist battle droids led many beings to develop anti-droid prejudices, and the war intensified existing anti-droid sentiments across the galaxy. In this video, we're going to be discussing these anti-droid sentiments in detail and the worlds on which hatred for droids was prevalent. It's impossible to overstate how heavily droids were ingrained into the culture of the Republic. By the time of the Clone Wars, entire planets had been transformed into vast factory complexes dedicated to the production of droids, with the most notable mech worlds including Telti and Mechas 3. They churned out millions, if not billions of droids on a daily basis. These droids would serve on worlds across the galaxy, working as household servants, mechanics, research assistants, translators, diplomatic attachés, industrial workers, manual laborers, and, of course, soldiers. They were nearly as prevalent as computers themselves. But there was a dark side to all of this. Droids were slaves, after all. Legally, they were wholly owned property of their organic masters, despite being sentient in their own right. While this wasn't really a concern on the wealthier worlds of the core, there were many in the galaxy, especially on the Rim, who were rubbed the wrong way by this, understandably. Additionally, there were also those who hated droid labor for the opposite reason. There were a fair few anti-droid basket cases who believed that droids were responsible for taking jobs away from organics, destroying organic cultures, and/or being poised to quote-unquote replace organics. These ideas were widespread enough to have seen representation in groups such as the Organization for Organic Purity, which campaigned for the outlawing of droid production. On the opposite end of the spectrum, there were a fair few droids rights groups as well, who fought the droid industry for totally different reasons. Groups in this category included the Coalition of Automaton Rights Activists, who were largely moderate and fought for legal rights for droids, and the Mechanical Liberation Front, radicals who regularly participated in industrial sabotage in the pursuit of droid rights. While these groups were of differing ideologies, both would have been staunchly opposed to the CIS droid army, violently so in the case of MLF and the OOP. These groups didn't exactly control any planets or anything, but they do exemplify why anti-droid sentiments were a thing. Most members of mainstream Republic society who maintained anti-droid sentiments did so for these reasons. During the Clone Wars, the CIS met stiff resistance on these anti-droid worlds, as the locals weren't exactly keen on the presence of a droid army. The CIS intensified anti-droid sentiments in general, as you might expect, especially on worlds that suffered at the hands of the droid army. As a quick tangent, the Confederacy had several galactic-scale organic units to deploy in the case that this became a serious problem. The Nemoidian Gunnery Battalions, Nemoidian Irregulars, Korrivar Fusiliers, and Gossam Commandos were all used as alternatives to battle droids on droid-unfriendly worlds, as, of course, were local planetary security forces. None of these units were particularly large, however, so the Confederacy deployed them sparingly. Furthermore, as there was plenty of prejudice against those three species as well due to their association with certain corporations, this strategy wasn't always effective either. A number of species or local populations had their own unique reasons for hating droids, apart from the more widespread ones. Members of species which glorified strength or martial skill above all, like the Rhodians or Trandoshans, were prone to hate droids due to their seemingly unearned strength and skill. Interestingly, the same can't be said for members of species that prized intelligence above all, despite the fact that droids outcompeted them in most respects as well. Clearly, most members of those species were smart enough to not put too much emphasis on lightsaber measuring. Some worlds were naturally inhospitable to droids, and thus, local cultures that developed there were less dependent and less accepting of droids. This primarily included planets like Morja and Genarius, which were constantly racked by fearsome ion storms. Those sorts of conditions were usually pretty inhospitable for organics as well, but oftentimes organics set up shop there anyway, and those that did became less dependent on droid technology due to its unreliability in such environments. Naturally, this provided a bit of a new perspective on the role of droids in the greater galaxy as well. Additionally, some local populations had intensely naturalistic cultures. Species with these tendencies included the Sand People and the Saurians, of whom both viewed high technology as an offense to the natural states of their homeworlds, and thus shunned droid technology. The Saurians actually rejected an offer to join the Republic over this issue, as they believed that integration with the Republic would result in inevitable technological development on Saria, something most of the population wished to avoid. Not every species saw technological advancement as a good thing after all, and it should be said that many of those who didn't had very valid reasons. In the case of the Saurians, they just wanted to preserve the natural beauty of their homeworld, and who can blame them? Of course, in the case of Saria, it can't be said that the droid army was particularly concerned about fighting there. Since the Saurians had little technology, CIS forces absolutely massacred them when they invaded in 22 BBY. As spider droids lay waste to the Saurian countryside, Gossam commandos assassinated their way through the planet's government, paving the way for legions of battle droids to crush all local resistance. Those Cereans who survived undoubtedly hated droids even more after this, of course. This leads us into another major reason for why some worlds were skeptical of droids: negative experiences. Many planets experienced droid revolutions, invasions of droid armies, and other traumatic droid-related experiences over the course of their histories, which often left lasting cultural scars. In general, these sorts of events serve to bolster anti-droid sentiments. For example, the Great Droid Revolution, which occurred about 4,000 years before the Clone Wars, led to such a dramatic increase in anti-droid sentiment that droid technology as a whole actually ended up losing centuries of technological progress. In some cases, negative experiences with droids just made cultures more cautious of droids instead of outright bigoted. This was the case with the Gungans of Naboo. Understandably, they became distrusting of droids after the Battle of Naboo, especially combat models. While neither they nor their human neighbors became explicitly anti-droid after the battle, they did increase their military's emphasis on weapons with EMP capabilities. The threat of future droid invasions drove the advancement of Gungan society as it entered a new age after the battle. Gungan warriors became quite proficient in combat against droids, and if the Confederacy had attempted a second invasion of Naboo, they would have been in for a bloodbath, or rather a coolant bath. Of course, there were also cases in which bad experiences with droids did lead to extreme anti-droid sentiments as well. Bakura was a good example of this. Originally, Bakura was quite reliant on droids. It was founded as a mining colony in 150 BBY and employed labor droids for all manner of tasks. However, the colony endured a droid revolution within weeks of the settlement's establishment, sparking a bloody conflict in which 40% of the planet's population perished. The colonists eventually won the battle against their droids, but the revolution still left some deep scars on Bakuran culture. Bakura became one of the most institutionally anti-droid planets in the galaxy, outlawing the development of droid technology entirely. Possession of droids required multiple permits and explicit government permission on Bakura, and outsiders had to follow strict laws when it came to bringing droids onto the planet. The Bakurans were stringent enough in their anti-droid stances that even Count Dooku refrained from bringing in droids to guard his personal stronghold on Bakura. General Grievous, however, was less respectful of these customs, as shown by his droid-led invasion of Bakura in 22 BBY.
R-series Astromech droids were ubiquitous during the Clone Wars and the Imperial era, used as mechanics, navigators, or co-pilots by billions of beings all over the galaxy. Any Star Wars fan is familiar with these plucky little guides, especially the R2 series, made famous by the one and only R2-D2. But the R2s weren't the only R-series Astromechs. In total, there were 10 different R-series Astromech models, plus one prototype model. Some you likely know well, and some that you've probably never heard of. In this video, we'll be providing brief overviews of all 10, and determining which Astromech was the best. R-series Astromechs were all products of Industrial Automaton, one of the largest droid-making conglomerates in the galaxy. The R-series was IA's flagship line, made ubiquitous by the incredibly successful R2 series. But before the R2s, Industrial Automaton made two earlier attempts at cornering parts of the Astromech market. The first was the precursor to the R-series, the P2 series Astromech droid. These droids were produced exclusively for the Old Republic shipping fleet, and they were extremely similar in design to the later R2 series, at least on the outside. However, the P2 was a pretty terrible Astromech. The design had numerous flaws that made the droid clumsy, while its brain was unintelligent and buggy. Since the P2 was only sold to the Republic, however, it didn't hurt Industrial Automaton's reputation as a producer of Astromechs, giving the company a second chance. It seized this chance, designing the R1 series Astromech droid to replace the P2 and sell on the open market. The R1 was the first of the R series, but it looked absolutely nothing like its successors. To start, it was nearly 2 meters tall and densely armored, based on the design of IA's Mark II reactor drone. This made the R1 slow and unable to fulfill all of the functions Astromech were expected of it, but it made up for these shortcomings with its repair and navigation capabilities. The R1 had the memory space for 500 different starship schematics, granting it intricate knowledge of how to repair and maintain many different vessels. Furthermore, it could act as a hyperspace navicomputer, calculating hyperspace jumps for its parent ship. This revolutionary trait became the defining feature of the R series, and because of it, the R1 was very popular. Industrial Automaton capitalized on the success of the R1 by completely reinventing the consumer Astromech. Its next generation design, the R2 series Astromech, became one of the best-selling droids of all time. The R2 was based on the P2, but it was much smaller and much more efficient. Unlike its predecessors, the R2 was only about a meter tall, allowing it to fit into the utility droid slot of military starfighters, something only military-exclusive droids had previously been able to do. On top of this, the R2 was a more effective navigator than the R1, capable of holding 10 sets of hyperspace vector coordinates in its memory, and it could memorize the schematics for over 700 starship models. This, plus the droid's enhanced maneuverability, made it a revolutionary advancement. The next few R-series Astromechs didn't diverge much from the R2. The clear-domed R3 and the cone-headed R4 were specialist models that made small improvements on the R2 design while catering to specific clientele. The R3 was meant for service aboard large capital ships, with its schematic banks and toolkit designed specifically for compatibility with warship mainframes and reactor systems. The R4, meanwhile, was an agromech droid, marketed towards settlers in the Outer Rim. The R4 was designed to act as a garage mechanic for frontier families, sacrificing a lot of the neat tricks boasted of the R2 and R3 in exchange for superior maintenance abilities. It wasn't meant to be paired with starfighters, as it had only enough memory to calculate one hyperspace jump, but with some effort, it could be modified to do the job. Then, there was the R5, described by MechTech Illustrated as a meter-tall stack of the worst business decisions you could possibly want. The flat-headed R5 was essentially a budget R2, which Industrial Automaton hoped they could sell to people who wanted an Astromech but couldn't afford the other superior models. Indeed, the R5 was much cheaper than any other R-series Astromech, but as the saying goes, you get what you pay for. The R5 dropped plenty of features and was plagued by mechanical problems. R5s were known to suffer from bad motivators and faulty personality matrices, among other things, which meant they ended up costing many owners thousands of credits on repair work. After the failure of the R5, Industrial Automaton wisely stopped trying to improve upon perfection. For a few decades, they just coasted off the success of the R2, R3, and R4, which became ubiquitous throughout the galaxy during the Clone Wars and the Imperial period. After the Battle of Endor, however, the galaxy began to change, and to meet the changing times, I put out yet another Astromech, the R6. Though the R6 looked a lot like the R5, it was essentially just an R2 2.0. The R6 shared all the functionality of the R2, with improvements here and there, as well as a cheaper price tag. The R6 was extremely popular, which gave Industrial Automaton the confidence it needed to keep making new Astromechs. Shortly after the release of the R6, Industrial Automaton put out the R7, a new, highly advanced Astromech designed to work with the New Republic's new E-Wing starfighter. The R7 was much tougher than older Astromechs and shielded against ion cannon fire, giving it greater survivability in battle. It also had better memory, able to store 15 hyperspace jumps compared with the R2's 10 and the R6's 12. However, the R7 was expensive and only worked with the E-Wing, requiring extensive modification to be usable with any other starship. Industrial Automaton didn't stop with the R7. As the E-Wing started to fade in popularity, IA decided it was time for a new Astromech. Enter the R8, produced shortly before the end of the Galactic Civil War in 19 ABY. The R8 was marketed as a return to the roots of the R-series, featuring a dome-like head with a satellite dish on top. Its purpose was to improve upon the advancements made with the R7 and make them generally accessible, and in this, the R8 was pretty successful. The R8 could do everything the R2 and R6 could, but better, and it could also serve as a dedicated gunner, which previous R-series Astromechs had not been programmed for. When the R8 was still in the design phase, it was rumored that the droid would be the first R-series Astromech to speak basic. This rumor proved to be false, which is a good thing, because it would be heresy if it were true. The last known R-series Astromech model was the R9, which was produced after the Yuuzhan-Vong War. The R9's capabilities aren't well known, but they appeared to be mostly the same as the R8's, albeit more capable in some or all respects. The only bit of concrete information we have about the R9 is that they were notorious for being overzealous with their self-preservation routines, which left them suspicious of their owners to the point where they occasionally withheld valuable information. Now that we've taken a look at all the R-series Astromechs, it's time to choose the best. Let's start by picking out the more subpar models. The P2 was obviously the biggest dumpster of the lot. The R5 honestly wasn't that far behind it. It was more useful to be sure, but as anyone who's ever owned a poorly designed car knows, when you have to constantly repair something just to get the bare minimum out of it, it isn't worth the time and money. Additionally, while it was a good model for its time, the R1 was so far outstripped by its successors that it also sits near the bottom of the pile. Around the middle of the list, we have the specialist Astromechs, the R3, the R4, and the R7. These droids weren't bad at their jobs by any stretch, but their specialization hurt their utility. The R7 was the worst offender, since it was outright incompatible with all but one Starfighter model. The R3 and R4 suffered from similar flaws. Without modification, the R3 wasn't much good outside of a large warship, and the R4 was only as good as a garage hand. That leaves us with the R2, the R6, the R8, and the R9. We don't know much about the R9, but its cagey personality inclines us to rank it below the other three. In third place, believe it or not, we have the R6. Even though the R6 made many minor improvements over the R2, it didn't even come close to the longevity of IA's signature model. The R6 was better on paper, but it didn't last nearly as long. R2 series droids were reliable for decades, performing effectively alongside every single one of their subsequent generations. With that said though, we're regrettably going to have to give the R2 second place in favor of the R8. The R8 also had longevity on its side, and unlike with the R6, its improvements on the R2 were all significant. The R8 far outperformed all the previous R-series droids in every single respect, and it also brought new features to the table. All told, we're going to have to give it the win.